Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first item of business is time for reflection, and our time for reflection leader today is Cameron McGirr, Clydeview Academy.
Presiding Officer and Member of Scottish Parliament, I have been invited here today by Stuart McMillan to share the goal of my campaign, Pulse of Life. Pulse of Life aims to make mandatory CPR training in all high schools across Scotland. First in S1 during a lesson in PE and then in S4 as a refresher course. Out-of-hospital cardiac arrests are so common in the west of Scotland. In Scotland, roughly 9,000 out-of-hospital cardiac arrests occur annually, and bystander CPR rate is only about 66%. This is a major deal because every minute CPR is not performed, life expectancy goes down by about 10%. This passion comes from my own personal experience. In 2022, I lost my mother to a heart attack, and in February of this year, I lost my father to cardiac arrest while at home. This came as a shock. I moved from being someone with caring parents to someone who had both parents stolen from me early. I believe if I knew CPR, I would have been able to save my dad. I would have been more confident while performing CPR, worrying less as his ribs broke under the force of my hands. I wouldn't have had to wait for the 999 operator to instruct me on what to do. In my panic, I lost probably 2.5 minutes. That instantly decreased his time of survival by 25%. When my mother passed, I woke up to my dad screaming, unsure what to do. I wonder, being in S1 at the time, what if I had been given CPR training? If I would have been able to step in and make a difference. Unfortunately, I can't live life wondering what if. I need to live to make a difference for other people who might encounter the same problem. That's why I took action. I've been working closely with my school, Clydeview Academy, who are the first school in Scotland to show recognition for World Heart Day. Inverclyde Council are supporting by lighting up buildings and monuments red in awareness. However, in order to make meaningful change, I believe we in Scotland must go further. All PE teachers should be trained to be able to teach CPR. Training will take place in a single PE lesson to help cut down on missed class time. This will be a long process, but the difference it can make will make an astronomical difference.
Thank you, Cameron. The next item of business is consideration of Business Motion 19134 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to business. Any member who wishes to speak to the motion should press their request to speak button. And I call on Graham Day to move the motion.
Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak to the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 19134 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. The next item of business is topical questions. At question number 1, I call Katy Clark.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to the report from the Scottish Funding Council stating that universities and colleges are in unsustainable financial situations with some at risk of insolvency in the current financial year.
Minister Ben Macpherson.
I thank the member for raising this question. And the Scottish Funding Council, of course, publishes analysis of financial sustainability of Scotland's colleges and universities every year. And of course, the recent reports mentioned are significant and are being considered as such by me and other ministers, as Parliament and the public would expect. In this context, I also want to emphasise that Scottish ministers recognise the vital role that universities and colleges play in the economy and wider society. However, Scotland's universities and colleges, despite the significant financial contribution from the Scottish Government in the last budget, are facing a broad range of pressures, several of which have been caused by UK Government decisions. These include the approach to immigration and also the changes to national insurance contributions, which have created an estimated cost of nearly around £50 million per year, and the UK ministers have not provided support for this.
Katy Clark.
Much of the report focuses on further education colleges who are historically underfunded and more vulnerable because of their reliance on Scottish Funding Council grants. Unless the deficits are addressed, it is projected there will be 667 full-time equivalent job losses. Will the Scottish Government respond to these pressures with greater investment in the further education sector?
Minister.
I thank the member for raising the contribution of further education colleges, not just to the people who are involved and enrolled as students, but also to the national economy and to local economies where they operate. The member will appreciate that the financial budget was set by Parliament for this financial year, and there are considerations ongoing by the Funding Council and the Government engaging with the Funding Council on the serious matters raised in these reports, and be happy to have further dialogue with the member on these matters.
Katy Clark.
I'm grateful to the Minister for that answer. The report highlighted that 11 universities have underlying operating deficits. The University of West Scotland, in my own region, is expected to post an £8.4 million deficit with over 75 academic job losses as a result of that, while senior staff earning over £100,000 get pay increases over 30%. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with calls from the trade unions for greater transparency in financial planning for universities?
Minister.
The member raises, of course, the point about the excellent university in their region, and I've already had some engagement with that institution since coming into post last week. Parliament will appreciate through the budget process that the Government has shown a long-term commitment to universities by investing over £1 billion every year in the sector since the financial year 2012-2013, including £1.1 billion in teaching and research in the last budget. But we appreciate the pressures on the sector and the nature and context and substance of the reports that have been published. And I look forward to engaging with Parliament more on these important reports and questions, including at committee tomorrow. And if the member wants to follow up with any specifics with regard to their region, then I would be happy to receive that correspondence, as would I be happy to engage with the member on constructive correspondence we can have with the UK Government to play more of a part, using its massive financial power, to support these very important contributors to the economy and to change their position on national insurance contributions and immigration policy, which have factually damaged our higher education institutions.
Thank you. We have much interest. Concise questions and responses appreciated. I call Keith Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As the Minister has indicated, the effect of the jobs tax is to put £600,000 onto the wage bill of Forth Valley College. As the Alloa campus of Forth Valley College is vital in ensuring that young people and adult learners in Clackmannanshire can access further and higher education close to home, what action is the Government taking to protect the future of that campus in the face of these funding challenges?
Minister.
I thank Keith Brown for raising this issue, and I'm aware of his proactive approach on this serious matter in his constituency. And as the member sets out, the campus in Alloa does play a vital role in providing access to services for the people in the community, and I and the Government are keen that everything possible is done to keep the campus open. The Scottish Government and the Scottish Funding Council have identified a route by which some funding could be used this financial year to support urgent feasibility studies to inform the SFC's forthcoming college infrastructure investment plan. And the SFC is working very closely with the college sector to address the infrastructure issues, including in the member's constituency. And it continues to have a very close engagement with Forth Valley College on these matters. I'm grateful for the engagement that the member has shown so far on this important point, and look forward to further engagement with him on this matter in his constituency of understandable concern.
Stephen Kerr.
Well, far be it from me to come to the rescue of Labour Government, but these issues that are identified in Keith Brown's question and the Minister's talking about predate a Labour government. The fact is that the amount of money that has gone towards student funding in universities has been dramatically cut over the last decade in real terms, and that is an economic fact. And that's meant that the universities are now very dependent on international students as a source of income, and that is precarious, so I would admit that. So the question I put to the Minister is this: he's got choices. He can either increase the amount of money that public money that supports students in universities, Scottish undergraduates, or he can review the business model in respect to how we fund Scottish undergraduates at Scottish universities. Which course of action is he going to take? Because he only has these two choices.
Minister.
So the member talks about the pressure on the system, and of course the austerity that the whole of the UK has had to live with since 2010 hasn't helped anyone in that regard, including for our higher education system. But I appreciate the points the member raises, and if I am reading this incorrectly, then hearing this incorrectly, then I would be happy to be corrected. But I understand that the member is making a point about a belief that maybe the member has that tuition fees should be reintroduced in Scotland, and I do not share that. Neither does this government. Yeah. The position on free tuition encourages individuals, young and older, to go into further and higher education to fulfil their potential without the consideration of the burden of debt. Absolutely. And the question I would put back to the member is that if charging fees was a panacea in this situation, then why are several higher education institutions in England, which has very high tuition fees of over £9,000 a year, struggling financially? So I think the question is, how do we work together with the sector to take a constructive way forward, to look at alternative funding models? And the Scottish Government continues to engage with University Scotland in this collaborative approach, along with other parties, so that we can ensure the long-term financial sustainability of the sector.
Thank you, Minister. Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Minister, I'm afraid to say, quite predictably, points the finger at someone else. And colleges will rightly be asking, of the £5.2 billion extra that the Scottish Government got as a result of a Labour government, how come they are seeing 17% real-term cuts since 2021, staff numbers down by 27% since 2007, and student participation and completion rates are falling? So can I ask the Minister, when it comes to colleges, where has the money gone? Minister.
So the Scottish Government has supported over 163 students through the sector, with record numbers of those coming from care experience backgrounds and individuals receiving support through disabled students allowance, and of course the support we provided for individuals to come from more deprived backgrounds through university. So widening access has been a great success. Now, so it's important to reflect on the fact that there are thousands of people going through our further and higher education institutions very successfully every year and have been under this government. The point that the member raises around funding for the college sector, this government, as I stated in previous answers, has dedicated billions of pounds on an annual basis in order to support the sector in an environment of a restricted financial envelope that, of course, the Scottish Government operates within. In this post, as I stated since taking it up, I am keen to work constructively with members. And if the Labour Party want to come to me and colleagues with suggestions going into the Scottish budget, then we would be happy to receive them. But the big question for all parties is that we have to think, where would the money come from in order to go somewhere else? And that's a factual consideration.
Willie Rennie.
I'm disappointed with the Minister's approach this afternoon, because it seems to be a step backwards, because his predecessor accepted that the funding model for higher education was broken, and he had opened the door to cross-party discussions with the universities. Is he saying that now has been abandoned?
Minister.
I seem to have a drummer to my left. I am absolutely not saying that that has abandoned. I embrace that fully, and I want to bring the same approach to that process. I did not mean in any way to disrespect another member in stating implicitly or directly that I am closed on anything apart from bringing in tuition fees, which of course this government has had a very strong position on and continues to have, and that is the policy. So I know Willie Rennie is engaged in these constructive discussions on alternative funding models along with University of Scotland, and I look forward to further conversations with him, and I hope this answer reassures him in that regard.
Thank you. Question number 2, Tim Eagle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what its response is to reports that the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service has issued an extreme wildfire warning for the first time in September since 2020.
Minister Siobhan Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Climate change is contributing to warmer and drier conditions, which increase the likelihood and the intensity of wildfires. Shifts in weather patterns from last week's wildfire danger warning to this week's yellow warning for rain just reinforces the climate challenges that we currently face. Whilst there has been no significant wildfires during this wildfire warning period, we have seen significant fires this year, and I'd like to commend the SFRS and their partners within the rural and land management sector who ably assisted in dealing with these. The Minister for Agriculture and I are hosting a wildfire summit with partners in October to discuss improving our wildfire preparedness, prevention and response in the future. We continue to work with SFRS to support full implementation of its wildfire strategy, which we will see continued rolled out this year of new equipment, vehicles and PPE backed by £1.6 million over 3 years.
Tim Eagle.
Scotland has witnessed over 1,500 wildfires in the last decade, but the recent fires at Carbridge and Darver were the worst and the biggest ever recorded. Clearly, a new approach is needed before someone or even an entire community is seriously affected. What consideration is the Scottish Government giving to establishing a dedicated wildfire response unit to ensure communities in my area of the Highlands and Islands, but across Scotland, are protected?
Minister.
Thank you. First of all, and I do note the concerns that the member has raised, as with all ministers in the government have the same concerns. We would like to, first of all, extend our sympathies to all of those that were affected by the wildfires that occurred in late June and early July. And I am grateful to the SFRS, gamekeepers, land managers, the volunteers, partners, landowners and the extended local communities and the wider land management sector, and indeed to everyone who played a major role in getting this spring and summer's wildfires out of control. As I said in my opening answer, we are having a summit in October, and this is where we will be working with everybody to see the best way moving forward.
Tim Eagle.
Given the rising wildfires this session, there has been concerns from rural organisations that the new Muirburn licensing arrangements will make fuel management even harder. And this, of course, follows the bungle in May 2023 over expensive all-terrain vehicles that were not, in fact, fit for purpose. So will the Scottish Government now review the Muirburn changes, as is being asked by some of those gamekeepers, engage with landowners and gamekeepers, and ensure that the people of Scotland are protected by equipment that actually works?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, first of all, Muirburn is just one of the aspects of increasing wildfire risks in Scotland and should be not seen as a silver bullet. I appreciate not everybody agrees with the science on Muirburn, on peatlands, but this was thoroughly consulted on and debated during the lead-up and the passage to the bill. I know that the Muirburn licensing scheme that the Minister for Agriculture is taking forward has not been brought into effect yet, and we are working with practitioners to ensure it is a workable scheme, especially regarding wildfire prevention. Just in relation to the equipment for the Scottish Fire Rescue Service, I do have regular meetings with them, and this is not an issue that's been brought up, but if the member has any specific concerns, I'm happy for him to write to me and I'll look into it for you.
Rhoda Grant.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Minister will know that less than 10% of stations in the Highlands and Islands have full teams of firefighters. They also lack equipment, all-terrain vehicles, leaf blowers for wildfire management, and they don't have decontamination facilities. Can I ask when the fire service in rural Scotland will be staffed and equipped to deal with wildfire and to protect our rural communities?
Minister.
Thank you. And this is one of the reasons that we are, with the increase in wildfires this year and the concerns, this is why myself and the Minister for Agriculture are holding these summits going into October, so we can look at how rural areas will be better prepared for wildfires moving forward. But also in saying this is why it's so important. The Scottish Fire Rescue Service at the moment is undertaking a service delivery review. And I know that the full public consultation just closed a couple of weeks ago, but it is looking at how we prepare a safer Scotland moving into the future.
Emma Roddick.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's clear that the climate emergency is changing our weather, and the dry summer this year brought about unprecedented wildfires. So can I ask what the Scottish Government is giving to the Fire and Rescue Service to cope with what are changing needs for our communities?
Minister.
Thank you. We will continue to support Scottish Fire Rescue Service to deliver a high standard of services required to keep Scotland safe, and that includes the implementation of their wildfire strategy, with the overall budget increase of £18.8 million for this year. The emergencies SFRS respond to have changed significantly over the years, and for example, dwelling fires have reduced by over 20% since 2013. And whilst house fires have reduced, other incidents such as flooding and the wildfires that we're talking about have increased, which is why it is right that the Fire Service is carefully considering how to adapt to the changing risks to remain effective and efficient with firefighters in the right place at the right time.
Thank you. Question number 3, Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government for what reason patients across Scotland will reportedly not be able to fully access the new MyCare NHS app until 2030.
Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I refer Alec Cole-Hamilton to the rollout summary of the plan, which was published and Parliament notified of on Friday, which confirms the intention to make MyCare available across the population of Scotland throughout 2026, starting in April. It's right and normal practice for digital technology rollout to include iterative improvements beyond the initial launch, which new and improved service has been added regularly, and that's what we aim to do. This approach also allows us to continue to be informed by testing and user feedback. This will ensure that the service is developed to be robust, secure, aligned to what people need, and allow for this transformational innovation to progress effectively.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you. Amanda Clark and her family moved to Scotland from England 3 years ago. South of the border, the app made her life as a parent carer much easier. It gave instant access to her medical history. It allowed her to easily renew prescriptions for herself and her disabled son. When she moved to Scotland, she expected that her details would automatically migrate to the Scottish version of the app, except there wasn't one. And the transfer of paper records led to vital information being missed on allergies, on COVID vaccines and on complex medical conditions. Why, in 2025, are patients in Scotland still unable to benefit from an NHS app that provides the same joined-up care that families in England have been able to rely on since before the pandemic?
Cabinet Secretary.
Clearly, I sympathise with the situation that Alec Cole-Hamilton has narrated around Ms Clark and her family. That is exactly the aspiration that I have for MyCare, which will go further than what is being available to residents in England, which is to provide both an integrated health and social care
Cabinet
application.
Secretary. There are some voices that I'm hearing rather more clearly than I would expect, particularly when such voices have not been called. Cabinet Secretary.
It's a statement of fact, Presiding Officer, that this is an integrated health and social care app, the likes of which are not available elsewhere in the United Kingdom. Yes, we've got learning to build upon from the health service app that's available in England. We will do that, and that has formed the basis of the rollout plan that was published and Parliament notified on Friday.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Felt like something of a jam tomorrow response from the Cabinet Secretary, and incidentally tomorrow doesn't fall until very soon after the next Scottish election, which feels convenient. But the app will be incredibly limited compared to what has been available in years is cold comfort to Scottish patients. 34 million people use the app in England. They have come to rely on the functionality that people like Amanda were expecting when she came here. But her move to Scotland felt like a step back in time. Presiding Officer, patients in Scotland are stuck in a phone queue for the 8 a.m. scramble for GP appointments. The BMA Scotland call it a disgrace that GPs still have to sign paper prescriptions by hand, given the pressures on their time. Software platforms still don't speak to each other across our health service. Everything is harder when you're navigating out of tech for patients of staff. Does the Cabinet Secretary recognise that for as long as our Scottish NHS relies on technology from the last century, we are holding clinicians and patients back and deepening the crisis in our health service?
Cabinet Secretary.
On Mr Cole-Hamilton's point about this happening after the election, it's not. The rollout is happening from April. That's patently before the election. The iterative improvements that come thereafter in order to ensure, to his latter point around giving people, both service users of the health and social care system and those that work within it, better access to digital capability and innovation. Of course, I want that iterative process to move as fast as possible. That's what we'll be investing in, and that's what we will deliver.
I call David Torrance for a brief supplementary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The introduction of NHS MyCare app will undoubtedly revolutionise Scotland's healthcare system. I really welcome the news that last week about the rollout plan that the app will be rolled out across Scotland from April 1st. I know my constituents in Kirkcaldy will also welcome this. Opposition members can, of course, never bring themselves to welcome the news story in Scotland, but can the Cabinet Secretary please make clear how Scotland's MyCare app will be more wide-ranging than any other NHS app in the UK?
Cabinet Secretary.
Officer, David Torrance is right. This app will be transformational for how people across Scotland manage their health and social care services. When the rollout is complete, this will be the most wide-ranging app offered in the UK, because we have been clear from the outset that the development of the app must include social work and social care, going beyond just being an NHS app. This puts us in a strong position to develop services that meets the needs of the population, regardless of their being supported by the health or the social care system.
Brian Whittle.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am surprised at how long it's taking to develop and deploy this kind of tech, but can I ask the Cabinet Secretary if he'll confirm that the Scottish Government will deliver a single shared electronic patient record and software interoperability across the NHS by 2030, alongside the rollout of a fully functional MyCare app?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. I recognise Brian Whittle's interest in this, and I look forward to continue to collaborate with him on the rollout of the app as we continue to do so post-April. The full business case, which is in development, will quantify the benefits as well as his expected return on investment and inform the rollout plan as per our commitment in the NHS Scotland Operational Improvement Plan. That will include areas such as those around digital patient records, digital prescribing and other elements that Mr Whittle, I know, is very interested in, as I am, because I can see both human resource and financial resource savings, as well as outcome improvements for people who are to use the app.
Thank you. That concludes topical questions. My apologies to those members I was unable to call. We move to the next item. I'll allow a moment or two for front benches to organise. Point of order, Fergus Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I regret I haven't had the opportunity to give you notice of this question as I normally would, but I seek your guidance under Chapter 13.6.6b and 13.8 with regard to how I can raise in the Chamber the plight of tourist accommodation businesses within the City of Edinburgh, whom, as from tomorrow, will be required to maintain records in order to pay the visitor levy as from July next year for bookings, for advance booking.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ewing. Thank you, Mr. Ewing. That was not a point of order. But I am happy to discuss with the member the many mechanisms that he can use to raise issues within this chamber. We move to the next item of business, which is a statement by Kate Forbes on TechScaler programme. And the Deputy First Minister will take questions at the end of her statement, and so there should be no interventions or interruptions. And I call on the Deputy First Minister.
Presiding Officer, it is with pride, optimism and some frustration that I address the Chamber on the progress of TechScaler. Pride because the programme is exceeding expectations. Optimism because its performance is contributing to Scotland's rise as one of Europe's fastest growing entrepreneurial economies. And frustration because even this undeniable success cannot escape political and, even worse, anonymous sniping. We should begin with what TechScaler does and why it matters. In 2020, I asked one of Scotland's most successful modern entrepreneurs, Mark Logan, to review Scotland's entrepreneurial economy. He concluded that Scotland has no shortage of ideas or ambition, but what we lacked is the density of experienced talent necessary to turn sparks of inspiration into globally successful companies. As Mr Logan put it, and I quote, "Since we're short on experience, we need to go long on education." And that's where TechScaler comes in. It's an ambitious idea designed to provide the kind of world-class support taken for granted in Silicon Valley, in Helsinki and in Paris. It operates across 13 co-working spaces and provides structured commercial education from ideation through to scale. That includes free national access to Reforge, one of Silicon Valley's leading prestigious providers of scale-up training. TechScaler pairs new founders with mentors who've been there and done it, supporting them over months, not just in one-off clinics. And it's also about culture and community, creating the events, the networks and the peer learning that make an entrepreneurial economy thrive. So nearly 3 years on from its creation, let's examine TechScaler's performance. Membership stands at 1,300 startups and applications continue to accelerate. 35% of members are women, well above industry averages. It's perhaps no coincidence that a new study from JP Morgan shows that investment in female-led businesses has risen 10.5% in the last year, compared to a 29% fall in England. Collectively, members have raised £195 million of investment, and Sifted, the FT's startup platform, ranks TechScaler as among the best founder communities in Europe. This year, 18 members have won Scottish Edge Awards, and 3 TechScaler companies, Malted.ai, Simple Online Healthcare and Wordsmith AI, are named in Tech Nation's Future 50, a programme focused on companies with a $1 billion potential. And TechScaler is far from the totality of the offer. Today, as part of our commitment to Anna Stewart's Pathways report, I can announce £1.16 million for 14 organisations to support new entrepreneurs across Scotland with a focus on women and underrepresented groups. Now, none of this is to say that TechScaler is perfect. The contract was awarded on the basis of both cost and quality to Codebased, a local ecosystem builder, itself a start-up that has scaled operations rapidly. This is a new and ambitious programme offering a complex mix of services at national scale. It's only natural that there continues to be scope to refine and optimise. There are challenges to overcome and opportunities that can only be realised if TechScaler is able to adapt and change. In the post-pandemic economy, the focus on physical co-working has been challenging, as has creating a focal point for the entrepreneurial community in regions where none has previously existed. The start-up world also evolves quickly, and since the Logan Review, investors are turning towards deep tech, requiring TechScaler to pivot to emerging sectors like AI, medtech and robotics. Like any start-up in a fast-moving environment, that requires TechScaler to improve its leadership, its agility, its execution. It will also require accountability for results and a positive approach to partnership. We want TechScaler to be one of the best programmes of its kind anywhere in the world. That's why earlier this year, long before any of the recent anonymous criticism, I commissioned an early independent review, and I'll shortly meet Codebase's chair, the exceptional Gillian Docherty, Chief Commercial Officer of Strathclyde University, to discuss the emerging findings. But, Presiding Officer, the unfortunate reality is that we're not here to discuss the rationale for TechScaler, nor its performance, nor even to debate how it could be optimised. Instead, we're here because some see political capital in a series of unattributed, unsubstantiated claims that have been made in the press. So let's address those claims head-on. TechScaler's international programme helps start-ups to go global, connecting to investors, entering new markets and enabling founders to benchmark their companies against world-class competitors. TechScaler covers the cost of workspace, of economy flights and accommodation. Participants cannot claim for any additional travel or subsistence costs. This part of the programme represents 2% of TechScaler's spend to date, and as we shall see, that is far from excessive by international standards. Quite deliberately, the programme does not have a militarised schedule. It's about supporting serious entrepreneurs from Scotland to live and work in the world's best ecosystems for an extended period. In this regard, TechScaler mirrors international best practice. Germany pays for founders to base themselves in Silicon Valley with free space and expert support. The Nordics go even further, clubbing together to operate a series of scaled start-up incubators across the US and Asia with subsidised travel and accommodation, allowing founders to focus on growth, not logistics. And the Finns go further still, investing in local housing to support founders to live and work in Silicon Valley for a full 3 months. That is the level of ambition that we're competing against. The real question is not whether TechScaler goes too far in relation to international exposure for founders and entrepreneurs. It's whether it's doing enough. In a few cases, participants have chosen to extend their stay beyond the programme, joined by partners. But that was entirely at their own personal expense, and no public funds were used for those purposes. My officials have, however, made clear to Codebase's leadership that where public funds are concerned, appearances matter, and the highest standards of propriety must be upheld. Most importantly, the international programme has been a huge success. Multiple export contracts have been secured, 6 participants secured £5.4 million of investment, and several other firms are in dialogue with investors. And showcasing Scottish companies has put us on the entrepreneurial map. TechScaler has now hosted inward visits from 12 countries, including America, Singapore and China, all keen to partner with TechScaler and invest in Scotland. Since the anonymous criticisms were published, business leaders have expressed their views publicly. Wes Beard of Conversible said, and I quote, "The fact that this has been reported as a free holiday is not only factually inaccurate, but an insult to the entrepreneurs." Daniel Grant of Fern said, "I have never heard anyone call these trips a holiday." Natalie Gary of Dan Singh said, We arrived with no US clients. We now have contracts signed and a clear strategy to scale in the US. And Sandeep Kasi, a Tokyo-based partner at Antler, a global VC fund, said, "The quality of the founders that travel to Japan is proof that Scotland is set for success. Japan can be a key territory to drive this." Presiding Officer, I could continue with these testimonials, but I prefer to conclude positively. 5 years ago, this government set out a vision to establish Scotland as one of Europe's fastest-growing entrepreneurial economies. That vision is now a reality. The latest analysis shows that Scotland is growing at a rate of 19%. 19%, well above the UK at 12.5%, and nearly double the rate of Sweden and the Netherlands. Last year, investment into Scottish companies also grew by 19%, even as global markets stalled. And reports from multiple sources record business start-up rates growing at record levels. As the chief entrepreneur Anna Stewart told me last week, Scotland's back in the game, a recognised player for the first time in decades. In this chamber, members frequently and rightly challenge me to support policies and projects that will drive economic growth. That is what Textaler is doing. And I'd hate to see that progress compromised by these anonymous briefings. So I say sincerely to the Chamber, help us with your support, your ideas, your challenge, because together we have a genuine opportunity to transform Scotland's economy and back the initiatives that are delivering results. Thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy First Minister will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for questions, after which we'll move on to the next item of business. And I'd be grateful if members who wish to put a question were to press their request to speak buttons. And I call Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can I thank the Deputy First Minister for her statement and also for advance sight of it. And we asked for this statement not to criticise the ambition of TechScaler, or indeed to criticise Codebase, which I had the pleasure of visiting with some colleagues earlier this year, but simply to try and get some clarity concerning information about the use or potential misuse of public funds put in the public domain thanks to the investigative journalism of the Sunday Post newspaper. And this relates to claims from whistleblowers that overseas trips funded by TechScaler were not properly supported, and that those organising them attended with their partners, treated them effectively as a jolly, and were barely seen at meetings or events. And surely even for this government, that should be a matter of concern, instead of them seeking to castigate journalists and seek to diminish evidence as fake news in Donald Trump's style. So let me ask the Deputy First Minister 3 questions. The Scottish Government at the weekend accused me of spreading misinformation, but when challenged couldn't substantiate that claim. So can I ask directly the Deputy First Minister, what is the misinformation I'm accused of spreading? Secondly, why was all the negative feedback from participants in these trips redacted from paperwork released under Freedom of Information to journalists? Why did the Scottish Government not want to give a balanced view on the value of these trips, or was the negative feedback simply too embarrassing? And thirdly, the Deputy First Minister said that collectively members of TechScaler had raised £195 million. That's a very healthy total. Can she tell us how much of that total comes from exclusively private sources, as opposed to government-backed funds such as the Scottish National Investment Bank, Scottish Enterprise or Power Equity?
Deputy First Minister.
So, can I first of all thank the member for leading his question by saying he's not here to criticise TechScaler or Codebase. And I think that is so important, that when it comes to initiatives that are actually delivering results, the more cross-party support there can be for these initiatives, the better. So I'm very grateful to him for outlining that point. Secondly, let me confront the 2 points he made. First of all, about misinformation. Now, I quoted to him in the statement the direct rebuttals on the record from businesses and founders that had been involved with these schemes, all of whom strongly rejected any suggestion that these were jollies or holidays. In fact, the one person that had gone on the record and was quoted in the newspaper headlines then promptly went to say that he totally rejected the characterisation of TechScaler, and he said that in his own words. So I think that is quite conclusive in terms of the challenge that these are somehow holidays. And I prefer to listen to people who are happy to speak in their own name. Secondly, let's talk about the redactions. Now, the point here is that TechScaler, rightly so, is taking feedback. And I would expect them, they're in their third year of operation, I would be expecting them to take on board feedback. And that feedback is vital. It allows us to take on board areas for improvement as well as to recognise those areas that have been a success. But that feedback, the redactions were on the basis of two reasons. One, there were some elements that were commercially sensitive, and I think nobody's disagreeing with that. But secondly, that information was provided on the express basis of an anonymity. Now, if the same people that are so keen on reducing or removing that anonymity can't even get anybody to go on the record in the press without their names being removed, I think that says it all. And the last point, in terms of the £195 million, in terms of the split for that, I'm more than happy to come back to him in terms of splitting it down. I've previously given comments in the Chamber on the breakdown, but I'd rather probably give it to him in writing.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Deputy First Minister for advance sight of her statement. I agree that tech sailors are providing and proving to be a significant driver of Scotland's tech ecosystem, and we hope the concerns raised will be considered by the DFM's early independent review so that tech sailors can maximise their positive impact on Scottish businesses. Tech sailors were, of course, central to Mark Logan's recommendations, but so too was the skills pipeline. Indeed, he's right to say that we need to go long on education. This is an area, though, where progress has been more limited. Inspiring young people into technology careers, including AI and robotics, is crucial to addressing those skills gaps. Yet last year, computing science teacher numbers were at an all-time low, with computing science deserts across Scotland. So, can I ask the Deputy First Minister, can she outline a comprehensive plan to ensure young people can access technical skills in schools nationwide, and how many additional computing science teachers will be deployed as a result?
Deputy First Minister.
I thank the member for her question also, and just reflect on the fact that I do enormously value the cross-party support that has always existed for the implementation of the STER review, Mark Logan's review, and grateful to hear that confirmed again. In terms of the centrality of education, she's absolutely right to say that there are a number of education programmes that are offered through TechScaler, and those are offered, they're tailored to different stages of the founder journey. I mentioned Reforge membership. Now that is a premium education programme. It's globally respected, and it is probably something that is underappreciated in Scotland, that our scale-ups have access to it. But we also have some other programmes. We have TechScaler Discovery, that's a free online programme to support individuals at the earliest stages of their journey. There's a Catalyst Accelerator, that's a 10-week hybrid programme. And these programmes are delivered in many cases by experienced founders and industry experts. Now, in terms of embedding that in our schools, I was delighted last year to confirm that for the first time ever, we now had entrepreneurial education provided to the whole school experience from P1 to S6, because of the way that we had provided funding to key organisations. And that means that young people at different stages of their own school experience have access to some of that entrepreneurial learning. Gen Plus was one such programme that benefited, and there's others as well. The challenge to recruit computing science teachers continues, and I know it's something that the Education Secretary is very much committed to, and it's an area of collaboration across government.
I call Kenneth Gibson to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome the Deputy First Minister's statement. It's truly heartening to see Scotland doing so well in such a globally competitive sphere, and I congratulate all concerned. Given the scale of success and return relative to a modest Scottish Government investment, which represents but a fragment of the Scottish budget, does she agree that, over and above the £1.16 million announced today, a significant increase in the resources allocated to the TechScaler programme in the next budget is necessary to take it to the next level, with all the private investment that will attract and employment and economic growth that will undoubtedly follow?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, the member will appreciate that in my engagement with the Finance Secretary, I'll be making a strong case for investing in programmes like TechScaler, because obviously the more prosperous our economy, the more revenues are raised and then reinvested in our public services. And I come back to this: where there is a project or a policy or an initiative that works, we should back it.
Stephen Kerr, to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
The Deputy First Minister has used this afternoon in the Chamber while discussing whistleblowers. I really think this goes to the heart of how this SNP government work. They love to silence dissident voices. That's what they love to do. And where people have offered, because let's be frank about what's happened here. The government claim that the FOI redactions on the TechScaler feedback were for commercial sensitivity. I think that's an exaggeration, because investigative journalism at the Sunday Post revealed that redacted information was actually negative feedback. So the government doesn't want to hear negative feedback. The government doesn't believe, it would appear, in the value of whistleblowing. Will the Deputy First Minister consider her attitude towards those who fear speaking out but wish to do so on the basis of their anonymity, so that what they have to say can be heard in a country that increasingly lives in the fear of how this SNP government operates?
Deputy First Minister.
I base everything that I say on fact, and Daniel Grant was the only named individual in the Sunday Post article. He then took to LinkedIn to say, and I quote, "He has never heard anyone call these trips a holiday, and yet in this chamber alone I've already heard the opposition refer to that as that." I would rather take Daniel Grant's word than Stephen Kerr's word.
Audrey Nicholl, to be followed by Martin Whitfield.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Yesterday, I had the great pleasure of attending the opening of the new Energy Transition Skills Hub in my constituency, a collaboration between North East Scotland College, ETZ Limited and Shell that will power an evolving energy workforce, and I'm confident will play its part in producing some of our future TechScaler talent. So I very much welcome the Cabinet Secretary's update on TechScaler International Programme, helping start-ups go global and access new markets overseas. But can I ask the Cabinet Secretary what action the Scottish Government is taking to incentivise our ambitious founders and scale-ups to remain right here in Scotland?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that TechScaler is having an impact in the North East. The whole premise of the programme was to ensure that the initiative wasn't just concentrated in Glasgow or Edinburgh, but actually had ability to support entrepreneurs right across Scotland, which is what makes it such a critical programme. The question of how we retain scaled firms is in some ways a nice problem to have, because it's symptomatic of the growing pains of a thriving but still emerging entrepreneurial economy. All scale-ups need three things: access to the right talent, access to capital and access to the infrastructure relevant to their businesses, and that is what we're trying to deliver.
Martin Whitfield, to be followed by Emma Harper.
I'm very grateful, Presiding Officer. The Sunday Post asked Codebase what kind of selection process was carried out. Their response was that ultimately the value that's the contributing individuals, derive from these programmes depends on their commitment and approach. TechScalers have a crucial part in the tech ecosystem, and they are worthy of public money to support. So will the Scottish Government's scrutiny and accountability reflect this individual commitment and approach?
Deputy First Minister.
Yes. So TechScaler is only in its third year, as I said. It's improving year on year, and the feedback processes allow it to continue to improve. So one of the areas was the balance between application processes and selection. In other words, tailoring a programme to those who would benefit the most. And as you heard from some of the testimonials, those that have gone out and had achieved basically international contracts that wouldn't have had them otherwise is indicative of their commitment to pursuing those opportunities. So he's absolutely right to highlight that.
Emma Harper, to be followed by Lorna Slater.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Investment in Scotland's talent also means mentorship, training and partnerships that help our entrepreneurs to innovate and build. Can the Deputy First Minister say any more about the advice and support that TechScaler provides to founders and entrepreneurs?
Deputy First Minister.
So the whole remit of TechScaler is to build relationship. So rather than just having an education programme where people turn up for a one-off clinic, hear some great advice and then leave, the whole point of TechScaler is to try and embed a bit more flexibility to be based on in and around networks and around that mentoring programme side by side with world-class educational facilities.
Lorna Slater, to be followed by Willie Rennie.
I note the support under the TechScaler scheme for international flights and for what the Deputy First Minister calls deep tech, such as AI, which can have high energy needs. How is the Scottish Government ensuring that this programme is supporting their stated ambitions of transitioning to net zero? What is the carbon cost of all the money that has been spent on TechScaler, and what will it cost the public purse later to sequester this emitted carbon?
Deputy First Minister.
I really like the way that the member has framed that, because she's absolutely right that a lot of these companies are involved in the sort of support for transition and support when it comes to the innovation that's required for us to meet our climate change goals. She may have heard in my statement that the spend on the international element is only 2% of the overall spend, and considering the level of capital that's been raised is about £195 million. If even some of that is being reinvested in helping us to innovate to get to net zero, I think that's money that's well spent.
Willie Rennie, to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
Just 8% of firms have full access to the necessary skills to effectively use AI tools and tech. That's according to Hayes, the specialist recruitment agency. But in the last 20 years, we've lost almost 30% of our computing science teachers. So how will TechScaler succeed if we don't have the skilled workers necessary to work in that sector?
Deputy First Minister.
This is an area that is worthy of a much longer answer than I'm about to give. But TechScaler, I think, is one part of the answer. So TechScaler obviously equips, enables, supports founders. And one of the points that's frequently put to me is that when you start building up a density of companies, entrepreneurs all doing this, it makes it a lot easier to attract the skills to Scotland in the first place when there is that density of activity. But it equips, TechScaler has got such a focus on the educational element of this. The challenge to the answer that I'm giving is that TechScaler is self-selecting. In other words, those that are already interested in developing a business or whatever, particularly with a focus on AI, will probably self-select to become part of a TechScaler programme. And the question he's asking is about that wider cohort of people that don't feel they have the AI skills. Richard Lochhead just launched an AI Scotland programme, which is specifically designed to embed AI much more widely in public and private sector, and that a big part of that is equipping people with the skills to make them confident in either applying or working with AI.
Jackie Dunbar, to be followed by Craig Hoy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Thanks to the work of the Scottish Government, TechScaler successfully raised over £100 million of capital investment last year from both public and private sources, and is supporting businesses across medical technology, artificial intelligence and space. Can the Deputy First Minister say any more about the importance of collaboration with the private sector and the importance of attracting that confidence and investment in Scotland's early talent?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, collaboration is critical here because the success of TechScaler members in securing £195 million of investment is a powerful reflection of the confidence that investors have in Scotland, and credit goes to the exceptional founders whose innovation is driving Scotland's growth. But it is rooted in collaboration. So a prime example would be TechScaler's partnership with Scottish Edge, Scotland's leading business funding competition. Through the TechScaler-sponsored Young Edge Award, TechScaler provides funding to innovative founders under 30 alongside access to its education and mentorship programmes. And this year, 18 TechScaler members won Scottish Edge Awards. So from my perspective, it's brilliant to see the ecosystem work together, and long may that continue.
Craig Hoy, to be followed by Rona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Does the Deputy First Minister share my view that in order to succeed, projects such as TechScaler must enjoy public confidence and also the support of members of this Parliament? And whilst the Deputy First Minister says that government-funded overseas trips should not be run to a militarised schedule, this is one business leader's account of the trip. They went out drinking all night, and even when the stuff was organised for the next day, not by TechScaler but other organisations, they didn't turn up because they were sleeping it off. Some of them did it every single day. The FOI response was heavily redacted, and apparently other criticisms of the programme were redacted as well. So would the Deputy First Minister join me in encouraging this FOI release to be re-released with only commercially sensitive information redacted?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, if a survey is responded to on the basis of anonymity and confidentiality, I think it is pretty challenging then to breach that confidentiality, not least because people over in these benches have been encouraging me to respect the anonymity of whistleblowers.
Drona Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Recent figures confirm Scotland is by far the fastest growing start-up economy in the UK and fast becoming Europe's leading start-up nation. This success comes despite a challenging fiscal environment where Labour's tax on jobs is harming growth and Brexit's limiting access to talent across the country. Can the Deputy First Minister say any more about the policy choices of the Scottish Government and how can we build on this momentum?
Deputy First Minister.
Well, the member is right to talk about some of the global headwinds and some of the challenges that we are encountering right now, which is all the more reason to support and back the initiatives that are actually having an impact. And looking at the outlook for TechScaler, even after 3 years, it demonstrates that the strategy is working. Every major indicator, start-up rates, investment of risk capital, the size of later-stage investment deals and external investment is growing rapidly, often bucking UK-wide and global trends. In other words, it's working. And I sincerely hope that members across the chamber can find it within themselves to back something that works.
Thank you. That concludes the ministerial statement. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Presiding Officer, since I mentioned whistleblowing in the chamber, I should be transparent in making it clear that in my register of interests I am a director of Whistleblowers UK, which is a not-for-profit which is set up to advocate for a more positive environment for whistleblowers and whistleblowing.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. It's not a point of order, but your comments are on the record. There will be a brief pause before we move to the next item of business.
Okay, the next item of business is an urgent question. I call question 1, Pam Gossel.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government who it consulted before producing the Supporting Transgender Pupils in Schools Guidance for Education Authorities in Schools, which it published yesterday.
Cabinet Secretary General Ruth.
Presiding Officer, the revised guidance has been developed to respond to and take account of recent legal decisions. There has been engagement with education authorities and trade unions to understand the concerns being experienced within our schools. The guidance which this revised guidance is based on was developed in light of engagement with a range of stakeholders, including parents and carers, education representatives, LGBT organisations and women's organisations. The Scottish Government has been taking forward the detailed work that is necessary as a consequence of the Supreme Court ruling. We remain committed to engaging with and involving partners and stakeholders throughout that process, as and when appropriate. But I want to take this opportunity to make absolutely clear that the rights of all children and young people must be respected in our schools. We have brought forward updates to the guidance to provide clarity and confidence to teachers and staff as they work to support the mental, physical and emotional health of transgender young people in our schools.
Pam Gossel.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Yesterday, the SNP Government published new guidance that was meant to give schools clarity about how boys and girls toilets and changing rooms facilities should be provided. Yet, instead of finally protecting single-sex spaces, the SNP's muddled new guidance has confused matters further. This morning, the SNP Education Secretary repeatedly refused to state whether biological males could still use girls' toilets and changing rooms in our schools. Therefore, let me give the Cabinet Secretary the opportunity to answer a simple question on yes or no. Can biological males who identify as women still use girls' toilets under this guidance?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for her question. And it's important to say that we have been clear since the Supreme Court ruling that we accept the judgment in relation to the judgment on biological sex. And I also want to put on the record that, of course, under the 1967 regulations, our schools are already provided for in terms of toilets being provided for both boys and girls. That is stipulated in legislation at the current time. There is also a requirement in relation to accessible toilets more broadly. But I do think more broadly, as I alluded to in my previous response, Presiding Officer, the rights of all children and young people must be respected in our schools. It's also important to remember that transgender people represent 0.44% of the whole population in Scotland. And evidence also tells us that transgender young people have significantly worse educational and wellbeing outcomes than other pupils. They are much more at risk of bullying, and they are more likely to leave education early and are at risk of increased mental health and wellbeing concerns. We have updated the guidance in accordance with the Supreme Court ruling, and of course I have responded to the member's point in relation to the law and the stipulation in relation to the point the member has raised in terms of single-sex spaces.
Cabinet Secretary, all I needed was a yes or no, but obviously I didn't get that. What is even more disturbing about this guidance is who has helped develop it. The guidance boasts that it was developed by LGBT Youth Scotland. This taxpayer-funded lobbying group previously produced guidance that suggested there was no such thing as biological sex. It was widely criticised by child health experts, including one who said the guidance simply should not be accessible to our school children. So, Cabinet Secretary, why on earth is this SNP government still taking its cue from an extreme gender ideology lobbying group instead of the Supreme Court?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank the member for her question. I think she is somewhat misguided in relation to the point she made about stakeholder engagement. I'd be very clear that we've engaged throughout the course of the months that have passed in the Supreme Court ruling, with trade unions in particular, to hear from them about their members' experiences, and with COSLA directly. But in terms of the engagement we've had with stakeholders, that engagement has included the Association of Directors of Education in Scotland. I hope the member doesn't have an issue with us engaging with ADES, the COSLA, who I've already alluded to, Education Scotland, and Gender LGBTU Scotland, the National Parent Forum of Scotland, Rape Crisis Scotland, Sports Scotland, Stonewall Scotland, and the Scottish Transgender Alliance. So that is a list of the organisations that were engaged with back in 2021. The update that I provided for yesterday is a technical change, and it relates directly to, of course, recent legal changes that have come forward. We have updated the guidance in accordance with those legal changes.
Thank you. I have a large number of colleagues who want to ask supplementary questions. It's unlikely I'm going to get through all of them, but I'm going to require brevity both in the questions and the responses. First, Paul McLennan.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Ensuring support for transgender children in Scotland's schools is absolutely vital to their well-being and learning experience. Can the Cabinet Secretary speak further on how this guidance will contribute to this objective?
Cabinet Secretary.
Raising a very important point, and as I have already alluded to, Presiding Officer, the rights of all children and young people must be respected in our schools. I've spent a number of meetings now engaging with our trade unions, listening to COSLA about members' feedback, about teachers' feedback from what is happening in our schools. And I again want to put on the record, Presiding Officer, that we are talking about a very small percentage of Scotland's pupil population at the current time. But it is important that the Government updates our guidance in relation to Supreme Court ruling. It's absolutely right, of course, that schools play their part, along with others, to help ensure that those young people who are feeling particularly vulnerable at the current time are supported, and the guidance goes a long way to helping provide for that.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government's guidance for school estates says that discrimination requirements under the Equality Act and inclusion measures should be dealt with under suitability. Can the Cabinet Secretary reassure members that the new guidance will give schools a clear understanding of their duty to support the rights of all pupils to safely access toilet facilities when conducting future suitability surveys?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the national guidance goes some way to providing for that. And of course, we've had clear engagement with COSLA on this issue and with the trade unions who've been very helpful. I listened to some of the really helpful contributions from Andrea Bradley on Radio Scotland this morning. And of course, the EIS have been very outspoken in terms of their own views on this, and I welcome their contributions in that regard. They're very keen, of course, to provide support to their members, but they're also very keen to tell me about the impact that recent decisions have had in relation to schools in particular. So I've been clear that we had to update the guidance in line with the Supreme Court ruling. We've undertaken this work over a number of months to ensure that we are compliant with that, and of course the updated guidance published yesterday to that end.
Patrick Harvey.
Thank you. Though some members may not want to accept it, the people most directly affected by these changes are trans and non-binary young people themselves. The Cabinet Secretary refers to the guidance published, the document published by LGBT Youth Scotland some years ago. Can she tell us what input young trans and non-binary people and the organisations who work with them and represent them have had to these recent changes, either LGBT Youth Scotland, Thai Campaign, Scottish Trans or others? And if the answer is none, why not?
Minister Secretary.
I thank the member for his question. As I alluded to, I think, in my response to Ms Gosel, the update to the guidance is technical in nature and responds directly to the Supreme Court ruling in that regard. However, I've set out in my previous answer we will continue to engage with a range of organisations, including the ones that Mr Harvey has alluded to today. It's really important that the Government listens to the views of young people on these issues directly. And of course, we continue to fund LGBT Youth Scotland, and we also provide funding to the Thai Campaign to deliver work around inclusive education in our schools, which of course every party was able to vote for back in 2018. I think it is important that we remember the solidarity that existed previously on these issues, and I'll continue to work with the organisations Mr Harvey has alluded to, and particularly to listen to the voice of young people in all that I do as Education Secretary.
Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Whatever your point of view on these matters, I think everyone can recognise that it is harder to be trans in Scotland than it used to be. For many trans people, pupils, they will want to know that when they go to school, that they are clear on what is expected of them, that their anonymity, if they want it, will be protected, and that teachers and staff and other pupils are there to support them. For teachers, I've no doubt they'll want to know that the conversations and plans that this guidance suggests they carry out will be done so in the most sensitive manner possible. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, in that spirit, what further assistance and assurance can she provide trans pupils and teachers in terms of navigating these issues?
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Cole-Hamilton for his answer. I think in my response to Mr Harvey, I talked about some of the support that we provide in terms of funding to the Thai Campaign, but also to LGBT Youth Scotland. But I engaged directly with our teaching trade unions, and I have engaged with them over the course of the past few months since the Supreme Court ruling on this issue in particular, and how it is impacting on staff in our schools in terms of their engagement. I will continue to have that engagement with our professional associations and to listen to views that they may have from their members around about how we might be able to strengthen that support and to look at further considerations in that regard. I think the member has raised a very important point.
Briefly, Sharon Dowie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government's revised guidance for schools refers young people and families to charities like Mermaids and Time for Inclusive Education, Thai for Help. That is despite Mermaids being criticised for giving young people chest binders without their parents' involvement, and Thai providing schools with guidance that promotes gender ideology. I've been contacted by numerous parents concerned about gender ideology literature within schools. Does the Cabinet Secretary think it's appropriate to give such literature to primary children, and will she review the extent of this practice?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I think to Ms Dowie's question, the revised guidance remains clear that schools should support young people who are considering their gender identity. That is an individual's choice, but it's not for schools to influence or to determine a young person's choice, but it is to support them once it is established that a young person is considering changing their gender identity. But the guidance also talks about parental communication, which for me, as a former teacher, is hugely important in terms of that engagement and support that can be offered to young people through the whole school community, but also through home. So it's important that that approach is considered and that support is provided in the round, and the guidance provides for some detailed examples of how that might be undertaken. I see the member shaking her head at me, but I hope she does engage in the substantive points that are made in the guidance on that point.
Thank you. And very briefly, Douglas Rowe.
The Cabinet Secretary is refusing to answer a very straightforward question. Under this guidance, could a biological male use a female single-sex only toilet in a Scottish school?
Cabinet Secretary.
as I think I alluded to in a response to the member's colleague, in Scotland all schools are required to provide separate toilets for girls and for boys. That's stipulated in law. In addition, the guidance also makes clear that councils should give careful consideration to the individual needs of transgender pupils in light of the school context and in light of their school community.
Thank you. With apologies to those I wasn't able to call, I'm conscious of the business that we still have to get through this afternoon and this evening. We need to move on to that next item of business. There will be a brief pause to allow front benches to change. The next item of business is Stage 3 proceedings for the Housing Scotland Bill. In dealing with the amendments, members should have the bill as amended at Stage 2, that is SP Bill 45A, the second marshalled list and the second grouping of amendments. The division bell will sound and proceedings will be suspended for around 5 minutes for the first division of the Stage 3. The period of voting for the first division will be 30 seconds thereafter and will allow a voting period of 1 minute for the first division after a debate. Members who wish to speak in the debate on any group of amendments should press the request to speak buttons or enter RTS in the chat function as soon as possible after I call the group. Members should now refer to the marshalled list of amendments. We have reached Group 19, Housing and Homelessness, Supporting Persons Experiencing etc. abuse. And I call Amendment 309 in the name of Katy Clark, group with amendments as shown in the grouping. Katy Clark to move Amendment 309 and speak to the other amendments in the group. Ms Clark.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I speak to Amendment 309 and my other amendments in this group. Amendment 309 requires relevant bodies to ask individuals whom they have reason to believe might be homeless or threatened with homelessness whether their situation arose as a result of either past or ongoing experience of abuse. Amendment 310 defines abuse under the definition outlined in section 43 of the bill, or as conduct which gives rise or is likely to give rise to physical or mental injury, fear, alarm or distress. Amendments 311 and 312 require the relevant body, where it is informed that a person is either homeless or threatened with homelessness as a consequence of having experienced or experiencing abuse, to provide details of support to that person. Amendments 328 and 329 were lodged after discussions with the Children and Young Persons Commissioner Scotland, highlighting the need for greater security for victims of domestic abuse who may be left vulnerable to homelessness after ending a joint tenancy with their abusers. Amendment 328 would allow a joint tenant to end their interest in the tenancy if they have experienced, are experiencing or are at risk of experiencing domestic abuse without giving notice to the other joint tenant. This amendment requires that where a landlord, and it is a social landlord that this amendment applies to, receives notice under this provision, they must provide the tenant with details of such support which may be available to them in relation to domestic abuse. The amendment addresses a gap in the law and similar issues which I spoke to in my Amendment 393 last week. Social landlords are clear that they need this statutory footing to be able to implement their domestic abuse policies, and this amendment relates to social landlords, not the private sector. I raised this issue at Stage 3 and had discussions both with the Cabinet Secretary and her predecessor. Given this amendment relates to domestic abuse in circumstances where the landlord accepts there is domestic abuse or has been domestic abuse, a longer period than 1 week's notice should not be required, and 1 week's notice is sufficient. As I said, this amendment is being requested by social landlords. The Scottish Federation of Housing Associations, for example, said in their briefing for this debate that they strongly support this amendment. It is needed for them to implement domestic abuse policies, and indeed is being asked for by various campaigns. Amendment 329 again relates to social landlords and requires a domestic abuse policy to include steps which can be taken to write off rent arrears where there has been a domestic abuse.
I move the amendments in my name.
Thank you, Ms Clark. I now call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 240 and the other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'll begin by addressing some of Katy Clark's amendments 309, 310. These would oblige the relevant body to ask whether a person is homelessness or threatened with homelessness as a result of abuse. And Amendments 311 and 312 refer to providing details of support services, as Ms Clark has set out. Now, I'm pleased to confirm that all four of these amendments are already catered for in the bill. The bill contains provisions on addressing homelessness arising from abuse, including duties on relevant bodies to provide appropriate support. Indeed, Section 45 of the bill will require all local authorities and registered social landlords to publish a policy setting out how they support tenants who have experienced, are experiencing or are at risk of domestic abuse. Landlords will have to take into account the guidance from the Scottish Ministers on how these policies should be developed and how they should be used. The guidance could require information on support services to form part of the support offered, and I would intend to work with Katy Clark and with others for whom I know this is a priority on the development of that guidance. Amendments 240 and 241 in my name ensure that the term abuse is used consistently in the Housing Act of 1987. One part of the Act currently refers to, quote, domestic abuse, but the bill includes a broader definition of abuse to cover a wider range of harmful behaviours. So my amendment updates the wording so that the broader definition is used and that this is in line with the Domestic Abuse Scotland Act 21. Maggie Chapman's Amendment 327 is not required, as mine that I've just elaborated on ensures that the broader definition is used throughout. Now, moving to Amendment 328, the first part of this, and this is one of Katy Clark's amendments, the first part would require ministers to lay regulations to commence Part 2 of the Domestic Abuse Protection Scotland Act 21. I've discussed with Katy Clark that I am entirely committed to doing this, and I confirmed to Ruth Maguire during part of last week's Stage 3 consideration that it's my intention to lay regulations to ensure that Part 2 of the 21 Act comes into force, and my aim is to do this by Christmas. I want these powers in force. Now, had this been an amendment on its own, I would have accepted it, but I'm afraid there's a fundamental problem with the second part of the amendment, which means that I can't, because the amendment goes on, as has been set out, to seek to reduce the statutory notice period for a victim or survivor of domestic abuse to end their interest in a joint tenancy from 4 weeks to 1 week, and crucially, to remove the requirement to notify a joint tenant and to do so without landlord's consent. Now, creating a circumstance where a joint tenant could unilaterally end a joint tenancy at short notice would be extremely challenging. It could be open to misinterpretation. It could be open even to misuse. The amendment would represent a significant change to the property rights of social landlords and therefore to the operation of social housing. It could unintentionally provide a route for any tenant to leave their tenancy on 1 week's notice, and we can imagine the impact that would have on social housing. Just to expand this bit a little bit more, because I know that there are interest in this. Speaking of interest, I'll absolutely take Mr Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way, Presiding Officer, and I'm very pleased to hear the Cabinet Secretary say that the Domestic Abuse Protection Act would be implemented in full, and I welcome the swiftness that is going to be brought to that. I recognise that the second part of this amendment is very complex indeed and involves contract law as well as many other things. Could I have an assurance from the Cabinet Secretary that she will continue to look at all of this as we move forward so that we are doing our very best to protect the victims of domestic abuse?
Cabinet Secretary.
I'm very happy to give that assurance to Kevin Stewart, because I know the import that he places on these matters. I hope he sees that I have a similar objective, likewise members around the chamber. The second part of Katy Clark's amendment, I'm afraid, is unworkable, and therefore I can't support it. But I assure, further to Mr Stewart's intervention, that I will continue to consider the contract law and other matters that are at play here. And I would also offer assurance to members across the Chamber that this bill takes us a significant step forward in respect of the protection of the housing rights of people suffering abuse, not least through that existing new provision allowing for the ending of a joint tenancy, crucially with landlord's consent, but also through my commitment to see Part 2 of the Domestic Abuse Act implemented, which will provide that a social tenant and a victim of abuse can stay in her home and have the perpetrator removed. Amendment 329 in the name of Katy Clark would require social landlords as part of their domestic abuse policy to consider writing off a tenant's rent arrears due to domestic abuse. I'm pleased to say the bill already has provisions at sections 44 and 45 for social landlords to support tenants in this way. Section 45 requires social landlords to have a domestic abuse policy, which includes a description of the action which must be taken in relation to the needs of a tenant in these circumstances. Presiding Officer, I will support Amendment 111 in Megan Gallagher's name in respect of the Scottish Social Housing Charter, bolstering the support that we offer to tenants suffering from domestic abuse. Amendment 17 from Maggie Chapman would oblige ministers to prepare and publish a timetable for implementing the December 2020 report on improving housing outcomes for women and children experiencing domestic abuse. I should like to have accepted this amendment because we're already implementing parts of that report. I'm afraid there's parts of that report which mean I cannot commit to implementing today. For example, one of the provisions is that legal advice should be freely available in the case of the suffering of domestic abuse. However, the Scottish Legal Aid Board will already provide legal advice, but the question of whether it's free is determined on whether the individual can afford to pay. So, whilst I place great priority on protecting the housing rights of women and children, I can't accept that amendment. Yes, I will.
Briefly, Maggie Chapman.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for taking my intervention, and I understand what she's saying, but given that elsewhere in other legislation that we've been discussing in this Parliament, indeed legislation that we passed not 2 weeks ago, there's clearly a desire to ensure that people who are victims, survivors of domestic abuse and these kinds of crimes do actually get that legal advice free, because it is so important in terms of their access to justice that is otherwise out with their ability to pay.
I understand entirely the point that Maggie Chapman puts to me. I'm afraid what I can't do is commit today to put it into primary legislation because the functions of the Scottish Legal Aid Board don't accord currently with what's asked of in that report. And, Presiding Officer, I will round my remarks off there with time in mind, just asking members to support my amendments and Megan Gallagher's Amendment 111.
Thank you. I call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 327 and other amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm grateful to the work that I know the Cabinet Secretary has done with Scottish Women's Aid, and because of that I won't be pressing Amendment 327. For my Amendment 17, I've also worked with Scottish Women's Aid on this, and the working group report that it refers to made a wide range of recommendations which were accepted by the Scottish Government. Some of them have already made their way into the bill as introduced, and as the Cabinet Secretary has said, some others are in train. However, the report was wide-ranging, and there were 27 recommendations, and we still have a way to go to see many of them implemented in full. So there's more work to be done on housing first strategies for victims and survivors, more on ensuring that homelessness policies are designed and implemented with a gendered lens, more on improving how homelessness that is due to domestic abuse appears in statistics. That's the premise behind my Amendment 17, and that's why I recommend inserting a simple monitoring process into the bill, whereby we check annually on progress on these recommendations. I believe it will help ensure we stay on track to implement those crucial recommendations in full, which the Scottish Government has already accepted. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. And I call Megan Gallagher to speak to Amendment 111 and other amendments in the group. Ms Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And it's good to begin today's Housing Bill session on a really positive note. And can I thank both the previous Cabinet Secretary, Shirley-Anne Somerville, and Mary McCallan for their work with me on this amendment, which I hope will add that additional reassurance to survivors of domestic abuse that we are looking at all pieces of legislation to make sure that we are implementing measures to make it easier for people who have or who may or are currently experiencing domestic abuse. Amendment 111 would amend Section 32 of the 2010 Act to enable the Scottish Ministers, when setting standards and outcomes in the Scottish Social Housing Charter, to include standards and outcomes relating to the support social landlords should provide for tenants affected by domestic abuse. It also inserts a cross-reference to a definition of domestic abuse in the Domestic Abuse Protection Scotland Act 2021. I do understand the concerns that have been raised, perhaps by some stakeholders, that work will already be undertaken in relation to the Social Security Charter next year. However, when it comes to issues such as domestic abuse, I do believe that if the opportunity arises through the bills that we're discussing in Parliament presently, that we should be looking at ways in which we can strengthen charters, strengthen various pieces of legislation to make sure that we are protecting people who need protecting, and making sure that survivors of domestic abuse hear this message loud and clear, cross-party, that we are looking at all pieces of legislation to support them. Presiding Officer, I'm not going to speak to the rest of the amendments in this grouping because they've already been spoken to, and with that I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you. Thank you, Ms Gallagher. Now Katy Clark to wind up. Press or withdraw Amendment 309. Ms Clark.
Thank you very much. And essentially the Cabinet Secretary seems to be saying that Amendments 309 to 312 and 329 are not required, as the bill will require that landlords adopt a domestic abuse policy, and that such rights are likely to be included in such policies. And of course it may be that these rights will be included, these specific rights will be included, and it may not be. And the purpose of these amendments, and indeed what I would say that the purpose of this bill should also be to do, is to ensure that we definitely have these rights in law, and that we're not reliant on individual social landlords up and down Scotland to develop their own policies which may or may not include these rights. However, I very much hope that these amendments either pass today, or indeed that social landlords will be listening and ensure that such rights are put into any policies that are developed, because we have to ensure that individual tenants that are subjected to domestic abuse have these protections. I welcome that the Cabinet Secretary will come forward with regulations by Christmas to deal with the first part of my Amendment 328. The second part of my Amendment 328 is the part of the amendment which the Cabinet Secretary has indicated that she may have concerns about and is planning to come forward with regulations relating to. And I would be grateful to receive an assurance from the Cabinet Secretary that she has the statutory basis to do that, and that regulations will fully encompass the points that are being raised, because we need the law and the policy to enable both those that stay at home when they are subjected to domestic abuse and those that decide they have to leave to be given the protections they need. And the Cabinet Secretary has stated on quite a number of occasions, including in writing to me, that the Scottish Government's position is that victims should have the protections to be able to stay, but equally we need to make sure that we have the housing rights in place for situations where victims feel, for whatever reason, when they've been subjected to domestic abuse, that they have to leave. And that is the scenario that Amendment 328 is attempting to deal with, and has been drafted to address the gap in the law, which has been highlighted by many social landlords and indeed many of the campaigns, both who are campaigning on the rights of women who have been subjected to domestic abuse and indeed who work in the housing sector. So I would very much urge the Cabinet Secretary to look at this again. I hope that she will be able to support the amendments. She has indicated she will not be able to, but I hope in any process going forward that she will ensure that there aren't any gaps, because that's the issue that's being brought to me, brought to many others in this chamber. And my concern is that the way that this bill is drafted, it will not enable us to close all the drafts, to close all the gaps that clearly exist for women that are in this situation.
Just to clarify, you're pressing Amendment 309, Ms Clark? I
press my amendment.
The question is that Amendment 309 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed, as this will be the first division of the stage. I suspend the session for around 5 minutes to allow members to access the digital voting system. Okay, we will now proceed with the division on Amendment 309, and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Neil Gray.
I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Gray. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. And the result of the vote on amendment number 309 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 48, no 58. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 310 in the name of Katy Clark, already debated with amendment 309. Katy Clark, to move or not move? Move or not move?
Move.
Question is that amendment 310 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Angus Robertson.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, that was for a previous point of order for the last vote. I would have voted no in the last vote. I have taken part in this division.
Thank you, Mr Robertson. As you've acknowledged, too late to record it, but it is on the record now, so apologies for that. Point of order, Natalie Dawn-Innes.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Dawn-Innes. I'll make sure that is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 310 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 48, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 311 in the name of Katy Clark, already debated with Amendment 309. Katy Clark, to move or not move? Question is that Amendment 311 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 311 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 49, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 107 in the name of Jeremy Balfour. Already debated with Amendment 306. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 107 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 107 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 47, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 312 in the name of Katy Clark. Already debated with Amendment 309. Katy Clark, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 312 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. And the result of the the vote on Amendment 312 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 49, no 59. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 108 in the name of Jeremy Balfour. Already debated with Amendment 306. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 313 in the name of Sarah Boyack. Already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin, to move or not move? Question is that Amendment 313 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their vote now. Vote is now closed. Point of order, Alexander Burnett.
Apologies, I didn't make a point of order.
Good, thank you, Mr. Burnett. And the result of the vote on Amendment 313. Point of order, Oliver Mundell. Point of order, Oliver Mundell. Okay, we are unable to hear that, and therefore we will proceed. The result of the vote on amendment number 313 in the name of Sarah Boyack is yes 47, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 314 in the name of Eleanor Whittam, already debated with amendment 306. Eleanor Whittam to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call amendment 315 in the name of Eleanor Whittam, already debated with amendment 306. Eleanor Whittam to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call amendment 316 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with amendment 306. Megan Gallagher to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that amendment 316 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division of members who cast their vote now. The vote is now closed. Point of order, Craig Hoy.
Apologies, Deputy Presiding Officer. My app froze. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. I'll make sure that vote is recorded. And the result of the vote on Amendment 316 in the name of Megan Gallagher is yes 49, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 317 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with Amendment 306. Megan Gallagher to move or not move? That is not moved. I call Amendment 318 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move? That is not moved. I call Amendment 319 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 320 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 321 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 322 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 323 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 324 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 325 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin to move or not move?
Not moved.
It's not moved. I call Amendment 109 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with Amendment 306. Jeremy Balfour to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 109 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now.
Richard, Social Security, not in trouble with that check too much, brilliant. Seems quite reasonable. No, actually, it's reasonable for once.
And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 109 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 49, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 326 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 306. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 326 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call Amendment 110 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 306. Maggie Chapman to move or not move.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 110 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 110 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 21, no 89. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 236 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 306. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 236 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 236 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 21, no 89. There were no abstentions. Takes us to Group 20, rough sleeping. I call Amendment 237 in the name of Jamie Halker-Johnson, grouped with Amendments 238 and 46. Jamie Halker-Johnson to speak to Amendment 237 and the other amendments in the group. Mr Halker-Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. My amendments 237 and 238 emphasise the importance of tackling rough sleeping, distinct from other forms of homelessness. Amendment 237 creates a duty on the Scottish Government to work towards ending rough sleeping by the end of the decade and to report on progress by the end of 2027 and again by the end of 2028. Amendment 238 introduces an additional requirement for the Scottish Government to prepare a specific rough sleeping action plan by the end of next year. These amendments recognise the huge cost to individuals in terms of both mental health and physical health, ability to access services and a whole range of other issues of rough sleeping, and the immediacy of the needs of those individuals. I raised this amendment but did not press it at stage 2 with the Minister Paul McLennan, recognising that while rough sleeping is the least prevalent form of homelessness, it is the most damaging and most visible. I recognise that rough sleepers often have amongst the most complex range of needs. If anything, however, this emphasises the importance of ensuring that support is accessible. There are, of course, many reasons why some rough sleepers refuse help. In many cases, it's because of problems with accommodation, the potential for violence or abuse, inappropriate care for alcohol or substance misuse. These amendments aim to have these issues addressed, and this is why Amendment 238 raises the need for an effective action plan. I will, of course.
Graham Simpson.
Jamie Halker-Johnson for taking the intervention. These amendments, they deal with a really important issue, and that of rough sleeping. I remember in the last session of Parliament, I was lucky enough to go with the Local Government and Housing Committee on a visit to Sweden, where we looked at the Housing First model. and they had virtually eliminated rough sleeping in Sweden. But I do remember well them saying that they couldn't totally eliminate it because some people actually choose to rough sleep. So I just wonder, I mean, it's incredible to think, but some people do actually choose to rough sleep. So I just wonder in relation to the Amendment 237, how the member would address that. 238, of course, just calls for an action plan, which is different.
Jamie Halker-Johnson.
Thanks. I welcome that from a colleague. I mean, this is obviously an area that has come up in the discussions that I've held with a number of the bodies. That of course, there are some people that, as I've really just highlighted there, they refuse help. But a lot of the times that help is being refused because those complex needs don't actually fit in with some of the support that's available. But Housing First was obviously an area that came up again and again as an effective way, albeit a very costly way, of dealing with it. Every rough sleeper represents a failure to meet an individual's needs. Most have been failed many times and at many stages in their life by a range of public and other agencies and bodies. However, what is common to them is how immediate their needs are and the positive benefit of decisive intervention. Often the stability of housing is only the first step, but is an essential step in ensuring that other interventions can be effective. During Stage 2 consideration, the Minister pointed to the Ending Homelessness Together initiative. It's made welcome steps in coordinating policy between the Scottish Government and local authorities. The programme my amendments propose aim to complement these objectives, and in particular the expressed wish to end rough sleeping. Ending Homelessness Together recognises that COVID-19 response resulted in, and I quote, a dramatic reduction in the numbers of people rough sleeping. This demonstrates what can be achieved where the will exists within government to do so. We all recognise that addressing homelessness will require addressing multiple distinct problems, but this should not be an either-or situation. There is nothing in supporting rough sleeping that prevents the Scottish Government also addressing wider issues such as insecure accommodation. It goes without saying that rough sleepers are those most experiencing the highest level of harm as a result of their homelessness. Sadly, many rough sleepers may not have the time to wait for other issues to be resolved. One area of frustration is the lack of clear statistics maintained by the Scottish Government on rough sleeping, and we're often left reliant on charity counts which can fail to fully identify the hidden side of rough sleeping. So I welcome Maggie Chapman's Amendment 46, which would require a review of data on rough sleeping within 2 years, with the Scottish Government required to set out any actions it plans to take as a result of that review. While there is some degree of overlap between our proposals, I believe we're both trying to achieve the same objective, to improve understanding of rough sleeping and to prompt clear action from the Scottish Government to bring it to an end. I believe that in creating a clear duty for the Scottish Government to aim towards, my amendment can provide not only accountability, but also the necessary impetus towards this change in the coming years.
Thank you. I now call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 46 and the other amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My Amendment 46 is aimed at improving the quality of rough sleeping data that we have access to and that we gather. Rough sleeping numbers in Scotland are assessed through asking questions when people make a homelessness application. But because not everyone sleeping rough will register as homeless, it needs to be supplemented with real-time information. In London, organisations supporting people who are rough sleeping collect and submit real-time data, building an accurate picture across the city through a process called CHAIN, which is the Combined Homelessness and Information Network. The Scottish Government has had some very useful recommendations from the Measuring Impact Task and Finish group, and my amendment ensures these would be considered and the vital need to improve this data is kept on the agenda. As he has already indicated, my amendment would support and complement the aims of Jamie Halker-Johnson's amendments in this group, and we will be supporting both of his amendments. I think taken together, this group indicates a clear signal that we need to do better to collect better data on rough sleeping so we can better address the issues that arise as a consequence. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of brief contributions. First from Jeremy Balfour, then Graham Simpson.
Thank you, President Officer. Can I thank the member for bringing these amendments and also for Maggie Chapman for bringing her amendment. I will be supporting all of these amendments, and I do hope the Cabinet Secretary will take them very seriously. I think this bill at the moment lacks any fought around rough sleeping, and as we've heard from both members, the importance that it has. Walking here this morning from my home to Parliament and then going out at lunchtime, the number of people I saw who were still rough sleeping, even during the day, is a shocking indictment on us in Scotland. We have seen the numbers go up and up, particularly here in Edinburgh, and there seems to be no coherent policy that the Scottish Government are bringing forward. There were very few good things that came out of COVID, but one of the positives of COVID was the way that the Scottish Government did step up to deal with rough sleeping, both in this city and in other parts of Scotland. And we saw that, and we saw reports written that it was a gold-plated standard service that people got. And we saw almost everyone taken off the streets and given a home for the night, or given a bed for the night. So we can do it if there is political will to do it. My fear is at the moment that that political will has gone from this government. Here in Edinburgh, in a couple of weeks' time, we will be opening the winter shelter run by Bethany Christian Trust again. Again, it's a welcome service, but it's a service that doesn't run throughout the year and still leaves people very vulnerable. So I do hope the Cabinet Secretary will accept these amendments and that collectively we can deal with this issue which affects so many people's lives. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And briefly, Graham Simpson.
Yeah, thank you very much. Jeremy Balfour mentions the situation we had during COVID, and members who were here during the last session will well remember, just round the corner from this Parliament, there was a guy who used to sleep on a bench every single night in all weathers, and then COVID came along and he wasn't sleeping on the bench because we managed to deal with rough sleeping. So it shows that if there's a will, it can be done. I've also had a similar experience to Mr Balfour. My route to work, my walking route to work in Edinburgh, I also see examples of rough sleeping, people who have clearly bedded down in alleyways or makeshift shelters, and I'm seeing that increasingly. So I think the intent behind all the amendments in this group is something that we should be aspiring to. And Jamie Halcrow-Johnson's 237, I said earlier, it's probably not possible to completely eliminate rough sleeping, but all the amendment actually says is that ministers must take reasonable steps to ensure there is no rough sleeping. So I think that in itself is a reasonable amendment, as are the other amendments in this group.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. I now call the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 237 and 238 by Jamie Halcrow-Johnson seek to address what is a very important matter of rough sleeping. But unfortunately, they seek to do that via an inflexible and unworkable statutory duty, which overlooks key aspects of the problem. I should say from the outset that this Government is already committed to ending all forms of homelessness, including rough sleeping. Our homelessness strategy, which is entitled Ending Homelessness Together, was informed by experts and, crucially, those with lived experience, including experience of rough sleeping. Now, I understand why Jamie Halcrow-Johnson has raised these amendments. I've listened to other members, some other members who have indeed indicated they're intending to support this, but I must ask them to reconsider that because these amendments are defective. I think they illustrate how difficult it is to define the concept of rough sleeping. For example, the definition of rough sleeping that's used in these amendments would capture those who were sitting down near a sleeping bag or people lying down on a park bench but not sleeping. So this definition is defective. It also, I think, tries to frame rough sleeping as a one-off event rather than a continuing course of action. Which is fraught with indignity and trauma, but one nonetheless that is multifaceted and is not framed properly by this. Yes, I'll just finish this point. It's not framed properly by this inflexible statutory obligation and therefore I can't support it, but I'll be very happy to take Mr Halker-Johnson.
Jamie Halker-Johnson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking intervention. It doesn't do any of those things. What it requires is the Scottish Government that launched a strategy in 2018 to end rough sleeping, to actually put a timescale when it's going to deliver that. It will have been over 12 years since that strategy first came in 2018. It's asking you to come, the government, to come together with a strategy to deliver that. It doesn't have to exclude some of the other issues around homelessness. It can work in complementary to that. I'm not sure what it is that the Scottish Government finds difficult to deliver here. Surely looking and having that objective to deliver end rough sleeping by the end of the decade is not something that is impossible.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, no, absolutely not. And as I said, the Government already has a commitment to end homelessness, to end rough sleeping as part of that, and we report annually to Parliament on our actions in furtherance of that. But I'm afraid there are fundamental problems with the definitions used in this amendment which make it completely unworkable, and I'll take Mr Stewart.
Kevin Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. And I think the Government has done a huge amount of work in terms of the Ending Homelessness Together action plan. And I'd like to thank all of the folk who were involved in that previously, including John Sparks, the former Chair of Crisis. I think we all want to end rough sleeping. I think there are complexities, but I think members have to recognise that sometimes amendments are not legally possible. And I wish the Cabinet Secretary all of the best. COVID was a bit different. We did manage to get everyone off the streets. I hope that we can have concerted effort again, but that takes cooperation from local authorities too. I wonder, though, if the Cabinet Secretary could agree to continue to look at data. Ms Whittam and I have been having a discussion here around about Chain. Chain failed in certain places. I think it's maybe time that we should revisit that, but not necessarily via amendment in legislation, but through common sense.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Mr Stewart for his comments and the experience that he brings to bear on this, which is considerable. It's also worth pointing out, let's remember what another part of this legislation does in implementing Ask and Act, which has been hailed by those with experience of homelessness as having the capacity to change a life and being really significant in that regard. So I'm afraid, as Mr Stewart puts it, this amendment is unworkable and I can't support it. He mentions data, which of course is part of, it speaks to Maggie Chapman's Amendment 46 on carrying out a review of rough sleeping data. I should say that local authorities already collect data on the experiences of rough sleeping for households who make a homelessness application. This information is published twice a year by the Scottish Government, and we are already conducting a review of our homelessness data collections, including data on rough sleeping. So for the time being, this amendment would not add anything to that process, and I should be grateful if members would support that review to continue. Thanks.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. Members will note that we have passed the agreed time limit for the debate on this group to finish. I exercise my power under Rule 9.8.4a(c) to allow debate on this group to continue beyond the limit in order to avoid the debate being unreasonably curtailed. And I now call on Jamie Halker-Johnston to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 237.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Breaches on the legal obligation to provide accommodation are increasing. The number of rough sleepers, those that we know of, is increasing. Last winter was bad, especially in Glasgow, but there are warnings that this year will be worse. I hope we all recognise that until there is no one forced to sleep on our streets or in our parks, not enough is being done. My amendments are not calling for the impossible. They simply place a duty on the next Scottish Government to take reasonable steps to ensure that by the 31st of December 2029, there is no rough sleeping in Scotland, and that ministers must produce an action plan by the end of next year on how they will achieve that. I would ask all members in this Parliament on all benches, before they vote on my amendments, what is it in those amendments that they object to? And if we're not to vote today, to hold the next government to a deliverable target and a realistic timetable, one that only requires a real steadfast commitment to act from ministers, when does this Parliament think we should be ending rough sleeping by? If not now, when? How many more years will Compassionate Scotland leave vulnerable people sleeping on our streets? I press the amendments.
Thank you, Mr Halker-Johnson. The question is that Amendment 237 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Alistair Allen for a point of order.
I couldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Dr Allen. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 237 in the name of Jamie Halker-Johnston is yes 47, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 238 in the name of Jamie Halker-Johnston, already debated with amendment 237. Jamie Halker-Johnston, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 238 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 238 in the name of Jamie Halker-Johnston is yes 47, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 239 in the name of Graham Simpson, already debated with amendment 123. Graham Simpson, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 239 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 239 in the name of Graham Simpson is yes 23, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 240 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with Amendment 309, Cabinet Secretary, to move formally. Thank you. The question is that Amendment 240 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 241 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 309, Cabinet Secretary, to move formally.
Formally moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 241 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 327 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 309. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call Amendment 328 in the name of Katy Clark, already debated with Amendment 309. Katy Clark, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 328 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 328 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 48, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 329 in the name of Katy Clark, already debated with Amendment 309. Katy Clark, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 329 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 239 in the name of Katy Clark is yes 23, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 111 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with Amendment 309. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 111 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 17 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 309. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 17 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 17 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 44, no 66. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 18 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 18 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Neil Bibby for a point of order. Can I have Mr Bibby's microphone? Thank you.
I'd have voted yes, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Bibby. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 18 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 20, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 332 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 332 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 332 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 20, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 330 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with amendment 306. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 330 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Edward Mountain for a point of order. Can I have Edward Mountain's microphone? Thank you.
Gosh, I was worried I hadn't put my card in, Presiding Officer. I'm sorry that I was unable to connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 330 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 48, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 331 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with amendment 306. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 331 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 331 in the name of Mark Griffin is yes 46, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 335 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 335 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 335 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 7, no 88. There were 13 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 333 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move? Thank you. The question is that amendment 333 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Craig Hoy for a point of order. I call Craig Hoy for a point of order.
Apologies, President Officer. I'm perhaps freezing. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Hoy. Will ensure that's recorded. I call Jamie Hepburn for a point of order.
I'm afraid I wasn't able to vote, President Officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Hepburn. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 333 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 10, no 85. There were 13 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 334 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 334 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 46 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 237. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 46 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 46 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 46, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And we move to Group 21, Mobile Homes. And I call amendment 52 in the name of Murdo Fraser, grouped with amendments 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 and 59. Murdo Fraser, to move amendment 52 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is my first contribution to stage 3 of the bill. I would like to remind members of my register of interests. I own a property in Edinburgh which is subject to a private residential let, although that's not directly relevant to the amendments here. At stage 2, I brought forward a number of amendments in relation to the situation of individuals resident in park homes. As members here might be aware, park homes are a growing sector of the housing market. These are lodges or chalets on residential parks, often popular with retirees or those looking to downsize to a smaller, more affordable property. Despite the growing popularity of these park home residences, there have been a number of high-profile cases recently of individuals purchasing park homes, then running into dispute with the site owners. And unlike the purchase of a traditional bricks-and-mortar property, park homes are treated as mobile structures, and therefore there is no formal conveyance involved. The park home owner owns the structure of the property, but simply leases the land on which it sits. When I led a members' debate on this issue earlier in the year, I was struck by the number of colleagues from across the chamber and representing different parts of Scotland who had been approached by constituents living in park homes who had highlighted the difficulties they had experienced. It is clear that legislation in this area needs to be thoroughly reviewed and updated. That is a much bigger piece of work, and I've been working with SCOPRA, the Scottish Confederation of Park Home Residents Associations, to identify areas where the current bill could be used to improve life for park home residents. And one was in relation to the question of resolution of disputes. Currently, any disputes between a park home resident and the site owner can only be resolved by going to the Sheriff Court. That is a lengthy and expensive process, and it is very difficult to find solicitors with the relevant expertise in the law, which is a very specialised area. And in addition, as we know, civil legal aid is extremely difficult to obtain, leaving many residents effectively without a remedy when they run into difficulties. The amendment I brought forward at stage 2 was to move the disputes involving park homes from the Sheriff Court to the First Tier Tribunal to bring it into line with other housing and rental situations. And I was pleased to get the committee's support for this change at stage 2, although at that point the Scottish Government were opposed. On conclusion of stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary ran a consultation on the issue, and I am pleased she has now accepted the principle that there should be a shift of these park home disputes to the First Tier Tribunal. The amendments today essentially tidy up the wording of the Mobile Homes Act of 1983, making it clear that questions or disputes which arise under that Act will have to be decided first by the First Tier Tribunal for Scotland. A consequence of the wording at section 57A of the bill, as it stands, is to remove the current option of arbitration for dispute resolution. And Amendment 58 has the effect of reinstating that option for the parties to resolve a dispute under the Mobile Homes Act 1983 via arbitration. References to the First Tier Tribunal for Scotland will be read as references to the arbitrator where the parties have entered into a written arbitration agreement relating to a question under the 1983 Act. Amendments 52, 53, 54, 55, 56 and 57 make consequential changes in order to give effect to the change in jurisdiction at section 47A, replacing references to the court with the First Tier Tribunal. And then Amendment 59 moves section 47A to before section 46 of the bill, simply because it fits better at that point. So can I just close, Presiding Officer, by putting on record my thanks to the Cabinet Secretary for the very positive engagement I've had with her and her officials around these matters, and also record my thanks in particular to Gordon and Vicky Morrison of Scopra for all the work they have done in supporting these amendments. And I am very pleased to move Amendment 52.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the Government is committed to supporting the rights of residents of mobile homes and to ensuring that they have appropriate access to justice, and I welcome Mr Fraser's amendments 52 to 59. Scottish Government officials have sought views from stakeholders and they have reviewed existing powers to ensure that we can provide a range of situations and implementation. And like Mr Fraser, I should like to thank Scopra for highlighting this issue and for their support in the development of it. Because of all this, I am confident in supporting Mr Fraser's amendments, and in particular, I welcome the reinstatement of the option of arbitration for resolving disputes where this is agreed by both parties.
Thank you, and I call Murdo Fraser to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 52.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The only matter I would raise in winding up is clearly this will put an additional burden on the First Tier Tribunal, and I hope that the Scottish Government will look at adequately resourcing it to ensure we do not have excessive delays in resolving these disputes. And with that, I'll press Amendment 52.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 52 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? I call amendments, we are agreed, and I call amendments 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58 and 59, all in the name of Murdo Fraser and all previously debated with Amendment 52. I invite Murdo Fraser to move amendments 53 to 59 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Thank you. Does any member object to a single question being put on amendments 53 to 59? No member objects. The question is that amendments 53 to 59 are agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. We move to Group 22, Tenement Buildings Insurance, and I call Amendment 336 in the name of Paul Sweeney in a group on its own. Paul Sweeney to move and speak to Amendment 336.
noted that a structural failure in their tenement building might result in the council's building control officers evacuating them from their homes at a moment's notice. For several, indeed, that has already happened with devastating personal consequences. It's clear to me that Glasgow, certainly in other places in Scotland, have a ticking time bomb when it comes to tenement maintenance. And if we don't get a grip of it soon, we will have an even bigger crisis on our hands. In July, a Category B listed tenement at the junction of Albert Drive and Kenmure Street in Pollokshields collapsed after 5 years of sitting derelict since a fire in the roof, leaving residents permanently homeless, but perversely still paying for a mortgage on a home that no longer exists. Others in neighbouring closes were evacuated by Glasgow City Council building control officers and are still in limbo. There were several frustrating flaws in existing legislation that led to the evacuation and eventual demolition of this tenement building, but the recurring theme has been a lack of appropriate block insurance among the flat and shop owners and the self-factored nature in which this block and many others were managed. But this is not an isolated case. In the Carlton recently, Wendy Murray, one of my constituents, was ordered out by building control officers when her block was deemed dangerous due to a derelict pub in the ground floor suffering a floor collapse. She did what the system asks and declared herself as homeless, only to be offered unsuitable temporary accommodation while an absentee owner and unresolved responsibilities stalled rapid repair of the tenement building. She ended up paying rent and a mortgage and also paying with her health. I'm happy to give way.
Graham Simpson.
Thank Paul Sweeney for taking the intervention. What would Paul Sweeney recommend happens where owners can't get agreement on a common policy of insurance? So I could imagine a case where one owner could come up with one policy, another owner may fancy another. How would he resolve that?
Paul Sweeney.
I think ultimately it's a similar situation to having car insurance. You know, there is an obligation fundamentally to have this because it's a critical asset. And as we know, the consequences of not having it are very detrimental. I would say that there's got to be a common agreement on best value and perhaps as a way of resolving that through arbitration. But certainly we know that getting the fabric repaired first and foremost is the most important thing, and having that common block insurance is critical in that regard. So whilst the council has powers to clear a building if it's in dangerous condition, they can't readily compel or fund repairs needed to allow for rehabilitation. In the case of Wendy and she, like too many others, fell into this gap between our existing tenement law and the reality of managing common repairs to residential buildings and shared ownership. And I think this is increasingly predictable, certainly in Glasgow, where there are around 70,000 tenement flats that predate the First World War. Roofs, stonework and closes are now reaching life expiry in terms of the structural condition. And this isn't an issue that's going to be able to be sorted flat by flat, yet the law too often assumes that each owner can solve a shared risk on their own. And when that assumption meets fire, water ingress or structural failure, claims stall, responsibility is disputed and buildings deteriorate while these families live in limbo, to significant detriment to their health and well-being. And while we urgently need a new Comprehensive Tenement Act to address these myriad issues, there is an opportunity, I think, within the Housing Bill to make some immediate reforms that will provide some greater security for tenemental living across Scotland. My amendment does it in a simple, practical way. It simply creates a legal requirement for all owners in a tenement building to establish and have a common single policy of insurance that covers the entire building. Presiding Officer, when storms exposed widespread disrepair in the 1970s in Glasgow, the city organised large-scale rehabilitation programmes and kept those communities intact. What we need is not complicated, clear duties, a functioning owners framework and rapid access to funds for repairs. A building-wide insurance policy can provide that fundamental underpinning, safeguarding households and reducing public costs. It's standard elsewhere, so let's make it the standard here. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Now, I understand the reasons behind Mr Sweeney's amendment, and the cases that he's referring to have been on my mind as well. But I'm afraid these amendments are not the simple solution that Mr Sweeney thinks they are. Firstly, it is already mandatory for the owners of a tenement building to insure their property. The law provides currently for flexibility for this to either be done individually, in common, or a mix of the two. The law also gives individual owners the right to request from another owner in the tenement evidence of their insurance policy and of recent premium payments, and the duty to insure may be enforced by any other owner in the building. So I can't agree to imposing an obligation on owners to arrange for a common insurance policy, given that individual owners are already under a duty to take out cover for their flat, as well as an interest in the common parts of the tenement. I will in a sec. I'm also concerned about unnecessary costs, the result of which could be an additional burden on homeowners and essentially amount to double insurance. I'll take John Mason.
John Mason.
Thanks, the Cabinet Secretary, very much for giving way. And she acknowledges, I think, that there is an issue here, but there's a wider issue with tenement maintenance, and Graham Simpson and others have led a cross-party working group on this subject. Would she accept that we do need to look at tenement maintenance as a whole, including this point?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, I'm quite sure that there are a number of issues that have to be looked at, and I know members have been engaged on that work, and some of the cases that Mr Sweeney referred to indicate why this ought to be considered closely. This amendment won't do the job, but it's worth mentioning to John Mason and to others that the Scottish Law Commission are currently consulting on reform of the 2004 Act with a view to making recommendations next year. So ultimately I would ask Mr Sweeney not to press this amendment, but members will be interested to see the results of that work, I'm sure.
Thank you. And I call Paul Sweeney to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 336.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I certainly accept the points made by the Housing Secretary, but I do think that the lack of urgency from the Government hitherto and currently is unacceptable given the significant public harms being caused by the existing inadequacy of legislation. And I disagree with the Housing Secretary in regards to the need for this obligation on owners. It is clear to me that atomising it into separate insurance policies for flats is not sufficient, and that we do need to actually rationalise this into having a clear legal duty for all owners in a tenement building to maintain a single common insurance policy that covers the entire building fabric. One building, one insurer, one claim is essential, and that is certainly a consequence of my deep study of this issue as a trustee of Glasgow City Heritage Trust and as someone who has dealt with several complex cases in this regard in the city over the last few years. And I would strongly encourage the Cabinet Secretary to look at this particular issue of insurance, because repairs to the common fabric can start quickly, residents can return sooner, and the holdout problem of absentee landlords and valid policies or missing signature no longer blocks everyone else and then leads to a spiral of unintended consequences. I'm sure members are hearing the same accounts in their own constituencies. This is simply unacceptable. The public sector is paying in homelessness support, health impacts, communities are paying as empty buildings drag down a street, often for years, in the case of Pollokshields, resulting in a collapse of the building into the street and others then being made homeless. We can change that now. I accept that this is simply a way of indicating the need for a more urgent movement on this by the government, and I'm afraid subcontracting out to the Law Commission alone is not going to be enough. We need to move at greater pace than the Law Commission can deliver. I've been working with Mr Simpson and others on the Tenant Maintenance Working Group for several years now, and I think we are disappointed and frustrated that the government isn't moving more quickly. So I think residents in Pollokshields, Calton, Denniston and elsewhere in Glasgow need to see greater security from the government and greater reassurance from the government that they're going to deal with this sooner rather than later. I would ask members to back the amendment and I will press it.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 336 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Kenneth Gibson for a point of order.
Officer, I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Gibson. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 336 in the name of Paul Sweeney is yes 22, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 337 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with amendment 101. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 337 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 337 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 23, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 338 in the name of Paul Sweeney, already debated with amendment 101. Paul Sweeney, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. And the question is that amendment 338 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 338 in the name of Paul Sweeney is yes 46, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We move to Group 23, Property Factors. I call Amendment 339 in the name of Mark Griffin, grouped with amendments as shown in the groupings. Mark Griffin, to move Amendment 339 and speak to all amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 339 in my name. It's no secret that property factoring in Scotland has been a source of real frustration for homeowners for a number of years, particularly homeowners who live in new build housing estates with grounds maintenance contracts. And I would say members probably don't need to look any further.
Mr Griffin, can I just ask members who are leaving to please do so quietly?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would say to members who are still in the chamber that they probably don't need to look much further than their own inboxes when it comes to complaints from their constituents about factoring arrangements. Constituents regularly contact me about unfair charges, poor communication and a lack of accountability from their factors in general. Now, this isn't a new issue. We had the Property Factors Act 2011. That was a step forward, but it's clear that it hasn't addressed the concerns of our constituents when it comes to accountability of their factors. And despite early promises from government to introduce a code of conduct for land maintenance companies, progress has stalled, I feel. And the reality is that for over a decade, homeowners have been left to deal with expensive and often opaque factoring arrangements, while meaningful reform has been repeatedly delayed. That's why I, along with colleagues from across the Chamber, have brought forward a package of amendments to this bill. The aim of those amendments is simple: to give homeowners a fairer deal and a stronger voice in how their homes and shared spaces are managed. I want to acknowledge the efforts of those from all parties across the Chamber who have championed the rights of homeowners to remove unsatisfactory factors more easily, and also welcome the Government's willingness to improve the system too. Now, Labour's amendments in this group allow groups of homeowners to more easily work together to take action against factors who are not living up to their roles and responsibilities, by putting the onus on the factors to set up and arrange meetings, and then make sure that homeowners can more easily take action against them by facilitating that annual meeting of homeowners. I've also stipulated that the factors must produce information that allows homeowners to more easily defend their rights in front of the first-tier tribunal. And note that several of my colleagues have amendments that touch on this, including the Government, and acknowledge the work of cross-party colleagues Ariane Burgess, Maggie Chapman, Graham Simpson, Sarah Boyack, Pam Duncan-Glancy and the Government itself in this area, and I urge members to support the amendments in this group in their entirety. Now, my own amendment proposals focus on transparency, accountability and homeowner empowerment. Factors would be required to share their written statement of services and publish clear, accessible information about service costs. That's both current and historic. And if a factor plans to transfer their contract to another company, homeowners must be notified in advance. They seem to me basic standards that any fair contract should meet. We should never have a situation where the first time a homeowner realises that their factor is changed is when they receive the bill from that new factor without any notice whatsoever. I'm also seeking to add a purpose clause to the 2011 Act, making it clear that its role is to set out the rights and responsibilities of both factors and residents, and that will help guide interpretation and enforcement of the law. Fourthly, I'm calling for the maximum compensation the tribunal can award to be raised to £10,000, providing a meaningful response to factors who flout the law that applies to them, and reflecting the time and effort homeowners invest in pursuing those complaints. This would also allow for further future increases by regulation. Additionally, any major expenditure over £10,000 and not already covered by the deed of condition should require approval from the Residents' Forum. This ensures that homeowners have oversight of significant spending decisions. And finally, Presiding Officer, I'm supporting further amendments in this group that strengthen transparency and enforcement throughout the Act. Now, briefly, Presiding Officer, if I can cover amendments in the name of Sarah Boyack, since she's not available to be in the Chamber today. Amendments 344 and 345. Amendment 344 creates a clear duty on factors to provide relevant information on request to homeowners or where a case is live to the first-tier tribunal. It defines relevance, requires the tribunal to issue a disclosure direction unless a request is unreasonable or off-point, and ties non-compliance to ministerial enforcement. This is about transparency that shortens disputes. By getting documents, invoices, contracts and decisions up front, we reduced hearings, costs and frustration for everyone, and I encourage members to support 344 and 345. Amendment 346 in Sarah Boyack's name is on Owners Association. That recognise Owners Association under the Development Management Scheme so that homeowners can act collectively in dealings with a factor and, where needed, at the first-tier tribunal. Yes, I'll take Mr Simpson.
Graham Simpson.
thank the member very much for taking the interventions. Just in relation to Amendment 346, which deals with owners' associations, we've heard already that the Scottish Law Commission is doing a piece of work specifically on compulsory owners' associations for tenements. And I just wonder whether the member, I know he's speaking for Sarah Boyack in this case, would accept the point that I would make, that we really ought to let the Law Commission complete its work. I know it's slow, that's been very frustrating, but I think they need to complete that detailed piece of work, report back to Parliament, and it will be for Parliament in the next session, whatever the makeup of that is, to deal with the important issues that they will reflect on.
Mark Griffin. Just in winding up in response to that intervention, Presiding Officer, I think that this is a wider issue. It goes beyond tenement maintenance issues. There are grounds maintenance issues affecting new build estates right across the country, where I think homeowners associations, mandatory homeowners associations, would enable people to come together to challenge the occasional poor practice, lack of transparency, and more crucially, provide a forum to allow owners, homeowners, the change factor if they so desired. So I think, while the work that the Law Commission is doing is clearly valuable, where that applies purely to tenements and doesn't give the coverage to ground maintenance contracts that affect new build estates across the country, I think it's still valuable that we consider this amendment and consider compulsory homeowners forums, organisations, whatever we want to call it, to give people the ability to come together on an annual basis to consider the performance of their factors, and ask members to support all amendments in this group. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 19 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Many members in the Chamber will have been asked to help constituents who are experiencing difficulties with property factors. Some property factors provide really good services to owners, but many, too many, do not. Since the Property Factors Act came into force, the number of complaints has grown, starting at 26 and reaching a record high of 338 in 2023. Some owners of factored properties complain that much-needed repairs are not done, or they delayed, or they carried out to a poor standard, or they are overcharged for. Approximately 710,000 Scottish properties, about a quarter of all homes, are managed by almost 400 property factors and letting companies. Those figures will only grow as we build much-needed new blocks and estates. And when owners want to change factors, it can be very difficult, as Mark Griffin has already outlined, given the high thresholds needed. In larger developments, perhaps with many absentee owners, this can be especially difficult, and this means factors lack the incentives to improve, and owners are stuck with poor service. We do not tolerate this in other markets. It used to be much harder to switch energy providers, for instance, but energy customers now can switch much more easily if they are paying too much or not getting a good service. So we should do the same with property factors. At the moment, it is very complicated to dismiss or appoint a factor, with different thresholds applying to different developments. My Amendment 20 addresses this by requiring only a simple majority vote. Previous legislation has already lowered the threshold for some properties, so my amendment is not at all unprecedented. Amendment 19 provides a simple process for requesting a factor is removed from the register. Owners would send a request to the Scottish Government that their factor is failing and falling short of its obligations, and ministers would be under the duty to consider these and either remove or retain the factor on the factor register, giving reasons why, with information on the number removed or retained and the reasons to be published. This would improve transparency and strengthen the hand of owners against poor factors. Citizens Advice Scotland supports changes in the factoring system. They've stated, and I quote, "The kinds of reforms and legislation within the Act of 2011 don't really hold factors to account as much as they probably should. There's an urgent need for greater transparency and awareness to ensure homeowners understand their rights and can effectively challenge unfair factoring practices." Some owners and tenants have waited for far too long for improvements in the factoring industry, and I welcome the other amendments in this group, and I thank Mark Griffin and members of his group for their engagement on this issue. These amendments, taken together with mine, will improve the service that residents need, and I urge members to support my amendments in this group. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to speak to Amendment 341 and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 341 would mean that, unless otherwise stated in the title deeds, a change of property factor may be approved by a majority of homeowners present at a residents' forum meeting. It would also mean that any decision to change a property factor would be considered binding on all homeowners. Under Section 28 of the Title Conditions Scotland Act 2003, a factor can be dismissed if more than half the owners agree. The difficulty with this, however, is that some owners may be less engaged or unresponsive to other residents who reach out to discuss concerns regarding their existing property factor. This amendment would address that and take a more collective approach, empowering residents to resolve any concerns around factors. I'm happy to take the intervention.
Graham Simpson.
Thank Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking the intervention. I think this is another really interesting amendment. But what it appears to do is it could, unless the title deeds state otherwise, allow a situation where there's a meeting of residents, very few people actually turn up. Let's say 6 out of 200, for example. And according to this amendment, a majority, 4 in this case, could vote to change the factor. I'm sure Pam Duncan-Glancy isn't wanting that sort of situation. Would she accept that that would be, a bit ludicrous?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the member for that intervention. And I have to say, I think some of the figures used probably are quite extreme, but I understand the point that Mr Simpson is trying to make. The alternative is that homeowners find themselves at a complete impasse because they cannot mobilise enough members to do anything at all about a factor who they consider not to be meeting the standards they would expect. So this would empower decisions to be taken in a much more convenient way, and also in some cases quicker way, empowering residents to move things on and act in the interests of the building, but also in the interests of residents who live there. Residents' associations are and homeowners in them are a well-known mechanism for residents to come together, and often residents' associations have the backing of many, if not most, of the residents in the building. But attendance is not always, or membership is not always as it should be. This would address part of that problem in order to try and progress things where things could come unstuck. And from casework we all have, we know that there are serious issues around the dismissal of property factors. And that complexity, of course, has been recognised in previous action. And the amendments in the name of Mark Griffin and others in this group are essential to addressing some of these concerns. One specific concern, I think, that amendments that in Mark Griffin's name on maintenance landowners would address are concerns of constituents in Newton Farm and Cambuslang, who've said that they're having direct experience of a complex situation that the Justice Committee in 2013 raised, concluding that the government they did not need legislation to improve the circumstance, but in fact they'd simply update a voluntary code of conduct. However, this has still not been done in a number of years, and it is clear now that there is a case for legislation to do it. There was no mechanism by which they could hold their factor to account, and they questioned whether the factor was, of course, acting in accordance with the law or indeed the conduct. So amendments in this group all serve to try and resolve situations exactly like that. And so on that, I support the amendments in this group, and I move press Amendment 341 in my name.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 243 and other amendments in the group.
Presiding Officer, we recognise that homeowners face difficulties in the property factor system, and at stage 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice committed to a review of the regime, and I intend to honour this with greater urgency than the situation that Pam Duncan-Glancy spoke to. This review will seek input from stakeholders across the system, including homeowners and factors. It will consider compliance with the Code of Conduct, how well its requirements are understood, and the work that we need to do to assess whether a person is fit and proper. It should be possible to address most of the issues raised in this group by preparing an updated property factor code of conduct. The code will set out the minimum standards of practice for registered property factors, and an updated code, of course, would need to be laid before Parliament, so members could have reassurance that they would have the ability to explore the system and what was proposed. Turning to some of the specific amendments on the back of that, yes, absolutely.
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking the intervention. Can she set out to the Chamber when that work will be done on the code?
Cabinet Secretary.
So there's a number of bits of work that will flow from this bill that I need to take forward: regulations in respect of AWAB's law, regulations in respect of the Domestic Abuse Act in 21. So I won't put a timescale on this especially, but I will undertake to update Ms Duncan-Glancy and the rest of the Chamber as soon as I do have a timetable for that, because I understand how important it is for members and for their constituents who've raised concerns. Turning to Amendments 343 and 347 in Mr Griffin's name, appreciate the intent, but I'd invite him not to press them, as I do think these proposed changes would be better as part of the review and could be implemented if, after consultation, they are considered helpful. Amendment 339, also in Mr Griffin's name, seeking to insert that purpose clause into the Property Factors 2011 Act. This is absolutely well-intentioned, but the clause is not essential nor arguably helpful. The purpose of the Act is already clear from the provisions and the explanatory notes. The legal framework of the Act is based on the relationship between property factors and homeowners, and tenants. Tenant residents don't actually have a contractual relationship with a property factor, so including them in a purpose clause, I fear, could cause confusion. However, I am pleased to bring forward Amendment 243. Similar provisions were previously proposed by Ariane Burgess and Maggie Chapman. This amendment will make it easier for owners of related properties to dismiss a property manager and appoint someone else, which a number of members have spoken to being important. And these changes that I am proposing would mean that simple majority, as opposed to two-thirds of the owners, would be able to remove the manager, and regardless of whether the title deeds provide for a higher voting threshold. So I'm grateful to both Ariane Burgess and Maggie Chapman for their suggestions. Amendment 20, along with consequential 49, both from Maggie Chapman, they ultimately seek to address the same matter, but without the correct framing that I have sought to bring to my amendment. Amendment 340 in Mr Griffith's name would require a property factor to arrange and attend 2 resident forum meetings per year, with notice by recorded delivery, with hybrid access, etc., etc. I think such detail isn't really suited to the rigidity of primary legislation and would be more appropriately addressed in the Property Factor Code of Conduct, which, as I have committed to Parliament, will be updated in a timely manner. As noted earlier, of course, my Amendment 243 would allow that simple majority of homeowners to remove a manager of related properties. So although Ms Duncan-Glancy's Amendment 341 seeks to achieve a similar outcome, the changes would apply if a decision is taken at a residents' forum meeting, but only in relation to homeowners who have a deed of condition or contract with the property factor. So it would therefore have a more limited application than what I am proposing, and I think probably is less clear how it would apply in practice. So I would ask her to support what the Government is proposing in terms of those voting positions. Amendment 342 in Mr Griffin's name would require property factors to seek formal homeowner approval for works over £10,000, not specified in title deeds, with some other details. Again, I think these would be more appropriately addressed through the Property Factor Code of Conduct, which could be updated when need be. That's, of course, the benefit of having it in the Code as opposed to in primary legislation. Amendment 19 and consequential 48 in Ms Chapman's name seek to introduce a new referral process by which the property factor's fitness for registration can be referred by homeowners to the ministers. However, it's not the minister's role to determine who can operate as a property factor. Whether or not a manager is authorised to act is ultimately a matter for homeowners. And of course, again, my Amendment 243 seeks to further empower homeowners. Amendments 344 along with 345, both in Ms Boyack's name, these are about requiring property factors to provide homeowners and the first-tier tribunal with certain documents, including relating to interests, rights or obligations of homeowners, and they would make failure to do so a criminal offence. But the Property Factor Code of Conduct already requires disclosure, and the tribunal already has powers to enforce compliance, so I can't support these. Amendments 3, 4, 6 seek to allow owners' associations to bring complaints to the tribunal. Now, this is something that Ms Boyack has put to the government on a number of occasions, and we have looked into it, and whilst I appreciate the intent, the tribunal already routinely groups related applications under existing regulations, and this is standard practice in and I had taken some notes on how often that was done. Yes, in 2022, nearly 2/3 of the 254 applications were grouped. So ultimately, I think if Ms Boyack were here, she would see that this is already routinely done. But for all these reasons, I ask members to support my Amendment 243 and either not press or not support the others.
Thank you. And I call Graham Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. This is a really important group of amendments. It deals with issues which most members here will have come across. I would imagine they will have come across the difficulties with changing a property factor, the difficulty with removing substandard property factors, and that's a very small minority of the sector. So I'm pleased with what I've been hearing from the Cabinet Secretary, that she wants to update the Code of Conduct. I suppose my question would be, how enforceable is that? She could intervene if she wants to tell me, what would be the powers under that Code of Conduct to actually get important matters changed. I see she's not intervening, so I'll just have to guess on that front. But it's encouraging that there is going to be an updated Code of Conduct. She is going to do a review, so I can happily support Amendment 243. But I think the issues raised by other members are equally as serious and should be considered seriously by members, because changing a property factor, making it easier to do, is very important, and it should and that should be done. But I'm not persuaded by, unfortunately, and it's a rare event for me, not persuaded by Pam Duncan-Glancy's 341. I must apologise for that, but I can probably support most of the others. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Mark Griffin to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 339.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It's a well-known quote, a well-known phrase, nothing is certain in life apart from death and taxes. Now, somebody who lived in a new build housing estate told me that actually it should be updated to say nothing is certain in life apart from death, taxes and factor fees, given the frustration that a lot of people have with that quarterly bill that comes in, that people feel genuinely they have no control over. It's the one area of their life where they don't have a choice. They don't have a choice as to who supplies that services. They don't have a choice when it comes to a complaint about the quality of that service and the ability to remove that service provider. And there's a real frustration amongst homeowners on the system of factoring as it operates at the moment. Now, I am encouraged to hear from the Cabinet Secretary that the Government will consult and introduce that Code of Conduct. I think that's critical for homeowners who are really frustrated at the current moment that work is done at pace, and I look forward to seeing the detail of that coming before Parliament. Also, the amendment in the name of the Cabinet Secretary 243, again clarifying and simplifying that a simple majority can be used to remove a failing or a factor that isn't performing. We have had concerns and complaints, I imagine, in all our inboxes about the performance of factors. A number of complaints from residents arise from the fact that when they feel they complain about a factor to the factor themselves, that often the factor know that they are in a place where it's so difficult to remove them that they can essentially dismiss any complaint out of hand. We need to move away from a system where a factor, the minority of factors who are not doing the job that they're supposed to be doing and dismissing complaints like that can carry on. I take on board the points that the Cabinet Secretary has made about some of the technical aspects of my Amendment 339, so I'll look forward to the work that the Government plans to do on bringing forward that Code of Conduct, and would seek permission to withdraw Amendment 339.
Thank you. Can I just confirm, Mr Griffin, that you were pressing Amendment 339?
Withdraw.
Oh, my apologies, I did not hear you. Mark Griffin seeks to withdraw Amendment 339. Does any member object? No member objects. Members will note that we will shortly reach the next time limit, and we still have a further group to debate. As a consequence, under Rule 9.8.5a, I am minded to accept a motion without notice to propose that the time limit be extended by 30 minutes, and I invite the Minister for Parliamentary Business to move such a motion.
Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the time limit for debate on amendments be extended by 30 minutes. Are we all agreed? We are agreed. I call Amendment 19 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 339. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 19 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 19 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 20, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 340 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call Amendment 341 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 339. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call Amendment 342.
No, she said we moved it.
Can I just clarify that you are moving Amendment 341, Ms Glancy?
Yes, Presiding Officer, I'd like to move Amendment 341.
Thank you. So the question is that Amendment 341 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 341 in the name of Pam Duncan Glancy is yes 22, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 342 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 342 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
No.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 342 in the name of Mark Griffin is yes 46, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 343 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 343 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 343 in the name of Mark Griffin is yes 47, no 60. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 344 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 345 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 346 in the name of Sarah Boyack, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 347, already debated, amendment 347 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated, with amendment 339. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 347 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 347 in the name of Mark Griffin is yes 47, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 20 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 339. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 20 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 20 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 20, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 243 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 339. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 243 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Shona Robison for a point of order. Yes. Thank you, Ms Robison. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 243 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 82, no 27. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 348 in the name of Richard Leonard, already debated with amendment 3. Richard Leonard to move or not move?
Moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 348 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Tess White for a point of order. I call Tess White for a point of order.
Hello, Presiding Officer. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms White. We'll ensure that your vote is recorded. I call Russell Finlay for a point of order.
Problem with the app, would have voted no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Finlay. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 348 in the name of Richard Leonard is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 349 in the name of Richard Leonard, already debated with amendment 3. Richard Leonard, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 349 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Natalie Don-Innes for a point of order.
Presiding Officer, I would have voted no.
Thank you, Ms Don-Innes. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 349 in the name of Richard Leonard is yes 24, no 84. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 350 in the name of Richard Leonard, already debated with amendment 3. Richard Leonard, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. And the question is that amendment 350 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 350 in the name of Richard Leonard is yes 24, no 85. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And at this point, we will now have a comfort break, and I would ask members to be back in the chamber at 17:57 sharp. Thank you.
Okay, we turn to Group 24, Housing Availability. I call Amendment 112 in the name of Ariane Burgess. Group with other amendments as shown in the groupings. Ariane Burgess to move Amendment 112 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Burgess.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I move Amendment 112. For 2 decades, the co-housing sector has been told by politicians that they are supportive of the model, and yet no significant progress has been made. Amendment 112 requires the Scottish Government to produce guidance on co-housing. Specifically, it gives ministers the option of developing definitions, outlining how the model could develop, and setting out how the public sector should support co-housing. I wish to underline the fact that there is no obligation around what must be included in the guidance. The only obligations are that the guidance must be published within 2 years and that it must be drafted in collaboration with the relevant stakeholders. And this provides ministers with plenty of flexibility. The Scottish Government must be active in facilitating this model of housing. The current pace of change has been too slow and has threatened to kill off the co-housing model before it can get started. Now, this is despite the Government's having a policy aim to increase co-housing in Scotland and there being a significant amount of support for the model from engaged, passionate communities who wish to build homes that suit their needs. We need better understanding and support for co-housing in the public sector, understanding that in that model everyone has their own home and then together share some common facilities, which might be a laundry facility, a common room, or a workshop. These facilities build community and a culture of looking out for one another rather than after one another. Co-housing projects struggle to get access to public funding at all levels, leaving them stranded at the planning stage. And they also get bounced between councils and public bodies that don't know what to do with them. And this means that the wide variety of public goods the model offers are being lost. One specific public good is that we do have a prevention agenda, and something that co-housing is known for is that people become immersed in an experience of well-being that then can lead to a sense of a community that removes the isolation that many people experience. I also think that some co-housing is intergenerational, and in that case, that can provide an experience of younger people engaging with older people, something that we desperately need in our society today. So a fully functioning co-housing sector would deliver significant cost benefit. And we cannot continue to make promises that aren't being kept, particularly when taking action would be of the significant benefit to communities and those with specific housing needs. And that is why it's crucial that this amendment is written into legislation.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call Mark Griffin to speak to Amendment 366 and other amendments in the group. Mr Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The amendments in my name in this group relate to the declaration of housing emergency, and I want to start by acknowledging that the Government has now accepted the principle of these amendments, which were agreed at stage 2, and has provided me with these technical changes to address some of the finer details. I think it's important that we do get this right, and I welcome the Government's willingness to work constructively to ensure that this legislation is robust, and I look forward to seeing how ministers will now put these provisions into practice and demonstrate leadership in tackling Scotland's housing emergency. It seems like for years now that I have been raising concerns about the growing crisis in housing, long before Parliament or Government came to formally recognise it as an emergency. But when the declaration finally came, it was a necessary first step, but the obvious next step is action. Beyond that declaration, what matters is what happens next. Now, despite the volume of legislation, amendments and scrutiny this bill has received, there does remain, to me, a glaring absence of measures within this bill that will actually increase the supply of homes for the hundreds of thousands of people in need. My intention with these amendments has always been to ensure that future governments can't simply sidestep responsibility for the scale of homelessness and housing need that we see in Scotland. That declaring an emergency must be more than a headline. It must come with a duty to act and to be held accountable for delivering real change. A housing emergency is not something that can be brushed aside when the news cycle moves on. It's a daily reality for thousands of families and children who deserve better, and that's why it's so important that this bill now places responsibility for action squarely on whatever the government of the day is. I'm pleased that the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee supported this approach, and I now ask Parliament to agree to these technical changes to the amendments that were passed at stage 2. Let's ensure that going forward, any government faced with a housing emergency is required to set out clearly what it will do to end it and is judged on its actions and not just its words. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Griffin. And I call Maggie Chapman to speak to Amendment 255 and other amendments in the group. Ms Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We've heard criticisms that this bill doesn't do enough to increase the supply of homes, and in many ways I agree. My amendments 21, 255, 256 and associated consequentials seek to address this. The Scottish Vacant and Derelict Land Survey 2023 showed that we have over 9,000 hectares of derelict and vacant land in Scotland. That's the size of around 18,000 football pitches. Roughly two-thirds of vacant and derelict land, if it is eventually brought into use, is used for residential housing. And we also have many houses not in use. 31,596 homes have been empty for more than a year. We have a housing crisis. We have people living in unsuitable accommodation. We have local authorities suspending social housing allocations as they are needed for temporary accommodation. Yet we also have almost 32,000 homes that could be rented or sold for people to live in now. This has to change, and my amendments seek to do that. 256 would empower local authorities to order a property or land that has been left vacant for a specified period to be sold for housing or to be rented. It would also empower communities to tackle the blight of empty homes and derelict land, as community groups could apply to the local authority for an order. Compulsory sale and lease orders are not new ideas. England's empty dwelling management orders, which allow privately owned properties to be managed by local authorities, have been in place for around 20 years. The Scottish Land Commission published proposals in 2018, and the Scottish Government has been slow to act on those proposals. The manifesto on which the SNP was elected in 2021 says, and I quote, "We will strengthen compulsory purchase powers for local authorities and introduce new compulsory sale orders." Well, it's only 8 months to go before the next election, and there is still no legislation on the books other than this bill. If it's not going to happen in this bill, it's not going to happen within this term. The least the Scottish Government can do is to acknowledge that delay is by agreeing the general principle of compulsory sale and lease orders now and support my two amendments, in particular in this group, 255 and 256. They can then use 255 to review the compulsory purchase system, consult and then, if needed, bring secondary legislation early in the next Parliament in the powers provided by 256. Bringing a whole new bill will add more delay. It would also not be needed. The English empty dwelling orders did not need a standalone bill, with the powers being introduced in a general housing bill, just like what we have in front of us. And as we contemplate more delay, England is forging on. The UK Government backs reducing the threshold for EDMOs to 6 months, which Westminster Council says would help bring 11,000 homes into use. As with the 12-month ban on evictions being introduced south of the border, we risk Scotland falling behind. I'm very grateful to have had the support of Shelter Scotland for my amendments, and I'm not shying away from the fact that this is a technically and legally complicated area, and that's why I've left parts of it to secondary legislation. But given the need to boost housing supply, which all members agree is crucial, we should be using the bill to send a clear signal that we will no longer tolerate houses being empty when people are homeless. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. I now call Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Beginning with Amendments 112, in the name of Ariane Burgess, requiring ministers to publish guidance on co-housing. This is identical to an amendment brought forward by Ariane Burgess at stage 2, which wasn't pressed at the time on the basis that we don't need a statutory obligation to publish guidance. Ministers can publish guidance on this issue without a statutory duty to do so. There was agreement at stage 2 that the government would do just that, and I reconfirm that commitment today. There's also a number of amendments in the name of Maggie Chapman relating to compulsory sale and lease powers. On Amendment 255, I'm very pleased to confirm to Ms Chapman that we published a consultation on the 19th of September on exactly this point, which ultimately makes the amendment obsolete. It has been fulfilled, and I'd ask her not to press it. Amendment 256 seeks to commit the ministers to introduce legislation within specific timeframes to give local authorities the power to require the owners of derelict land and buildings to offer for sale or let such land or buildings for use as residential housing, which is ultimately compulsory sale or lease. I'm very supportive of exploring these tools and the way that they could assist us in responding to the housing emergency, but ultimately it would be premature to commit to legislating for such powers whilst we await the results of the consultation, which, as I say, is currently underway, opened on the 19th of September. So with these issues in mind and the work already started, I'd ask Maggie Chapman not to press. Yes.
Maggie Chapman, briefly.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for taking my intervention. I understand that she says, the consultation has happened and it would be premature, but surely giving ministers the powers to act in the event that that consultation leads down a particular path requiring action, that will speed up the process in the future, meaning we don't have to wait for yet more primary legislation. This 256 is an enabling power. It isn't requiring you to do something. So you could use those powers in 256 dependent on what the consultation that you've launched says.
All through the Chair. Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I absolutely take the point, but I'm confident and comfortable that whatever the results of the consultation, which is currently ongoing, which is just opened, whatever it is, the Government will be able to find the appropriate legislative vehicle to implement whatever from that we decide is necessary. But to preempt that, I think, would be inappropriate. Amendment 21 and consequential 51 would go a bit of a step further from 256 and introduce a power for local authorities to order the compulsory sale or lease of property which has been vacant or derelict for a specific period. This is identical to an amendment at stage 2. I want to again reassure Maggie Chapman and the Parliament that we're committing to doing all we can to support the best use of land and property in Scotland, and I absolutely believe it should be used to provide high-quality housing. I'm also mindful of the potential usefulness of these measures. Indeed, that's why we, as I say, have delivered upon the commitment we made to consult by including various questions on both compulsory sale and lease orders in that consultation that was published on 19th of September. And until we have the results, the amendments are premature. Turning to Mr Griffin's amendments 366, 7 and 387, I've met with Mr Griffin on a number of occasions, and we have both agreed that tackling the housing emergency is of the utmost importance and that we must use the opportunity afforded us by the bill to drive this agenda forward. Although I would note that members should be cognisant that the Government published a Housing Emergency Action Plan on the 2nd of September, which will help us deliver around 8,000 affordable homes this year and 36,000 over the coming 4. That aside, I'm very grateful that Mr Griffin agreed to make revisions to Section 51F to ensure the provision is as impactful as possible in tackling the housing emergency, and therefore I would ask members to support his amendments 366, 367 and 387 and oppose the others in the group.
I call Graham Simpson briefly.
Thank you, and it will be brief. I just want to speak very briefly about the amendments from Maggie Chapman about compulsory sale orders, because this has been a frustration of many of us in this Parliament for many years. And I actually think the commitment from the SNP dates back to 2018. It may have even been earlier than that. So they committed to legislate for this. That was backed by parties across the chamber. But nothing's happened. So, I hear there's going to be a consultation. That's often government speak for kicking the can down the road. I hope that's not the case here. I hope it will actually lead to action, because it has to. We've got too many properties sitting empty in Scotland, so this has to lead to something.
I invite the Cabinet Secretary if there's anything further she wishes to add.
I would just add, Presiding Officer, the consultation's ongoing now. It's not to be started, it has started.
Thank you. I now invite Ariane Burgess to wind up. Press of withdrawal amendment 112. Ms Burgess.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Other European nations already support co-housing. Take Denmark, which has embedded the model within its housing culture. And this amendment brings forward, Amendment 112 brings forward a relatively small amount of work off the back of this, which could deliver a real difference. So I would urge the Chamber to back it. I brought this amendment back due to, in part, the change of Cabinet Secretary between Stage 2 and Stage 3, and also discussions with stakeholders who expressed frustration over the lack of action, which has led to mistrust. Support for a Scottish model of co-housing could unlock a powerful form of housing in Scotland. I also want to say that we will also be supporting the amendments from Mark Griffin.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. Can you just confirm that you are pressing?
I'm pressing, yes.
The question is that Amendment 112 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is not agreed. There will be a division of members who cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. The result of the vote on Amendment 112 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 28, no 76. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 244 in the name of Jamie Halker-Johnson, already debated with Amendment 3. Jamie Halker-Johnson, to move or not move? Question is that Amendment 244 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division of members who cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Tim Eagle.
Is that on? Yeah. Sorry, Presiding Officer, my app wouldn't connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Eagle. I'll make sure that is recorded.
Request to speak from Kenneth Gibson.
Point of order, Kenneth Gibson.
Officer.
Thank you, Mr Gibson. I will ensure that is recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 244 in the name of Jamie Harker-Johnson is yes 38, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed, which takes us to Group 25, Accessibility of Housing. I call Amendment 351 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, grouped with Amendments 352, 368 and 369. Pam Duncan-Glancy to move Amendment 351 and speak to all amendments in the group. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Amendment 351 would require Scottish ministers no later than 2 years after this section comes into force to publish an accessible home standard. The Government said in Housing 2040 that they would develop and publish a new accessible home standard for all new homes. It hasn't yet been updated and hasn't been updated in over 20 years. They said that it would be implemented through changes to building standards. However, they've delayed that introduction. At stage 2, the Government said they couldn't support an amendment like this because drafted similarly because it was premature in advance of consideration of responses to its consultation carried out in 2023. However, for the 30,000 people across the country on waiting lists because they are disabled and need accessible housing, stuck in their own homes, this action is not premature, it is far too late. In Glasgow alone, there are currently nearly 5,000 people on the waiting list for a ground floor property or accessible accommodation. And with over 60 associations in Glasgow, I suspect this number will be higher. Disabled people and their representative organisations were actively consulted during the development of the Housing 2040 strategy, and they now rightly want to see change. More importantly, they need to see change. We cannot continue indefinitely without clarity on standards for new builds, standards to ensure we don't build more inaccessible homes, but instead get it right for our population. And the people who need them deserve that action. That's why I brought Amendment 351. Since I lodged the Amendment 351, the Cabinet Secretary has reached out to confirm that she supports the intention of it and the urgency that it pushes, but that she was unable to support it because of two technical issues. The use of the Building Safety Act 2022 definition of the new build home, which would mean the standards would apply only at the point of ownership but not construction, which is clearly not my intention. And the second reason, because there is a lack of a link to an enforcement mechanism such as the Scottish Building Standards system. Since the Cabinet Secretary drew these points to my attention, we worked together quite closely to develop a manuscript amendment that would have amended this in order to bring an amendment that the Cabinet Secretary and Parliament could have supported and that would have delivered the intention that I had set out in Amendment 351. However, the manuscript amendment had not been accepted, and so I was not able to press it. But in the spirit of collaboration, and I have to say to the Cabinet Secretary to thank you for the collaboration since this anomaly had been pointed out. I'm pleased that it is the Government's intention to set out this evening in the Chamber action that will be taken in order to deliver what the reformed amendment would have delivered, and indeed review the building standards within 2 years of royal assent of this piece of legislation. That is welcome news, and I look forward to the Cabinet Secretary confirming that when she speaks a little later in this particular discussion. Presiding Officer, accessible, adaptable homes enable people to thrive at every stage of their life. They reduce pressure on health and social care systems, empower older and disabled people to live with autonomy, and support working families by removing daily barriers to well-being. It's time action on this was taken, and I'm pleased that we should get commitments to that regard this evening. Amendment 352, Presiding Officer, in my name, is because we know that not everyone lives in a new home. Indeed, the majority of older and disabled people live in general needs housing that was never designed to meet changing needs. This puts an increasing pressure, of course, on Scotland's housing, health and social care system. Housing adaptations are a vital part of the solution to that. They are often the difference between staying at home and being forced into crisis. Yet, despite decades of research and recommendations, Scotland's adaptation system remains fragmented, reactive and under-resourced. Innovative work is happening, but too often help arrives only after a fall, injury or hospital stay, and access varies depending on where you live tenure and what funding is available. That's why I brought Amendment 352 in my name. It would require Scottish ministers to, by regulation, create a scheme to provide adaptations. The scheme would apply irrespective of tenure, integrate adaptations into planned repair, maintenance and upgrade programmes, include a mechanism for evaluating the adaptations made to inform future strategy and resource allocation, and ensure evaluation involves engagement with relevant organisations. The scheme is recommended in the recent What's Next for Adaptations report, led by the University of Stirling's Intersectional Stigma of Place-Based Ageing project. And the report notes that delays and inequalities in access to adaptations are widespread across Scotland, and the consequences are serious, with more falls, avoidable hospital admissions and missed opportunities for prevention. Presiding Officer, more than this, living in a home that isn't adapted has a profound impact on your life. And the Government know about the case for change in this area. The need is growing and the cost of inaction will mount. One of my constituents has recently contacted me to say that he's been in a situation where he's had to personally find resources for a stair climber because of outdated advice that has been given in the existing regime that suggests that common changes cannot be made to common areas because the risk to tenants of other tenants of not being able to have move their furniture up and down if a stair lift is in place is greater than the risk to that of his wife who has dementia and him pulling her up 4 storeys in a stair climber. This kind of example needs clarity and direction from the Government, and that is exactly the sort of thing my Amendment 352 was seeking to achieve, and I hope that it can garner cross-party support from the Chamber this evening. The need is growing, the cost of inaction will mount, and as the report says, Presiding Officer, the challenge is no longer knowing what to do, but when will we act? And with that, I say the time is now, and I hope the Government will agree. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan-Glancy. I now call Murdo Fraser to speak to Amendment 368 in the name of Rachel Hamilton and other amendments in the group. Mr Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm moving Amendment 368 on behalf of Rachel Hamilton, who can't be here in the Chamber this afternoon. Amendment 368 seeks to close a gap in the current law which restricts adaptations such as stair lifts or accessible bathing facilities to a disabled person's main residence. This amendment only applies to cases of unpaid care provided by family members, avoiding ambiguity around issues of paid care or volunteer arrangements. And it would extend rights to cover cases where a disabled person spends significant time in another household for the purpose of receiving care and support from a family member. And the reason this change is important is because the current system does not reflect the reality of modern family life. Many disabled adults split their time across more than one home, perhaps between parents who are now separated, or between their own home and that of a carer with whom they sometimes stay. And without provision for adaptations in both residences, their independence, safety and dignity are compromised. So what this amendment seeks to do in summary is ensure our housing system is fairer, more inclusive and better aligned with the needs of disabled people and their families. And I'm pleased to move Amendment 368.
Thank you. I call Megan Gallagher to speak to Amendment 369 and other amendments in the group. Ms Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I'm pleased to say that the Scottish Conservatives, if all the amendments are pressed this evening, we would support, given the importance of the issues that have been raised. My own Amendment 369 is a probing amendment as through discussions with stakeholders, particularly MND Scotland, I have learned that local authorities do not have a clear definition of accessible housing. My concerns relate to those with accessible needs being allocated a house through social waiting lists, only to find that the property is completely unsuitable for their needs. For example, there is one local authority within their own accessible homes definition that defines an accessible home as a property that has up to 4 steps for access. Well, if you are wheelchair bound, this will not be a property that is accessible without adaptations made to the property, and that's why I welcome the amendments that have been brought forward by Pam Duncan-Glancy, who has rightly referenced the report that should offer more clarity in relation to definitions and more clarity in relation to accessibility. But again, that needs to be directed from the government. And again, the reason that we're debating this evening is because that has not happened. There's too many people, Presiding Officer, waiting for adaptations. And again, I learned through discussions with MND Scotland that in some circumstances, people living with MND are waiting up to a year for adaptations to their home. For those that know MND, the MND disease well, in terms of the outcomes and in terms of how people are able to live within their means throughout the rest of their lives, they need the adaptations as quickly as possible. They can't afford to wait years for adaptations to take place. And that's why I do believe that it is imperative for the Scottish Government to strengthen the definition of accessible housing to ensure that councils are fulfilling their duties to provide suitable homes for people with additional housing needs. And I'll leave my remarks there. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jeremy Balfour briefly.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. And can I welcome all these amendments in this grouping, and will be supporting them all. And I'm pleased that Pam Duncan-Glancy has had positive negotiations with the Cabinet Secretary. I wonder if I could just make two very brief points. I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary, when she is summing up her comments, could confirm that when we talk about accessible housing, we're not just talking about accessibility for those who have wheelchairs, but accessibility goes for people who have hidden disability and other forms of disability as well. Too often I have constituents come to me who will be told they can put a ramp in or they can do this or that for a wheelchair. And that is really important. But others who perhaps have less visible disabilities also need adaptations for their housing. And so I'd be interested to make sure that the Cabinet Secretary is picking up on all forms of disability, both hidden and visible. Can I also welcome the amendments in my names in regard to the whole question of adaptation houses? I think we have to be honest, there is simply not enough money going into this budget for local authorities to do this work. And as we just heard from Megan Gallagher, there is often a very long waiting list for people waiting to have these done. This can really affect someone's mental health as well as their physical disability. If they are unable to do things for themselves that with a little help they could do, it often can lead to mental health issues and not being able to use the house to the full facility. Can I again ask the Cabinet Secretary that when we're looking at adaptation, we're not just looking at putting a ramp in, but we're looking at all disabilities to make sure that they are covered. I do hope that these amendments, if moved, will be accepted by the Parliament, because this is a massive issue for many disabled people across the whole of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. And I call the Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, as regards Amendment 351 from Pam Duncan-Glancy, I absolutely support the intention being to ensure the accessibility and adaptability of Scotland's homes, and I also recognise the urgency of this work. And I'm really pleased to have heard today cross-party support for a commitment to introduce a Scottish accessible homes standard. Unfortunately, as Ms Glancy narrated, significant drafting errors in her amendment meant I couldn't support it. We discussed this and she understood, and she spoke to some of the detail of that in her contribution. But we did work together on an alternative manuscript amendment, which, had it been accepted, I would have backed wholeheartedly. Despite this, I can assure Ms Duncan-Glancy that I remain committed to introducing a Scottish accessible home standard through building standards and guidance that addresses the accessibility, adaptability and usability of Scotland's new homes. I would want this to be developed in consultation with the building sector as well as other stakeholders, including, crucially, and most of all, those with lived experience. This will help to ensure that any new building standards and guidance are meaningful and proportionate, with the aim to make sure that all new homes are accessible and adaptable to current and future needs or lifelong changing needs. Following consultation with the sector and including disabled persons, I would want this to be, I would want provision to be in place within 2 years, which reflects the discussion that we had, and I'm very happy to put that on the record today. And I will be keen to engage with Ms Duncan Glancy on it. Equally, in respect of Mr Balfour's question, I would want to confirm to him that I will make sure that when we're talking about the needs of disabled individuals, this is the full spectrum of requirements, so he needn't be concerned that any hidden disabilities would be missed. As regards 352, again, I'm fully supportive of the principle, and I'm clear that disabled people must be supported to live safely and independently in their own home, regardless of their housing circumstances. However, this is a similar provision whereby the law already exists for this purpose. I'm not, therefore, agreeable to layering further law atop what already exists, but what I want to do is work with members to make the existing law work better. If it is the case that I will in a moment. I just finished the point to say that if it is the case that the law as it stands isn't working, I'm very interested to work out how we change that, and I'll take Ms Duncan Glancy.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that intervention, and I'm afraid it is the case that the current legislation isn't working, and that has been the conclusion of the report from Stirling University, which is why indeed I brought this particular amendment. They've highlighted various different ways in which the law should be improved in this space, including the improvements that Amendment 352 tried to make. On that basis, would the Cabinet Secretary reconsider supporting this amendment?
Cabinet Secretary.
I take on board everything that Pam Duncan Glancy puts to me. The principle, though, for my inability to accept the amendment doesn't change, in that I don't want to confuse the legal landscape. But what I will do is absolutely take on board what she's telling me about the workability of the existing law, and I will commit to undertake a review of the current housing adaptation system, which will be able to make recommendations building on some of the work that she has spoken to about how we best improve and streamline the system and better target resources. Because there is a lot of resources being spent on this, but if it's not being spent well, we need to work on that. And I'll take Mr Stewart.
Briefly, Kevin Stewart.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for giving way, and I welcome what she has said there about a review, because sometimes the system itself is cluttered with local authorities, health and social care partnerships and the NHS often looking over a fragmented system. I wonder if the Cabinet Secretary would agree in terms of that review also a bringing together of all partners to get this right for people across Scotland.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, absolutely. I wholeheartedly back what Mr Stewart is saying there about the complexity of the existing landscape and the need to bring partners together to understand what needs to be done. And I'm very happy to commit to Parliament that review will start later this year, and I'll engage members on it. It's also worth, whilst we're discussing adaptations, just to note that we're continuing to support RSLs to adapt their properties appropriately, and the budget for this programme for 25-26 has more than doubled to £20.9 million, of course reflecting our commitment to support social landlords to deliver necessary adaptations. Presiding Officer, I just have a couple of other amendments to address with members. Rachel Hamilton is not here, but her Amendment 368 was spoken to about provision for support of disabled people who require adaptation. Section 73 requires assistance to be provided in cases where the property is the only or main residence of the disabled person. We accept that, but further assistance may also be provided in certain circumstances, and this is currently at the discretion of the local authority. And as I've mentioned and as we've discussed, we've committed to undertake that review of current housing adaptations. So I'll make sure that these issues are raised under that work. I can't support Megan Gallagher's Amendment 369. I understand her intent, and I'm sure it's inadvertent because this is not what she had intended. I fear this might be a step back. Under the current law, adaptations can simply be for the purpose of improving access. But this amendment would mean that works had to be to allow for safe, convenient and unassisted access throughout. So that's a slight step back. I know that's not what Ms. Yes, of course.
Briefly, Megan Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. Again, this was a probing amendment, so we could talk about the definitions and the need for clarity surrounding definitions of accessible housing. I think it's really important that the Scottish Government take this away in terms of the discussion and the debate that we've had this evening. I'm glad that a review will be underway, but the Cabinet Secretary must look at the definitions of the 32 local authorities, because right now they are inconsistent, and that leaves a lot of uncertainty for disabled families right up and down the country.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks, Presiding Officer. And I know Ms Gallagher, I think she's confirmed she won't be pressing that if it was a probing amendment. I'll conclude my remarks there, Presiding Officer, by again reiterating my commitment to the review and starting that work later this year, and indeed to an accessible home standard within 2 years.
Thank you. I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 351. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And on the basis of the commitments that the Cabinet Secretary has given and on the drafting concerns, which I would not want the amendment only to apply at the point, for example, that the house was purchased rather than built. So on that basis, I won't press Amendment 351, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's commitment to take action in this area, particularly with disabled people, their organisations and others within 2 years. On Amendment 352? Thank you. On Amendment 352, I'm afraid I don't accept the Government's response that a review is needed. One of the things the report from Stirling Uni notes is that evidence on the case for change is consistent, and indeed the need for consistency and equity has been recommended 14 times since 2000, for a strategic approach 21 times, and for partnership approaches 19 times. The time for review really is over. The time to act on adaptations is now, and so on that basis I will be pressing Amendment 352.
Just to confirm, you're seeking to withdraw Amendment 351.
Forgive me, Presiding Officer, I seek to withdraw Amendment 351.
Okay. Pam Duncan-Glancy is seeking to withdraw Amendment 351. Does any member object? No member objects. Therefore, Amendment 351 is withdrawn. I call Amendment 352 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with Amendment 351. Ms Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
The question is that Amendment 352 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be division, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. Now, the result of the vote on Amendment 352 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 47, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. We move to Group 26, Taxes and Local Government Finance. Call Amendment 353 in the name of Ross Greer. Group with amendments as shown in the groupings. I point out that if Amendment 231 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 359 as a result of preemption. So Ross Greer to move Amendment 353 and speak to all amendments in the group. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Well, we've saved the best for almost last. Who doesn't want to be discussing council tax reform with me on a Tuesday evening? I'm really glad that colleagues in the Finance Committee have made it back in time from Lithuania for this. Amendment 353 mandates ministers to regulate to undertake a property revaluation for council tax. It's an issue that we debated at stage 2 when I moved a different but related amendment, and I've raised it in a number of other settings, so I won't rehearse all of it now, but suffice to say it is absurd that we all pay council tax based on property values that we know are wrong and 34 years out of date. Every party has recognised that our council tax system needs to change, regardless of what long-term reform looks like. We need accurate property values as a starting point for that reform process. So this amendment's been revised from stage 2 to make clear that ministers can make further regulations to not implement the revaluation if they do not wish to do so. What this would do, though, is it would produce that data set. It would give us a data set on which to base future decisions about reform without committing us to any particular course of action, because I recognise the range of views across Parliament on where we should go in terms of that reform. But I think we can all recognise the need to actually have the data to base those decisions on. Amendments 354 and 355 have the effect of letting councils increase council tax on second and empty homes. I'm grateful to the Government for working with me on these. In 2023, we regulated to let councils impose a 100% surcharge if they wish to on these properties, and it worked. In 1 year, there were 2,500 fewer second homes in Scotland, and this recognises the particular harm that's caused by the huge growth in holiday homes in rural and island communities in particular. On Arran, in my region, communities like Lumlash are now approaching the point where a majority of homes are either second homes or short-term lets. In other areas, like parts of Skye and Westeros, they are already well past half. This is destroying communities. I and other members spoke in detail about the impact it's having on communities in my members' business debate before summer recess, so I won't repeat all of that here. But this amendment builds on what the Local Government Committee agreed to at stage 2, lifting the 100% cap for the surcharge, so effectively the 200% overall cap on council tax, and allowing for council tax to be more than doubled on these second and empty properties. These amendments complete the process by giving councils themselves the power to increase the surcharge rather than leaving it entirely up to Government and Parliament. But it also allows ministers to produce binding guidance as to how that is applied, so they can set sensible exemptions for situations like locum GP housing. I would have hoped that that wouldn't have been necessary, but unfortunately the behaviour of a couple of councils has, I think, merited it. Amendment 356 makes clear beyond a doubt that ministers can write off the council tax debts of those who are experiencing or have survived domestic abuse, where through joint and several liability they are liable for the debts of their abuser. I was glad to get the Government's support at stage 2 for my amendment, which is now section 51B of the bill, that will lead to a review on the scale of this debt and how we can address it. I'm hoping that following that review, ministers will be writing off that frankly repugnant debt. Survivors should never have to pay off their abusers' debts. Amendment 245 and 246 from the Cabinet Secretary changed the time limit for the review that the committee agreed to at stage 2 from 6 months to a year after royal assent. I'm happy to agree to that. Amendment 357 changes the prescription or write-off period for council tax arrears. Right now, under the Prescription and Limitation Act of 1973, Scottish council tax debts are chased for 20 years, despite the fact most other types of debt here are written off after 5, and council tax debt in England is written off after 6 years. I've raised this twice in the last month with the First Minister, so again I won't rehearse those arguments in full, but briefly, people who have been unable to pay off their debts after 5 years of enforcement action are almost certainly struggling. Sending sheriff's officers to their door over and over again is not helping anyone. It costs councils a fortune in enforcement costs for the little that they're able to recover, and it has knock-on costs. For example, when those who are trying to pay off their council tax debts are then unable to pay their rent, end up homeless, and the council then needs to find them housing. As Aberlour have detailed in their research and campaigning, the current system isn't working for anyone, not those who are in debt and certainly not for councils. That's why I'm proposing that council tax debts be moved to the 5-year limit, which already applies to many other forms of debt to the state. Amendment 358, along with 386, mandates ministers to use their existing powers to rewrite the current regulations governing how councils collect this council tax debt. It would give everyone the right to pay council tax on a monthly basis. It's not currently a right that we have. Right now, if someone falls behind on council tax by just a month or two, maybe due to a sudden change in their personal finances, the council can make them liable for paying the full annual balance for that financial year. So councils are regularly making things worse for those who are struggling by demanding these massive upfront payments, often thousands of pounds, at the exact point where they can least afford it. 359 requires ministers, when doing the review into short-term let accommodation secured by Rachel Hamilton at stage 2, to consider the cut-off point at which a property goes from being liable for council tax to non-domestic rates. Right now, Scotland is well behind Wales on this. There, a property has to be available for 252 days and let out for 182 days in a year to move from council tax to NDR. In Scotland, it's just 140 and 70 days, respectively. If we match the Welsh dates, we'd have more short-term lets paying the second home council tax surcharge and fewer paying no tax through qualifying for 100% NDR relief. Given the impact of short-term lets on housing supply everywhere from here in the centre of Edinburgh to Arran, I don't think we should be making it easier for them to reduce their tax contribution. 361 ends the current relief from land and buildings transaction tax for foreign militaries. In short, if President Trump's military wishes to buy property in Scotland, they should pay their taxes like everyone else. On a similar note, 362 ends the Crown's exemption from LBTT in Scotland for residential property. It's absurd that one particular billionaire gets a personal tax break. If my constituents need to pay LBTT when they're buying a property, I think the King should too. And Amendment 363 allows ministers to impose a surcharge when companies are buying up residential property. Right now, as the Act is drafted, we can only set one rate, which serves as both the additional dwelling supplement for individuals and the company's surcharge. I want to separate those two surcharges to allow for greater targeting. Right now in England, the stamp duty surcharge on companies is 17%, while in Scotland, because it's tied to the additional dwelling supplement, it's just 8%. So like council tax debt collection rules, this is one area where the law in England is far more progressive than in Scotland, and I think we should fix that. 364, I'm almost done, Presiding Officer, allows ministers to impose a surcharge on overseas buyers of additional property. To be clear, it does not apply to people who are looking to move here and to live here. It would apply largely to the super rich who are buying up homes here either for holidaying or for property speculation. The growing overseas ownership of Scottish land and property is a scandal that this Parliament should get to grips with. 365 allows ministers to impose an LBTT surcharge on the purchase of second-hand holiday homes in areas of linguistic significance. So we all acknowledged during the passage of the Languages Bill that the biggest threat to Gaelic-speaking communities is the rural housing crisis. The key driver of that is second and holiday home ownership. So making it that bit more expensive to buy a second home in some of our most fragile communities would be an important tool for protecting Gaelic. I will finish there, Presiding Officer. I hope the Cabinet Secretary will respond positively to these proposals to fix elements of our property tax system that are, frankly, currently rigged against ordinary people and in favour of the wealthy few.
Thank you. Just to point out that if Amendment 251 rather than 231 is agreed to, I cannot call Amendment 359 due to the preemption. With that, I call the Cabinet Secretary to speak to Amendment 245 and other amendments in the group. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As Mr Greer's contribution has demonstrated, there are rather a lot of amendments in this group. I'll try and be as quick as I can. It is our penultimate group, however, so hopefully you'll afford me a little time to give members the courtesy of a response. I'll start with amendments in my name, however, 245 and 246. These are about extending the time frame for completing the review of the impact of a joint and several liability for council tax arrears in domestic abuse to 12 months after royal assent, and this is just to make sure that we can gather the necessary evidence and consult properly with stakeholders. Now, generally in this group, some of the amendments, as we've heard, they propose to make changes to LBTT. Now, this would normally be taken forward in a tax-specific piece of legislation, with any proposed changes expected to follow focused taxpayer and stakeholder consultation. It would also normally involve collaborative working with Revenue Scotland to ensure effective administration and compliance, and then be considered by the relevant committee. Bringing them forward at this stage and of a housing bill is far from the right approach. With that said, Amendment 113 from Ms Burgess amends, her amendments 113 and 144, were previously considered at stage 2. Now, existing LBTT arrangements provide relief to those cooperatives who are registered as a social landlord with a Scottish housing regulator or that operate as registered charities, but the exemption proposed would mean that transactions do not have to be notified at all to Revenue Scotland. This presents a clear compliance risk, and therefore I can't support it. Amendment 360 in requiring ministers to publish a report on LBTT in the context of housing cooperatives and other community-led housing models. I think this is best considered in the context of the government's broader position on such housing models, rather than considering tax on this matter in isolation. And again, I have to talk back to my leading position, which is about the need for consultation and preparation for any changes in tax. Amendments 353 on a full council tax re-evaluation. The Government can't support this amendment. Whilst there is broad agreement on the need for council tax reform, there are different views on how that should be taken forward, and this is precisely why the Government, working with COSLA, has launched a programme of engagement to build consensus. Firstly, I do have to point out there's elements of this amendment which appear to be without legal effect, as they purport to rely on a provision which can only be used to change tax bandings. But the much more important point is that an independent report from the Institute for Fiscal Studies will be shortly published, which will provide robust analysis of market trends and options for reform. This will be followed by formal consultation with town hall events across Scotland, leading to a debate in Parliament in early 2026. And this will allow us to test illustrative proposals openly and be evidence-led, and we must allow that work to continue. On Amendments 354 and 355, we worked closely with COSLA to deliver the first council tax premium on second homes from April 24, and of course in our 25 PFG we committed to go further by removing the remaining constraints, and this amendment delivers on that, so I'm pleased to have worked with Mr Greer on it and to support it. Regarding Amendments 356, we recognise that joint and several liability for council tax can create very difficult circumstances for those who are or have experienced abuse. That's why at stage 2 we supported an amendment requiring a review of how council tax arrears in this situation are affecting individuals. Mr Greer spoke to that. The outcome of that review will be reported to Parliament and will give us a much clearer understanding. And I don't want to preempt the outcome of that review, because I want to make sure that this provision works, because the experience of victims and survivors is very important to me. I do have a huge amount to get to, but yes, absolutely.
Ross Greer, briefly.
I'm hoping that this will save us time in a moment, Presiding Officer. I'm happy not to press that particular amendment if the Cabinet Secretary can confirm that the Government's intention here, the intended outcome, is that survivors are never put in the position of having to pay off their abusers' debts.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I absolutely support the contention that, that victims and survivors should not be liable for abusers' debts, absolutely. But all I'm saying is that I will await the work that we've committed to being done before committing to an approach in primary legislation. I think that's a sensible approach. Now, on Ross Greer's Amendment 357 on the prescriptive period for council tax debt, I think the most important thing to highlight to the Chamber is that the 5-year period that's mooted could be reset when recovery action is taken or whenever there's an acknowledgement of the debt. I suspect that probably wasn't Mr Greer's intention, because I understand his principled position that 20 years is too long, 5 years is more appropriate. I expect he probably didn't intend that it could reset and go on beyond 5 years. However, on the generality, I am very sympathetic to the points raised on this amendment, to the need to be considerate of what long-term debt feels like for those who are experiencing it and the impact it can have on families. However, this stage in this bill is not the right place to do it, and we ought to have really close consultation, including with local authorities, on what we might do, not least to make sure that we can get the prescriptive period right and make sure it's as fair as possible. Moving to 361, seeking to restrict the exemption from... Yes, I will.
Briefly, Ross Greer.
I'm grateful, and again, I'm happy not to press this amendment if the Cabinet Secretary could perhaps confirm that the kind of further consultation that the Government believes is required will now be undertaken. And again, if she could just perhaps echo what the First Minister said last week, where he appeared to agree on the point of principle that the current rules around council tax debt are not working for struggling families and that some kind of reform is necessary. If the Government agrees on that point of principle and that consultation will happen, I'm happy not to press this, because that would be sufficient progress for me.
Cabinet Secretary.
Yes, like the First Minister said at First Minister's questions last week, the Government is very sympathetic to the inherent unfairness in the current system and to considering how it could be improved. My point is that we need to do that work to consider it, Presiding Officer, and importantly to consult with those affected. Moving to 361, seeking to restrict the exemption from LBTT for the purchases of military headquarters and barracks by overseas visiting forces. The introduction of this relief was considered necessary as a consequence of UK international treaty obligations and NATO agreements. Most importantly, however, on the basis of defence and international relations reservations under the Scotland Act, the removal of this exemption is likely to be outside parliamentary competence and I can't support it. Amendment 362 on Crown application of the LBTT Act. Firstly, this introduces some ambiguity into the LBTT framework by referring to residential property transactions, but it's not clear if it's intended to apply in the case of mixed use or linked transactions. But most importantly, it is important for matters of tax to be clear and not to be introduced at stage 3 of a bill where difficulties in drafting can't be overcome. So I can't support that one. On Amendments 363 and 365, members will be aware that the ADS is set at a flat rate of 8% in addition to core rates of LBTT. 363 and 365 would allow for a significant divergence from existing arrangements and long-standing policy and would require thorough consultation to explore the case for change. Likewise, on Amendments 364, the arrangements for a broadly similar provision in the UK stamp duty land tax regime indicates that this is a highly complex proposition. Detailed consultation, including with Revenue Scotland, would be essential before any legislation relating to a surcharge could be considered. Moving as quickly as I can, Presiding Officer. Amendment 247 in the name of Graham Simpson is defective. It appears to be based on an out-of-date version of the relevant order and I can't accept it for those reasons. I'm not sure if Rachel Hamilton is here and if someone else is going to speak to her Amendment 376 on the visitor levy, but under Section 75 of the 2024 Act, there's already an existing requirement on ministers to review the operation of the Act and to prepare a report before Parliament. I'm not prepared to duplicate that work unnecessarily. Equally, the effect of Amendment 377 is that revenues generated could be put into general housing funds as opposed to what the visitor levy was intended to be for, namely for tourism, and therefore I can't support that amendment either. Amendments 250 to 254. During stage 2, it was explained that the intention of this section of the bill, section 51E, was to require a review of the processes around the classification of self-catering holiday accommodation in particular. The evaluation of all non-domestic property, including the classification of properties on the roll, is a matter for the independent Scottish assessors. For self-catering accommodation, properties assessors determine whether the requirements to be classified as self-catering holiday accommodation liable for non-domestic rates are met in any given year. And we are considering whether further changes are needed going forward, but the current wording of Section 51E is very broad. A wide range of property types would potentially be captured within the scope, and, for instance, hotels, guest houses, caravans and timeshares are all potentially suitable for providing housing. Amendments 250 to 254 in my name will deliver the intention but provide greater clarity in doing so, namely that the scope of the review is the process around the classification of self-catering holiday accommodation for the purposes of non-domestic rates. And it will also make clear that the review must include the manner in which any such determination be communicated. Amendment 359 by Ross Greer would require the review of the classification of properties under Section 51E to include within its scope the number of days per year for which a residential property has to be available for let and the manner that it's to be let. The valuation of all non-domestic property, including the classification of properties on the roll, as I've said, is a matter for Scottish assessors. On a technical point, whilst Amendment 359 refers to days, the units of measurement for these requirements changed to nights, with effect from 1 April 2024. More generally, I would point back to Amendments 250 to 254 in my name, which provide greater clarity and a better scope. I therefore encourage members to oppose 250 to 254. Amendments 248 and 249 in my name seek to merge the two provisions of the bill relating to housing revenue account of local authorities into a single section. And with that, I shall leave it there, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call Graham Simpson to speak to Amendment 247 and other amendments in the group. Mr Simpson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendment 247 is an issue that I raised at stage 2, and I did so because it's been raised with me by students themselves. And it's basically the requirement to start paying council tax after finishing a course, and actually between that and graduating. So this amendment seeks to exempt people from having to do that. Now, the Cabinet Secretary alludes to drafting errors. That's the first I've heard of it, but I'll accept what she says. But I think there's actually a wider issue, which I've discussed with her, and that is that there could be actually quite a gap between someone finishing a course and actually graduating, and some people might not actually get round to graduating. So for those reasons, I won't be pressing this amendment. Well, yes, I can, yeah, but I had finished addressing the amendment.
Can I just ask, what would happen under the circumstance where a person actually defers graduating for a year, maybe so they graduate with their friends? Would they be exempt from paying council tax for all that time?
Graham Simpson.
Unfortunately, Mr Lumsden didn't appear to have heard what I was saying. I'm not going to be pressing this amendment because it has problems with it, probably exactly the sort of problems that he's alluded to. Now, this group has allowed Ross Greer to re-rehearse the arguments he put forward at stage 2 on reforming council tax, and he knew then, as he knows now, that while there's great merit at looking at council tax reform, it really needs separate legislation. And he knows that, and it's the same with amendments on LBTT. It needs proper consultation. This has gone into the too difficult box for too long. I accept that. I'm pleased to hear the Cabinet Secretary say that there could be a debate in this Parliament in early 2026. That would be a good thing, but this legislation isn't the place for it. Ross Greer knows that, but at least he's got a press release out of it.
Call Ariane Burgess to speak to Amendment 114 and other amendments in the group. Ms Burgess.
Housing co-ops play an important role in Scotland's housing landscape, and it's vital that we support them. In my amendments 113, housing cooperatives relief from additional dwelling supplement would remove the ADS burden from all housing co-ops, not just those that are registered as charities or social landlords, while Amendment 114 exempt transactions, housing cooperatives would exempt them from land and buildings transaction tax. The bulk of housing co-ops in Scotland are not registered social landlords or charities. This is often because of the way that they're set up or run, or the purpose that they serve prevents them from having either status. For example, Edinburgh Student Housing Co-op can't be a social landlord or charity, but enables students from low-income backgrounds to secure affordable housing in what is a challenging housing market, a significant public good. Both of my amendments contain strict rules co-ops must meet if they are to get exemptions, and these are contained under subsection 3. Key points to note here are that only tenants or those who are soon to move into a co-op are allowed to make decisions about how the co-op is run. And likewise, my definition is careful to state that shares and share capital aren't beholden to market forces that make other types of housing so unaffordable. The idea is that anyone can live in a co-op regardless of their economic background or stage of life, but those that do so can't abuse their share of a co-op for their own gain. The wealth created through members' contributions is held collectively, reinvested in homes and the community, and passed on to future members. The whole concept is a purely democratic model. Co-ops redistribute wealth away from speculative individual gain and into secure, affordable housing for the many. These robust stipulations have been drafted with the support of the Confederation of Cooperative Housing and Cooperatives UK, as well as individual housing co-ops across Scotland. When I meet these organisations, they always say that LBTT and ADS are the biggest barriers to the co-op sector in Scotland, and these taxes make it harder for co-ops to get started and meet demand. This matters because this model should have a big role to play in tackling our housing emergency. It offers an affordable option between renting and owning that takes pressure of local authorities and individual budgets. It also locks in collective wealth. Instead of rent payments leaving the community, they circulate back into improving homes, strengthening the co-op and supporting long-term affordability. Likewise, the model offers social benefits that can lead to positive health and well-being outcomes, taking pressure off public services. In short, co-ops are vital if Scotland is serious about the community wealth building agenda and tackling the housing emergency. Frustratingly, England is ahead of Scotland in this area. South of the border, co-ops get a form of relief from stamp duty, despite working under a weaker legal definition than the one I'm proposing today. And this allows them to operate effectively in extremely challenging housing markets like London. By passing these amendments today, we can change this and significantly improve housing outcomes for people all over Scotland. My Amendment 360 is a backup amendment to these two amendments, which would require the Scottish Government to produce a report on the impact of LBTT and ADS and what that impact has on co-ops and community-led housing sector. It will enable the Government to see for itself that there is a real need for these reliefs to be applied to the housing co-op model. As I've already set out, co-ops are crucial if we are to tackle the housing emergency. Providing them with appropriate reliefs would allow them to play more of a role in providing housing for people of all backgrounds. Through collective power, these people can provide affordable, quality housing for all without the need for much taxpayer support. And they do need government facilitation if they are to become more strongly established and expand. The SNP recognised this during the Bute House government, and it was a stated aim of that administration that it would seek to support cooperative housing and consider LBTT relief. It's beyond time for this scoping exercise to happen, and if the government is serious about community wealth building and tackling the housing emergency, it must act.
Thank you. Just a reminder to colleagues to either take their conversations outside or keep them much quieter. I call Murdo Fraser to speak to Amendment 376 on behalf of Rachel Hamilton and other amendments in the group.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Amendments 376 and 377 in the name of my colleague Rachel Hamilton are essentially probing amendments to try and determine the impact of the visitor levy on housing and indeed other aspects on the economy. And it's curious, I think, that we haven't seen a full economic impact assessment of the impact the visitor levy is likely to have. And not surprisingly, there is widespread concern across the tourist sector, but also wider economy representatives about what the impact of the visitor levy is likely to be. And we on this side of the chamber have consistently warned of the impact the visitor levy is likely to have, and we've been joined in that by many industry representatives. Just last week we saw a chaotic and shambolic situation where the Minister for Public Finance announced one day that the government was prepared to consider changes. We're going to bring forward changes to the visitor levy, and 3 days later corrected himself and said they were only going to consider that. And not surprising, this has caused a great deal of uncertainty and dismay in the tourist sector. Earlier this year, over 80 organisations from across the hospitality and tourist sector issued a stark warning that without urgent changes, the visitor levy scheme would, in their words, cause harm to both Scotland's economy and individual businesses. So we see right now different councils, including here in Edinburgh, bringing forward plans for a visitor levy. At the same time, we don't know what the future of the levy will be, whether the government will bring forward changes, when those changes will be, and what the impact of those might amount to. So our call is that there should be a moratorium on the visitor levy until we see how this resolves itself. That is in the interests of Scottish business before more damage is done, Presiding Officer. Thank you.
Thank you. A couple of brief contributions. First from Willie Rennie.
I just want to praise the indefatigability of Ross Greer for forever pursuing the reform of council tax. He's starry-eyed optimist when he comes and talks about this issue, but quite rightly so, because he has pursued it in many cases the same way as Liberal Democrats, but to no avail, because we have seen repeated working groups, joint working groups, cross-party task forces, commissions, citizens' assemblies, roadshows, debates, endless barriers to actually doing anything at all to reform the council tax. We will be voting for some of his amendments today to try and make that point. But the most important thing is that if the government's words are not to be hollow, then they actually need to come forward with proposals themselves, rather than hiding behind processes forevermore. So that's my appeal to the government, is get off the fence.
And Mark Griffin. We have Mr Griffin's microphone.
Thank you, President Officer. To speak briefly and broadly to the package of amendments that Ross Greer has tabled for debate today. There is a lot in there when it comes to additional dwelling supplement, land and buildings transaction tax, and wide-ranging reform of council tax and debt. When you look at some of the individual amendments, I absolutely agree with the policy behind them, specifically on debt, areas around debt, and on victim survivors of domestic abuse paying for their abusers' arrears. Absolutely on board with the direction of travel with Mr Greer there. What I have an issue with is when you take them as a collective, the cumulative impact of that entire package of council tax and LBTT reform. It seems like that has been done in a vacuum almost. I didn't hear any reference to working with Revenue Scotland. I didn't hear reference to any dialogue with COSLA or local authorities. It seems to have been done in a vacuum without consideration of the Verity House agreement. And so it's for those reasons that I think that this bill in itself isn't the place to tackle these issues that absolutely deserve consideration in a bill of their own. But in saying that, I fundamentally agree with the individual points on some of those amendments that Mr Greer is making. Just the cumulative impact of all of those is so wide-ranging, such a huge package of reform that I think they need detailed consideration of their own.
Thank you. I call on Ross Greer to wind up. Press to withdraw Amendment 353. Mr Greer.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I will not revise the arguments around every amendment here. I just want to make a couple of observations, particularly around the Cabinet Secretary's points and some of what Mark Griffin's just said about, and Graeme Simpson as well, that this is not the right bill or the right stage. I think on the point around this not being the right stage, having introduced these too late from the Cabinet Secretary, with respect, I've got to say that was bordering on disingenuous, given that almost all of this was brought at stage 2, that I did discuss it with her predecessors. These are issues that I've discussed with the government, specifically in relation to this bill, for months, but as well Rennie pointed out, many of us have been discussing and trying to get progress on for years, and in some cases decades. And I actually agree that this is not the ideal bill through which to bring forward many of these amendments, that they should be brought forward as part of dedicated tax legislation. But my response to the Cabinet Secretary on that specific point is that the government should then bring forward that tax legislation, or indeed a wider finance bill, as indeed members from either end of the political spectrum in this place have argued for a long time. An annual finance bill alongside the budget would allow us to resolve many of these issues. So it is not a particularly compelling point from the government to say that you've not brought these forward for the right bill, when the government has not brought forward the right bill in the first place for members to use as a vehicle. I don't think the government should blame other members for taking advantage of this bill to fix issues that the government itself has not done. For example, the area where we have come to agreement around lifting the cap on council tax surcharges for second and empty homes was something that the Scottish Government committed to do, I think, about 3 years ago, but then said there was no legislative vehicle for in the remainder of this session. Well, we have proven that that was not the case, and I'm glad that we've been able to agree on that. But I really want to pick up, in particular, on Willie Rennie's point around all the barriers that have been put up in the way for 34 years on fixing the council tax, a system that was supposed to be a quick and dirty and temporary replacement for the poll tax, but that has now been out of date for longer than I have been alive. The Scottish Government has led substantive processes on this before, and this is where I struggle to trust the government on this point in particular, where they say that we need to take this forward through the new reform process that they've recently announced and are now embarking on. Well, 10 years ago, the government launched the Commission on Local Tax Reform, a substantive piece of work that they then barely acted on, to the extent that when I asked the government for a copy of the report, they discovered that the domain had expired and they needed to use the Internet Archive, the Wayback Machine, to recover these critical documents. I think it is particularly unfair of the government to talk about drafting issues here. In particular, I don't think that drafting is the reason why they're not supporting my amendment to end the King's personal tax break. I think it would be helpful if the Cabinet Secretary had just laid out the Scottish Government's position on principle on these issues. That being said, though, I am glad that we are making progress on some of this. So there's a range of these. There are some that I'm going to press, including the first one in this group, Presiding Officer, but I won't press all of them. I am frustrated, though, that so many of these issues could have been resolved if the government had spent the summer engaging with me on the issues that they apparently agree in principle on and are only now coming up with drafting reasons to vote against.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 353 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Keith Brown.
I was unable to connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Brown. I'll make sure that is recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 353 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 12, no 95. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 354 in the name of Ross Greer. Already debated with amendment 353. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that amendment 354 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Result of the vote on amendment 3. The result of the vote on amendment 354 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 75, no 31. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Call amendment 355 in the name of Ross Greer. Already debated with amendment 353. Ross Greer to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 355 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote's now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 355 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 78, no 30. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Call Amendment 245 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 353. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 245 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Craig Hoy. Point of order, Craig Hoy.
Apologies, Deputy Presiding Officer, that point of order actually related to the prior vote.
Result of the vote on Amendment 245 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 84, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 246 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with Amendment 353. Cabinet Secretary to move formally.
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 246 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Point of order, Joe Fitzpatrick. Can you repeat that, Mr Fitzpatrick?
Sorry, I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Fitzpatrick. I'll make sure that is recorded. The result of the vote on Amendment 246 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 83, no 26. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call Amendment 247 in the name of Graham Simpson, already debated with Amendment 353. Graham Simpson, to move or not move?
That's not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 356 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move? That is not moved. I call Amendment 357 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 358 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendments 248, 249 and 250, all in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, all previously debated with Amendment 353. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move Amendments 248 to 250 en bloc.
Moved en bloc.
Does any member object to single questions being put on Amendments 248 to 250? No members object. Therefore, the question is that amendments 248 to 250 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. I call amendment 251 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated with amendment 353. I would remind members that if amendment 251 is agreed, I cannot call amendment 359 due to the preemption. Cabinet Secretary to move formally. Thank you. The question is that amendment 251 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? That is agreed. I call amendment 252, 253 and 254 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, all previously debated with amendment 353. I invite the Cabinet Secretary to move amendments 252 to 254 en bloc. Thank you. Does any member object to a single question be put on amendments 252 to 254? No. The question is therefore that amendments 252 to 254 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. Call amendment 114 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with amendment 353. Ariane Burgess to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is amendment 114 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 114 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 21, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 113 in the name of Ariane Burgess. Already debated with Amendment 353. Ariane Burgess to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 113 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 113 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 30, no 79. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 360 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 353. Ariane Burgess to move or not?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 360 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote's now closed. Result of the vote on Amendment 360 in the name of Ariane Burgess is yes 21, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 361 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. To call Amendment 362 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
Question is that Amendment 362 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. Result of the vote on Amendment 362 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 10, no 97. There were 2 abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. Call Amendment 363 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 364 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 365 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that Amendment 365 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. And the vote is now closed. Result of the vote on Amendment 365 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 8, no 101. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 366 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 112. Mark Griffin, to move or not move? Moved. Question is Amendment 366 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 366 in the name of Mark Griffin is yes 83, no 25. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. Call Amendment 255 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 256 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that Amendment 256 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. Vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 256 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 45, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 21 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
That is not moved. I call Amendment 367 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 112. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
Question is that Amendment 367 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. That is agreed. Call Amendment 115 in the name of Paul Sweeney, already debated with Amendment 3. Paul Sweeney, to move or not move? That is moved. The question is that Amendment 115 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. Parliament's not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. Vote is now closed. And the result of the vote on Amendment 15 in the name of Paul Sweeney is yes 21, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed, which takes us to Group 27, Antisocial Behaviour Register of Tenants. I call Amendment 257 in the name of Edward Mountain, in a group of its own, Edward Mountain, to move and speak to Amendment 257. Mr Mountain.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer, and I would just like to remind the Chamber in my register of interest that I am a landlord in Murray. I let houses under PRTs, I let tied properties, and I've been letting houses for 30 years. I am indeed a qualified surveyor, and I was also letting houses for people...
Mr Mountain, if you give me could we have a little less noise around the chamber, please? Mr Mountain, please resume.
I'm sure it's bubbling excitement, Presiding Officer, for my amendment. Well, one of the reasons why bringing this amendment is not, as I suspect some members to believe, to protect the landlords in the private rented sector who have been described as wolves and weasel word users. This is about trying to protect people who let houses, and especially in the social sector. My mailbox is often full of complaints of people who are living in social houses next to people whose antisocial behaviour prevents them from living in their houses in a way that they can enjoy them. So therefore, the point of this amendment is to allow the government to draw up a register of those antisocial people, those people with antisocial behaviour, so that people are aware of the tenant that they're taking on. Now, this is particularly important, Presiding Officer, in my mind, so that they know when they are, say, in social housing, putting up somebody who has convictions for drug use or drug provision, that they don't put them next to people who are susceptible or trying to go clean or making a break from drugs. That is one of the reasons why this amendment is there. And it allows the government to make a register, and they can dictate how the register is kept, how the information is specified in the
I would be grateful if any conversations could be drawn to a close.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Sorry, I want to take interventions if I'm allowed to. It's somewhat difficult for me. My hearing aids have run out of battery. I'm struggling to hear to take the intervention. So if I could just get through this as quickly as possible, because I know time is against me. But it would allow the government to suggest how to amend an entry and how to enforce the register. Now, one wonders whether that's fair. I think it is fair because landlords have to be registered and they have to enter in on a register and have to renew every 3 years under government legislation. And they can be removed from that register if they're not regarded as a suitable landlord. And if they can't prove that they're a suitable landlord and they're removed, they can't advertise the property and then they can't let the property. So there are severe restrictions on landlords and I welcome those. I think it weeds out landlords who aren't being good landlords, and I think that therefore it's only fair that if we're controlling landlords that the register is kept to the tenant so everyone knows the tenant they're taking on and if they're going to come with problems. That is the premise of my amendment, and I'd be delighted to hear the Cabinet Secretary's reasons why she's supporting it. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I have listened very carefully to Edward Mountain. However, my reflections remain that this is a significant proposal with very wide-reaching implications. And whilst I hear what he's saying about his aims to support housing providers ultimately manage risk, it is a significant new and untested policy for which I understand there's been no previous discussion or consultation. Moreover, some of this information that is being sought would already be available to landlords. But beyond that, I have concerns regarding the proportionality of an approach which requires this register as set out. I will in a moment, yes, but I think it raises understandable concerns about fairness, privacy, rehabilitation, particularly rehabilitation, given that I don't think there's any time limit set for how long a person would remain on the register, and I'll take the intervention.
Edward
I thank the Cabinet Secretary to taking an intervention. I wonder where she could point me to that allows landlords to ascertain whether their tenants, proposed tenants, have behaved antisocially in the past. On several occasions, it would be that my amendment would suggest that would be needed to be known. I can't find it, Cabinet Secretary.
Cabinet Secretary.
I only mentioned, Presiding Officer, that some of the information, not all of it, but some of it is already available to landlords. But I would just reiterate that point about proportionality, fairness, privacy and rehabilitation. I ultimately want an inclusive, rights-based approach to housing policy, and I don't want to create indefinite barriers for people to access social homes.
Thank you. I call Edward Mountain to wind up and press or withdraw Amendment 257.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I listened to the Cabinet Secretary and I listened to the Cabinet Secretary's intervention that some of the information should be available. She actually gave me no indication of where some of that information could be found. And I don't think my amendment in any way is seeking to prevent people getting houses. It's just to allow people to understand what what tenant is moving in the same way that the tenant has an absolute right to know what sort of landlord they're moving, i.e. he or she is a fit and proper person because they're on the landlord's register. I am disappointed the government aren't going to support this because I worded this amendment in such a way, and I'm glad the Cabinet Secretary didn't say that it was poorly worded, but I worded this amendment in such a way that the Scottish ministers had as much ability to amend how that register would be kept, but just asking them to keep the register. So I do press the amendment, Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for half giving me an answer to my questions.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 257 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 257 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 28, no 82. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 368 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with amendment 351. Murdo Fraser, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 368 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 368 in the name of Rachel Hamilton is yes 46, no 61. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 369 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with amendment 351. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. The amendment is not moved. I call amendment 370 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 123. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 370 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Shirley Ann Somerville for a point of order.
Just checking if I've recorded my vote as a no.
I'll just check, Ms Somerville. I can confirm it was recorded. Thank you. I call Edward Mountain for a point of order.
Sorry, Presiding Officer, I couldn't get my device to connect. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 370 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 23, no 86. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 371 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 123. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 371 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 371 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy is yes 47, no 63. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 372 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 373 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 373 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 373 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 45, no 65. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 374 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Move.
The question is that amendment 374 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 374 in the name of Ross Greer is yes 45, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 375 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with amendment 3. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. Amendment is not moved. I call amendment 376 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with amendment 353. Murdo Fraser, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 377 in the name of Rachel Hamilton, already debated with amendment 353. Murdo Fraser, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. And I call amendment 258 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with amendment 123. Edward Mountain, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. And the question is that amendment 258 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 258 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 47, no 62. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 259 in the name of Jamie Halcrow-Johnston, already debated with amendment 3. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Moved.
Oh. My apologies. Mr Johnston, Mr Halcrow-Johnston is with us. Jamie Halcrow-Johnston, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 259 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 259 in the name of Jamie Halcrow-Johnston is yes 38, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 260 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 39 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 40 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 139. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 262 in the name of Emma Roddick, already debated with amendment 139. Emma Roddick, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 262 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The amendment is agreed. I call amendment 263 in the name of Graham Simpson, already debated with amendment 139. Graham Simpson, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 22 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 264 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 4. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 266 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 79. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Also not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 265 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 79. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 50 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 79. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 378 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 79. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 379 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 45. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Can't break this streak. Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 116 in the name of Pam Duncan-Glancy, already debated with amendment 123. Pam Duncan-Glancy, to move or not move?
Not moved, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. I call amendment 380 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with amendment 3. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 381 in the name of Ariane Burgess, already debated with Amendment 3. Ariane Burgess, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 382 in the name of Edward Mountain, already debated with Amendment 306. Edward Mountain, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 382 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 382 in the name of Edward Mountain is yes 45, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call Amendment 383 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 306. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 385 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 384 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 306. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move? Thank you. I call Amendment 48 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 339. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 49 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 339. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 261 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 387 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with Amendment 112. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. And the question is that Amendment 387 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call Amendment 386 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with Amendment 353. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call Amendment 51 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with Amendment 112. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call Amendment 117 in the name of Paul Sweeney, already debated with Amendment 3. Paul Sweeney, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that Amendment 117 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Shirley Ann Somerville for a point of order.
No.
Oh, 117 is no.
Oh, apologies, it's just shown up that it did register, Presiding Officer. Apologies.
Thank you, Ms Somerville. The result of the vote on amendment number 117 in the name of Paul Sweeney is yes 45, no 64. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 388 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 389 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 390 in the name of Ross Greer, already debated with amendment 123. Ross Greer, to move or not move?
Not move.
Thank you. I call amendment 118 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 23 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 119 in the name of Jeremy Balfour, already debated with amendment 306. Jeremy Balfour, to move or not move?
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 119 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Richard Leonard for a point of order.
My app wouldn't connect. I would have voted yes.
Thank you, Mr Leonard. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 119 in the name of Jeremy Balfour is yes 17, no 91. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 24 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 25 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 79. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 120 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 1. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 391 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with amendment 45, I should say. Mark Griffin, to move or not move? Thank you. I call amendment 392 in the name of Mark Griffin, already debated with amendment 45. Mark Griffin, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 26 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 9. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 27 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 9. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 267 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated with amendment 138. Maggie Chapman, to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 267 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 267 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 22, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 28 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 3. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
Thank you. I call amendment 29 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 3. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 41 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 42 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 43 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 152. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Not moved.
I call amendment 121 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with amendment 152. Cabinet Secretary to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 121 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? Yes. We are agreed. I call amendment 268 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 138. And I remind members that if the amendment 268 is agreed to, I cannot call amendment 122 due to a preemption. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 268 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 268 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 22, no 87. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. I call amendment 122 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary, already debated, with amendment 138. Cabinet Secretary to move formally?
Moved.
Thank you. The question is that amendment 122 be agreed to. Are we all agreed? The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 122 in the name of the Cabinet Secretary is yes 101, no 8. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore agreed. I call amendment 269 in the name of Maggie Chapman, already debated, with amendment 138. Maggie Chapman to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 269 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 269 in the name of Maggie Chapman is yes 8, no 100. There was one abstention. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And I call amendment 393 in the name of Megan Gallagher, already debated with amendment 139. Megan Gallagher, to move or not move?
Moved.
The question is that amendment 393 be agreed to. Are we all agreed?
Yes.
The Parliament is not agreed. There will be a division and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 393 in the name of Megan Gallagher is yes 39, no 70. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And that ends Stage 3 consideration of amendments. As members will be aware, I am required under standing orders to decide whether or not, in my view, any provision of a bill relates to a protected subject matter. That is, whether it modifies the electoral system and franchise for Scottish parliamentary elections. And in the case of this bill, in my view, no provision of the Housing Scotland Bill relates to a protected subject matter. Therefore, the bill does not require a supermajority to be passed at Stage 3. And before we move to the debate, I call on the Cabinet Secretary to signify Crown consent to the bill.
Presiding Officer, for the purposes of Rule 911 of the Standing Orders, I advise the Parliament that His Majesty, having been informed of the purport of the Housing Scotland Bill, has consented to place his prerogative and interests, insofar as they are affected by the bill, at the disposal of the Parliament for the purposes of the bill.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And we move on to the next item of business, which is a debate on motion 18992 in the name of Mary McCallan on the Housing Scotland Bill at Stage 3. I'd be grateful if members who wish to speak in the debate were to press their request to speak buttons. And I call on the Cabinet Secretary to speak to and move the motion.
Presiding Officer, I am absolutely delighted to finally begin this last aspect of the Housing Scotland Bill with a debate at Stage 3. This has been a long and thorough process. And before turning to the substance of what this groundbreaking bill will provide, I should like to offer some acknowledgements. Firstly, to members across the Chamber for their rigour in scrutinising the bill, and in particular the members of the Local Government, Housing and Planning, Social Justice and Social Security and the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committees, all of whom have taken a keen interest in the bill. I want to extend significant thanks to all the experts who gave evidence to committee and who worked with the Scottish Government to help shape the contents of this ambitious piece of work. I also want to acknowledge former Ministers Patrick Harvey and Paul McLennan, as well as the Cabinet Secretary for Social Justice, Shirley-Ann Somerville, all of whom have contributed at one time or another to this momentous piece of work. My thanks also go to the Scottish Government Bill team, who have worked incredibly hard on the bill's policies, as well as closely considering the policy purpose and the legal effect and advising ministers on the implications of over 1,000 amendments. Their commitment to the service of Scotland has been abundantly clear throughout, and I want to thank them, as well as my private office, who have helped me pull everything together, including the bill folder, which I have been carrying around for quite some time now. Finally, and most importantly, I want to thank everybody with lived experience of homelessness or housing precarity whose advocacy will now help to change the law in Scotland in a very significant way. And it's on that note that I should like to turn to focus on just some of what this bill provides that the Government is particularly proud of. And I'd like to begin with Ask and Act, Presiding Officer. We believe that everyone in Scotland should have the opportunity of a warm, safe and affordable place to call home. It is ultimately the cornerstone of a life of dignity and a life of opportunity. And homelessness is not a one-off event. It is trauma, it is stigma, it is indignity, and it deprives people of the opportunity to live well, to succeed and to contribute fulsomely in society. It must be ended, and we know that the best way to end homelessness is to prevent it from happening to people in the first place. And that's what our groundbreaking Ask and Act powers seek to ensure. They will sit atop Scotland's already highly protective legal landscape and will ensure that ending homelessness is ultimately everyone's business. Police officers, community link workers, social care staff, health visitors and social landlords are among those who will be expected to identify problems early and intervene if they believe someone is threatened with homelessness. It's person-centred, it is flexible, it is responsive, and it will help to prevent the trauma and the stigma of homelessness. And I mentioned the importance that the Government places on lived experience. Allow me to share with the Chamber a quote from a former service user who was quoted by Advice Direct Scotland in September this year. They said that, having experienced homelessness myself, I know how vital it is that people, regardless of their place in life, feel seen, heard and supported with no judgment or feeling of shame. Ask and Act is a call to every frontline worker in Scotland to recognise the signs, to ask with compassion and act with purpose. The right question at the right time can change the course of a life. And changing a course of a life is what this Government seeks, with the First Minister's core objective for our Government being to eradicate child poverty in this country. The provisions of this big bill that we have been considering, together with the Housing Emergency Action Plan published at the beginning of this month, they will help to serve that purpose. And I hope that Parliament will vote for this bill, offering as was put to us by lived experience and quoted by Advice Direct Scotland. It's giving us the chance to change the course of a life. This bill does so much, Presiding Officer, across a broad range of topics, and in the time that I have, I just want to touch on a couple more. Coming to post, I have been determined to do what I can to ensure that no one, and especially no child in Scotland, has to live in a tenanted property with damp and mould. That's why we've been clear that AWAB's law will be implemented in Scotland, and it will be implemented across the social and private rented sectors. Now, my officials have already begun the series of roundtable discussions with stakeholders, which will help to bring AWAB's law into place from March next year. Just by way of background, AWAB's law is named after Awab Ishak, who died in 2020 in Rochdale in England, having been exposed to mould in his home. Now, while standards in Scotland have been gradually rising to the extent that now 90% of all homes are substantially free from damp and mould in Scotland, we won't take any chances, especially not when it comes to the health and life chances of children. I'm very conscious of time, Presiding Officer, and this bold and ambitious bill does so much that I'd like to mention, but one other area of great importance to me is domestic abuse. It's utterly abhorrent. It is one of the leading causes of homelessness among women, and we must do all we can to end it. That includes supporting the housing needs of women and children who are experiencing domestic abuse. And among other things, this bill will create new rights to end a joint tenancy without an abusive joint tenant's approval. I've also confirmed I'll work to lay regulations on Part 2 of the Domestic Abuse Act by Christmas to ensure that a victim survivor in a social home can stay in their home and can remove a perpetrator of abuse. The bill will also require social landlords to implement policies to ensure that abuse or violence from a partner or former partner does not lead to somebody losing their home, and that sits alongside a national fund to leave backed by £1 million that the Government confirmed at the beginning of this month. Now, I've only been able to touch on 3 aspects of this groundbreaking bill in opening, Presiding Officer. I haven't yet been able to explore the system of long-term, evidence-based and balanced rent controls that this bill will create, nor the important rights to personalise a home. But what I will do is I will listen to members' contributions and I'll reflect on these other areas in closing. But in the meantime, I commend the Housing Scotland Bill to the Chamber and move that Parliament agree that it be passed.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. And I call Megan Gallagher up to 6 minutes. Ms Gallagher.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Housing remains central to many of the challenges facing our communities. Our homes are the bricks and mortar that binds local cohesion. Access to good quality housing should be the driving factor for us all. Sadly, the reality is record high homelessness figures, thousands of children in temporary accommodation, unsustainable waiting lists, local authorities buckling under the pressure, a skills shortage and a declining housing sector. The Housing Bill was born out of a pact the SNP government made with the Scottish Greens, and at that time the government did not understand the consequences of far-left policies, a bill that could potentially devastate the housing market. And I will admit on that point that there has been some movement in this space, an attempt at the last hour to hand an olive branch to investors and the private rented sector. But at its core, this is a housing bill that proposes permanent rent controls and does not include a single line about building homes. That is a housing bill that is too broad in scope and a bill that should have been named the Tenants' Rights and Homelessness Prevention Bill. When we're looking at rent controls, it is a misguided policy. It's reckless, it's ideologically driven, and it could worsen the housing crisis. It could punish tenants, discourage investment and make Scotland a less attractive place to build the homes that we so desperately need. And I think we need to look at the facts. There were 19,288 homes built in 2024-25, down 4% on the previous year. And in the social sector, completions were at the lowest since 2016-17, with 4,490 completions, down 15%. To reach the 110,000 affordable homes target by 2032, the Scottish Government needs to build around 10,000 homes a year, but they only achieved this once since 2021 and only built 7,444 in 2024-25. These figures are far below the figures that experts say Scotland needs annually to meet demand. We know that developers and housing providers operate in a market that requires certainty. If returns are capped permanently, if revenue streams are constrained, then the very incentive to build disappears. It is a simple economic fact. Rent controls do not create homes, they prevent them. And to compound the issue, damaging rent controls have already cost Scotland £3.2 billion in lost investment. That is the scale of the damage that's being wrought on the industry. And when the fewer homes are built, tenants will suffer the consequences. Competition for available properties intensifies, prices rise in uncontrollable sectors, and homelessness continues to grow. And this is not an abstract argument. In 2024-25, 17,240 households in Scotland were in temporary accommodation. And shockingly, 10,360 of them were children. In 2024-25, there were a record of 31,695 open homelessness applications. In these numbers, every single person that make up that 31,695 is a heartbreaking story that's behind them. They represent families who cannot find a safe roof over their head, children who are moved from place to place, and vulnerable adults living in uncertainty. And I think we've got to remind ourselves in this chamber that policies that we make, that we create, have consequences. I've said already, people desperately need homes. People on long waiting lists need hope, and they need politicians to understand the gravity of the crisis, not policies that are potentially going to worsen the housing emergency for ideological reasons. The housing crisis is further compounded by a significant skills shortage in the construction sector. Scotland faces a gap of thousands of skilled tradespeople, bricklayers, joiners, plumbers and electricians. Industry reports show that over 20% of construction firms struggle to recruit the skilled workers they need. That's not merely an inconvenience, it's a barrier to delivering new homes. These are the issues that should have been in this housing bill. These are the issues that we should have been debating tonight. But if I can touch upon the economic consequences of rent controls, because they are equally stark to what is being experienced within our skills sector. Research from multiple jurisdictions, including studies in London and parts of the United States, consistently show that strict rent caps reduce investment in new housing. Developers delay projects, projects are cancelled and fewer homes come onto the market. We can't afford this. Scotland needs investment, not deterrence. We need ambition. We don't need artificial constraints. Furthermore, we also must recognise the immense pressure on our local authorities. In an environment of year-on-year declining budgets, councils are struggling to maintain existing housing stock, fund homelessness services and invest in new builds. Rising inflation, once again on the move, increases the cost of materials, wages and borrowing. This combination of pressures will inevitably reduce the number of homes that can be delivered. And I think we do need to look at affordable housing. We've spoken many times in this chamber about the affordable housing budget and the consequences that this has also had on local government. Presiding Officer, we can't in good conscience vote for a bill that's going to harm the possibilities of building more homes that people desperately need and at the rate that they need to be built. I do thank the Cabinet Secretary, both Shirley-Anne Somerville and Mary McCallan, for the productive conversations during Stage 2 and Stage 3. This is clearly a difference in what we believe will tackle the housing emergency. But I hope that they will reflect on this bill. It's been too broad and it doesn't address the housing emergency that's a priority for Scotland. Thank you.
I now call Mark Griffin up to 5 minutes. Mr Griffin.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There are absolutely positive things in this bill, but let's be clear, this is a housing bill that doesn't build a single house. It doesn't bring a single new home into circulation. It won't bring immediate reductions in rent, and it doesn't give local authorities the resources they need to prevent homelessness. But I support this bill because, like I said, there are important improvements in it. But we all know that it could and should have gone so much further in the context of a housing emergency and a severe shortage of housing supply. But I am pleased that the Government accepted several of our amendments, including one that finally recognises in law that Scotland is in a housing emergency. We also secured improvements to factoring legislation and strengthened the bill's provisions on damp and mould through what's now been called AWAB's law. And we welcome the commitment to review the current grounds for eviction, which is long overdue. But let's be clear, despite the rhetoric, no one will wake up tomorrow and find themselves in a rent control area. No one's rent will go down because the bill has passed. And when it was introduced, there was no detail on what rent controls would actually look like, and that caused more harm than good to efforts to build the homes we so desperately need. But after pressure, we now have a step forward. The bill no longer threatens to harm supply. But make no mistake, this is just a beefed-up version of rent pressure zones, and we all remember how effective those were. We support mid-market rent and build-to-rent as part of a diverse housing mix, but the way these exemptions were introduced late in the process, after a chaotic Stage 2 and a change of minister 2 times over, raises serious questions across government about how that policy was made and drafted in the first place. Now, including these sectors initially seriously risked housing supply, and I'm not sure why it took so long to clarify the government's position on exemptions when the government knew about the concerns on mid-market rent. They knew that was an issue from as long as 3 years ago when we debated the emergency cost of living legislation. But, Presiding Officer, as we finish our third day of consideration of this bill, 10,180 children are living in temporary accommodation. More than 40,000 families are homeless, and rough sleeping is on the rise. Now, we might grumble about the policy process in this bill, and I think we've got valid complaints, but we can't forget fundamentally why we're considering and voting for this law. There are families, children and individuals out there who are being failed in horrendous ways by a system that is stretched to breaking point, and that's why we welcome in particular the bill's focus on homelessness prevention, particularly the new Ask and Act duty on public bodies. But I have to say these duties will only work if local authorities are properly resourced, and the Government's financial assessment of what it will take to implement specifically the Ask and Act and prevention duties, I feel, Presiding Officer, is wildly optimistic. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that the money that goes to local authorities will be enough to cover the costs of a proper, adequately resourced prevention system that stems the flow of people into the homelessness services that are at a breaking point. Presiding Officer, we will support this bill because it does contain improvements on the current system, but it's not the transformative legislation that Scotland's housing crisis demands. We want to build houses, we want to end homelessness, we want rent controls that work not just in theory but in practice without harming supply. Now, this bill is a step forward, but it's a very small step forward. We wish it was a more radical one that we could vote for, but in any case we will be voting for it at decision time. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Maggie Chapman. Up to 4 minutes, Ms Chapman.
Thank you. New Year's Day 1989, a day of celebration for some, but for many, the first of almost 40 years of runaway rip-off rents. Margaret Thatcher's Housing Act swept away rent controls, and working people have paid the price ever since. Since 2010, rents for a two-bedroom flat in Lothian have increased by 104%, 82% in Glasgow. But renters' wages haven't gone up by anything like those amounts. So what has happened? Well, exactly what that Maggie intended: a massive transfer of wealth from the poorest to those lucky enough to own property. But owning an asset is not an occupation. A basic human right to live in a warm, safe home has become a platform for profiteering. Today, Scotland rejoins the ranks of the many countries around the world that use rent controls to support affordable living. I am so proud that it was Greens that introduced this bill, and that I am another Maggie in the team making it stronger and bringing back rent controls. This bill and the rent controls it introduces is the first stage of the New Deal for tenants that the Scottish Greens promised. Renters will know that their rents should never increase by more than 6%. It will give them certainty and help them plan their finances and lives better. And where rent notices are higher than they should be, renters can challenge them, with more time to do so, thanks to the Greens. But the system will not be as strong as it might be. The bill locks in above-inflation rent increases without considering renters' ability to pay. Parliament rejected my proposals for rent freezes and rent cuts, and has opened the door to a range of exemptions. We should not build a two-tier system of protections where some tenants are shielded and others left to the mercy of the market. All renters deserve the same stability, no matter what roof they live under. But I am pleased that we are improving the evictions process, including more scope for delays during the winter months, though the outright winter ban that Greens proposed would have been better. No one should live with a threat of eviction at a moment's notice, and I remain disappointed that the Scottish renters won't have the same protections as English renters for the first 12 months of their tenancy. If properly funded and implemented, the duty for public bodies to prevent homelessness, to step in when risk is first identified rather than when it's too late, is a potential game changer. Housing First is another. Giving homeless people with complex needs a long-term stable home and offering, but not forcing on them, health and other support services is tried and tested. And if this bill takes us closer to removing the cruel concept of intentional homelessness, that will benefit so many. Allowing someone to be assessed as intentionally homeless is a moral disgrace. Actions that might seem intentional often stem from trauma, violence and disadvantage. It is right that we've made it easier for animal lovers who rent to keep pets and make appropriate adjustments so everyone can feel at home. Whilst the introduction of AWAB's law is significant, there is still so much to do to drive up the quality of rented homes. But to conclude, Presiding Officer, we are in the grip of a housing emergency, not because we lack resources or capacity, but because for 4 decades of policies, we've prioritised profit over people. those who are homeless because of exploding rents, those fighting for dignity in a system stacked against them. Housing instability crushes a person's spirit. It steals hope, it erodes dignity, and it worsens inequality. We must not create another generation resigned to paying too much for too little. Instead, we must create a future where everyone can say, I have a home, and I am safe, and I am respected. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Chapman. I now call Willie Rennie. Up to 4 minutes, Mr Rennie.
First of all, I want to praise the clerks and the officials for their talent, I think their tolerance of this Parliament, and also their stamina, because the stamina has been outstanding through the months that it felt like of stage 2 and the years that it felt like for stage 3. But I just want to, I think, the Chamber to show their appreciation for the... We'll vote for the bill. It's not the bill that we would have introduced, nor would we have gone through this process, which I think has knocked confidence in the sector at various stages. But it is a better bill, and it's a bill worth voting for. But we are in a housing emergency, and it's really disappointing that it's taken a housing emergency for housing to get the priority that I think it's deserved for a very long time. But we've got that priority now, which I think should start to see some changes so that we can deal with that housing emergency. I mean, just this very day, Homes for Scotland have told us that the new starts across all sectors is the lowest since 1996. We've got a long way to go to build confidence in the sector. And we do need every part of the sector, the housing sector, it should be seen as one sector, to play its part to deal with the housing emergency. And those who seek to demonise parts of it, I think, are undermining the very objectives that we're trying to achieve. Because we do need the private sector, all those house builders who battle away through the various barriers at different times to build houses in communities that they care about. They want to deal with the housing emergency and they want to be partners, and I think we should welcome them to be partners, just like the public sector and charities. They will help us through this difficulty and we should welcome their help. This is a delicate balance. It's a delicate balance between making sure that tenants have got the rights that they deserve, the homes that they need, and the family homes that they need. But we also need to do everything we possibly can to incentivise investment, and we've been pretty poor at that in recent years. There is still quite a bit of work to be done. The exemptions, which I hope are as generous as we can possibly make them, to incentivise that investment on MMR, on build-to-rent, but also on investment by landlords, significant investment. There should be measures to exempt them so they can get a return on that investment. Otherwise, we'll find that we're not getting the appropriate investment in all properties, which is the thing that we desperately need. We need to do an awful lot of work on planning. Planning is still seen in many areas as a barrier. I know Ivan McKee is working hard at trying to overcome those. We need to be working very carefully on the heat in buildings work and also the accessibility measures, because I'm in favour of them, but we just need to make sure we get them right so we incentivise that investment and get the best possible homes that we can have. But most of all, we've got to build confidence, and for that we need stability and certainty, sometimes boring certainty, to make sure that we can give those house builders that certainty so that they can invest for the longer term. We'll vote for this bill because it's got some really good measures on domestic abuse, on homelessness, on an AWAB's law. We'll continue to work constructively with the government, as we have throughout this bill, to make it a better bill. And on that, I commend this bill to the Chamber.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. We move to the open debate. I call first Alistair Allen, to be followed by Edward Mountain. Up to 4 minutes. Dr Allen.
Presiding Officer, as someone who frequently raises the issue of affordable housing in relation to my own constituency, I'm very pleased to speak in support of the housing bill today, as well as the measures set out by the Cabinet Secretary recently in the Government's Housing Action Plan. Housing pressures remain, of course, acute across much of Scotland. The lack of a private rented sector in many rural communities adds to that pressure. Despite significant investment in housing over the SNP's time in government, I think everyone acknowledges that challenges remain across our cities, towns and rural areas. But this bill is tackling those problems head-on, and this primary legislation is useful legislation in achieving those ends. Under the SNP, Scotland is already the fairest place to rent in the UK, and this bill will build on that progress to create a sustainable, well-regulated sector. The Housing Bill, Presiding Officer, is, I believe, an essential piece of legislation which will help advance tenants' rights and tackle homelessness in Scotland. Measures contained in the bill will empower tenants, as we have heard, proactively prevent homelessness and provide certainty to encourage continued investment across the housing sector. The recently published Housing Action Plan outlines nearly £5 billion of investment over the next 4 years and focuses on 3 key areas: ending children living in unsuitable accommodation, supporting the housing needs of vulnerable groups, and supporting growth and investment in the housing sector. Since coming to office in 2007, the SNP government has built 40% more affordable homes per head of population than England over the same period, and 70% more than Labour-run Wales. And this is all against a backdrop of increased costs and challenges as a result of the financial crash historically, Brexit and the pandemic, as well as, of course, the severe limits placed on Scotland's borrowing powers. It's in Leverborough and Harris, and that might not sound like a big number, but to a small community where no social housing has been built for 50 years, this could be the difference between the local care home staying open, a business continuing to be able to operate, or local health services being able to function. The local community council and housing association are to be commended for their efforts in bringing this project to fruition. At the other end of the scale, locally I can think of the 74-home development at Unaldu outside Stornoway, visited by the First Minister recently. And this is one of a number of larger projects underway to improve access to affordable housing in the islands. It's important that we continue to make that affordable housing investment and make sure that it is made available to all of Scotland's communities. That flexibility ensures that the higher cost per unit of building in more rural communities is not a barrier to progress. And we must also continue to help community organisations and landowners to build affordable homes through tailored support such as the Rural and Islands Housing Fund. Presiding Officer, there remains much work to be done to ensure that everyone in Scotland has a high-quality, long-term and affordable home. But the measures set out in today's bill demonstrate the Scottish Government's commitment to tackling the housing emergency, and I commend the Cabinet Secretary on her ongoing efforts in bringing this bill and the accompanying Housing Action Plan to fruition.
Thank you. I now call Edward Mountain to be followed by Davy Russell. Up to 4 minutes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I've struggled with this housing bill because I've wanted to engage with it, and at every level I've tried to engage with it. Presiding Officer, it's proved difficult. During the Stage 2 amendment stage, the committee sat on the very same day that the committee that I'm on sat, and I was unable to get to most meetings. I managed to attend a few occasions to try and bring some amendments forwards. And then the amendments that I did manage to bring forward and get debated and agreed at the committee stage then were promptly reversed when it came to Stage 3. That's really hard when you've worked hard on a bill. And I've also found it hard because I found in this chamber the point that Willie Rennie's made, that all landlords have been tasked or tarred with one brush when it comes to providing rented accommodation. I'm not embarrassed to say I'm a landlord. I'm not embarrassed to say I provide houses, good quality houses, for long-term homes. I don't do short-term lets. But during the course of this session, we've been described landlords as wolves of the private sector, lack of concern by landlords, weasel their way out of things, grotesque and ludicrous rent rights. I have to say that's not something that I recognise in the sector that I've been working in for 30 years. In 99% of the cases, landlords do want to provide a home. They want to have a long-term relationship with their tenants. Long-term relationships with their tenants makes it easier for everyone, and it allows the house to be well looked after, and it allows for the landlord and tenant to make agreement on areas where there may be issues. So I'm really bitterly disappointed when I hear that sort of language in the Parliament relating to landlords. And I would remind the member who used that language, Ms Chapman, presiding officer, who's in here, that I think there are something like 300,000 private rented properties across Scotland, and they do help. However you might view the landlords, they do help in providing homes for individuals who can't afford their own homes. Now, we've made legislation in the past in this Parliament about rent increases, and I think that in most cases that has worked. Presiding officer, I have to also allude to the fact that during the course of this stage, I raised 69 amendments at stage 3. I did it because I thought they were necessary. And to have comments made when it comes to discussing them as unnecessary, not appropriate, not the right approach to take, can't commit today, might talk later, supports the principle but can't agree it, actually makes a mockery of this process. I am in the chamber to try and make the bill better, and I don't think I've managed to do that in any shape or form. I would just say to the Cabinet Secretary that she should remember, in my mind, presiding officer, that if the survey carried out by Safe Deposit Scotland just recently and published this afternoon while we're in here, that 33% of landlords want to get out of letting properties. 33%. That's 100,000 houses that are taken out of the rented sector. And there'll be those in this chamber that argue that they would go into homes and people would be able to buy them. But only 62% of those homes go into private ownership, and not all of them are affordable to those people who need to need to rent properties. If I've got presiding officer, you're saying no. I'm sorry, Cabinet Secretary, I can't. So I just say at this stage, I think this bill doesn't strike the right balance by getting it right for the tenant and incentivising landlords to make their properties better and invest in them in the future. There's a huge amount they're going to have to do to reach net zero, and this bill will put them off. Thank you, President Officer.
Thank you. I now call Davy Russell to be followed by Jeremy Balfour. Up to 4 minutes, Mr Russell.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The big problem with this bill is that from its outset, it looked to address the symptoms that we see in our housing sector rather than address the underlying problems. But we must acknowledge that there will be some relief for those at the sharp end of the rented sector. Clearly, there was too much uncertainty and confusion, loopholes. However, this bill takes a few steps forward in looking at evictions, succession of tenure, rights of pet owners, homelessness, to name but a few, so there are some positive aspects. However, powers to introduce rent control areas, while sometimes necessary, are not sufficient to stem the tide of rising rents that are affecting the bottom end of the market, or for a young family looking to guarantee their future, parents looking to help their child take that big step onto the housing ladder. This bill does nothing. But the bottom line is there is a lack of affordable housing, and that's putting strain on councils and RSLs alike, driving rents up, and it's a key factor in that process. By and large, the most common complaint I receive from constituents is from families stuck in housing that's too small for their family. They might be in their parents' house or grandparents' house. In some cases, they'll leave a child, one of the older children, with the other members of the family. But this bill doesn't solve that, and it should have a plan for that. As I said a couple of weeks ago in the Chamber, Scotland has 250,000 homes with damp, mould and condensation issues. What we have here are amendments that relate to how quickly landlords can fix these issues, when really the bill should have challenged the reason that there are 250 damp and mouldy homes in the first place. I will close on this. Just as the post-First World War council house building was incredibly ambitious for the time, with revolutionary ideas like, although it seems strange nowadays, indoor toilets for the working class, I believe in 2025 this Parliament of this country ought to be equally ambitious. And ambition should start with the idea that everybody can afford to live somewhere warm, safe, dry and energy efficient. This bill combats some of these issues of the housing sector, but not the issues of housing. I will be voting in favour of this bill as a stepping stone towards something better, and I encourage all the members in here to do the same.
Thank you, Mr Russell. I now call Jeremy Balfour to be followed by Graham Simpson. Up to 2 minutes, Mr Balfour.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. Can I start agreeing with Willie Rennie that we should give a big thank you to all the clerks who have worked so hard and helped us with this. Can I also thank the third sector, particularly Crisis, for their very positive engagement over the last number of years. But for me, Presiding Officer, this is a disappointing night, and it's a night of missed opportunities, because this was an opportunity for us to do something really quite radical and quite different around housing and homelessness. And I feel that as we will pass this bill in a few minutes' time, people will look back and see it as a missed opportunity. I cannot vote for this bill tonight for two reasons. Firstly, as a representative of someone here of Edinburgh and Lothian, rent arrears will have a devastating effect on the Edinburgh property market. If we look at the evidence across the world, we know that that is going to be the case, and there is going to be more homelessness and more people struggling to find accommodation because of this measure. But secondly, Presiding Officer, I believe that the work around prevention of homelessness is again a missed opportunity. I, like Mark Griffin, hope that history will prove me wrong. I think Ask and Act could have been so much better, but we're being asked to jump into darkness. We're not having the pilot programmes to know if this will work or not work. And we have no data sharing, we have lack of money, and we have a pressure of the local authorities, third sector and NHS all working against us. This is a missed opportunity. The government should go back and rethink this, and I hope I'm wrong, but I fear I'm not. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Mr Balfour. I now call Graham Simpson again. Up to 2 minutes, Mr Simpson.
Thank you. This has been a real marathon, but it's felt like we've run this course before, because we have many of the Stage 3 amendments debated over 3 long nights. Were also debated at Stage 2 and mostly not moved, following promises of talks with the government. Some of those talks took place, some didn't. We've ended up with a bill in which good ideas have been jettisoned and the government has got its own way on everything. The bill is well-intentioned, but is fundamentally flawed. It risks undermining the very goals it claims to pursue: affordable, quality housing and a thriving rental sector. Instead, it introduces sweeping rent controls that will deter investment, reduce housing supply and ultimately hurt the very people it aims to protect. I proposed amendments to help students. None of them made it, not even the one that said councils should include student housing in their local housing strategies. I proposed exempting build-to-rent and mid-market rent properties from ruinous rent controls. Even though the Cabinet Secretary agreed with that, they didn't make it either. We've ended up with a system where those sectors will be exempt through regulations so as not to stifle investment, but the private rented sector won't be. Quite why that won't stifle investment is beyond me, because it will. Rent controls are a blunt instrument. They don't address the root causes of housing unaffordability, which is a chronic lack of supply and planning bottlenecks. And the bill centralises too much power in ministers' hands, leaving key decisions to secondary legislation with limited scrutiny. There are some good measures on homelessness. I want to see AWAB's law. The measures on domestic abuse are good, but I cannot vote for this bill because of the rent control measures, which will be extremely damaging.
Thank you, Mr Simpson. We move to closing speeches, and I call first Ariane Burgess, up to 4 minutes. Ms Burgess.
As we close debate on this bill, let's return to the fundamentals. Who this bill should serve and what we must demand if we are serious about delivering justice in housing. Too often in this chamber and in the media, discussions about housing are dominated by landlords, developers and big finance, and we must recentre our debates so that they reflect the needs of the people and communities who rely on us to speak up for them. The Scottish Greens have always insisted that housing is a human right, not a profit engine. And that's why we've pushed hard for rent controls that have real teeth, tougher standards to improve housing quality for everyone, and rectify the unjust imbalance between the rights of the tenant and those of landlords. The very fact that we have a housing bill in front of us is due to the Scottish Greens, and I wish to thank my colleague Patrick Harvey, who introduced this bill and its key measures whilst serving as a minister. His work is a tangible demonstration of the fact that when you elect Scottish Greens, they get things done, and it offers real progress. It introduces powers for local rent controls to cap annual rent increases in designated areas, and it strengthens rights around repairs and security of tenure. Scottish Green amendments also push the government to make changes in key areas. This bill is a huge step forward for renters, although I'm disappointed that it has been watered down in some areas, and improvements suggested by us in concert with experts like Shelter and Generation Rent have not been passed. The Scottish Greens highlighted how second homes and long-term empty properties must be part of the solution. Unlocking these homes is essential for communities where local people are priced out. And we've been clear we must support community-led housing and cooperative models and provide stronger powers for local authorities to tackle landlord inaction on safety issues like damp and mould. I am concerned about some of the bill's shortcomings. Exemptions risk creating a two-tier rent control system, and above inflation rent rises are still possible. Tenants must wait until 2027 for full protection, even though they need them now. Students risk being abandoned to the wild west of unregulated accommodation, and we need stronger compulsory purchase powers for empty homes. Ross Greer's focus on fairer taxation provided tools to do that. This bill is a test of our values. Will we side with working people and the vulnerable, or with powerful interests? Too many Scots are in despair. Families are struggling with rents, students are in poor quality overpriced housing, and communities are being hollowed out by second homes. And the Scottish Greens have put forward a vision: tenant empowerment, local accountability and community-led housing solutions. I champion tax relief for co-ops to make them viable, and Maggie Chapman warned us not to reinforce inequality, and Ross Greer challenged us to create a more just system. I also wish to thank and recognise the work of MSPs from other parties. Mark Griffin worked diligently on a wide range of issues, including emphasising issues around the housing emergency, and Megan Gallagher brought forward some changes that were also welcome. And I want to share Richard Leonard's concerns of the shameful conditions on the accommodation for agricultural workers. That must be acted on urgently. Renters, families, students, those at risk of homelessness are watching us tonight, and they need us to act with courage and integrity. Let this bill be the beginning, not the end. And let's deliver housing that works for people all over Scotland.
Thank you, Ms Burgess. I now call Pam Duncan-Glancy again, up to 4 minutes. Ms Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and apologies for the interruption when I was looking for a figure on my phone. Clicked on the message with the answer in it and, of course, clicked on a message with sound. So forgive me for that, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to close today's debate on behalf of Scottish Labour. We've heard numerous times throughout this debate, and many others, that Scotland is in the midst of a housing emergency. While this terminology is now commonplace, the gravity of the situation cannot be overstated. As my colleague Mark Griffin and Davy Russell have set out, Scottish Labour will support the bill today because it recognises the emergency in law, and it moves forward in some other crucial areas, including on AWAB's law, reviews of evictions grounds and rules on factoring. However, we're clear, though, that this bill is a missed opportunity. It fails to solve the fundamental problem of the lack of housing supply in Scotland, which is desperately needed to end the housing emergency, and the bill doesn't introduce proper and workable rent controls. The reality is that the government has done far too little, far too late, and so homelessness has risen on their watch. Figures released last week lay bare the stark reality of the situation in my region of Glasgow alone. More than 1,000 cases of rough sleeping reported last year, and the overall number of people rough sleeping rising to a record high across the country. Glasgow's seen an 11% increase in people living in temporary accommodation, over 4,000 people, the highest number since 2022. That's over 4,000 people living in Glasgow without somewhere permanent to call home. And furthermore, there's been a 9% increase in homelessness applications. Despite the current situation in Glasgow and across Scotland, the SNP government had cut funding for the Affordable Housing Supply programme in real terms. The bill before us, which we will, of course, as I say, support today, on the basis that I've set out, was an opportunity to change direction of all of that. Nonetheless, there are, of course, some improvements, including those added by my colleagues and I. And can I take the opportunity now to say that I'm pleased the Government were supportive of amendments making it easier for students to end their tenancy in specific circumstances. However, it's disappointing that my proposals on a purpose-built student accommodation charter and strategy were rejected. I'm also disappointed that other crucial amendments, like one supporting women fleeing violence in my colleague Katy Clark's name, or the ones on common buildings insurance from Paul Sweeney that would have protected many residents in Glasgow and elsewhere, or the one in Mark Griffin's name, allowing people to have rent arrears to move to allowing people with rent arrears to move to more suitable accommodation. None of these have made it onto the face of the bill, and that, of course, is the disappointment. I hope the Government will therefore take action in these areas urgently, and we on these benches will continue to press them too. Presiding Officer, I want to mention briefly the experience of disabled people, and I'd like to thank members, including Jeremy Balfour and Megan Gallagher, for support on these issues today. Many disabled people require accessible homes. That means adapting old ones and building accessible new ones. That's why I moved the amendments I did today. I'm pleased the Government is committed to updating building regulations to make provision for accessibility and suitability for disabled people within 2 years of the Act coming into force. This will be welcome news to the tens of thousands of disabled people waiting on housing lists for a home that suits their needs. With 25 years having passed since accessibility standards were reviewed, this is a significant step forward. But there is much more to be done in this space, and adaptations are a key part of that, a truly tangible preventative approach to future-proofing our homes. It's incredibly disappointing that the Government failed to support amendments on that today and instead opted for a review. I think the time for reviews was over and the time to act is now, and I hope the Government will reflect on that. Presiding Officer, as I've already set out, the bill moves some areas forwards, and so we will support it. But as a whole, with no more homes built as a result, in the absence of proper and workable rent controls, and in the face of more reviews, not action, this bill is a missed opportunity to address the housing emergency in Scotland. On such an emergency, the SNP have not met the challenge, and for that reason, we encourage them to go further and faster to end the housing emergency in Scotland. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Ms Duncan Glancy. And I call Alexander Stewart. Up to 5 minutes, Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Happy to close on behalf of the Scottish Conservatives. The bill has had a long and difficult journey from where we find ourselves. 10 months ago, we started at stage 1, and there have been numerous weeks at the Local Government Housing and Planning Committee for stage 2, and stage 3 has taken almost 3 full days of parliamentary business. Despite all that, the time we've spent, the legislation is still not representing and responding to Scotland's housing crisis that we so badly need. And despite all that, we will not see one single home built from this new bill. And it risks also fracturing the hundreds of thousands of privately rented households in Scotland. Many stakeholders have continued to warn that the rent control proposals of this bill are hurting supply within the private rented sector, and that includes from organisations like Scottish Lands Estates and the Scottish Association of Landlords. These benches have raised concerns about these proposals since we first started going back, and we've spoke about examples in other countries, in Sweden and Germany, where rent controls did not see investment and did not see housing properly processed. And the SNP have failed on that experiment that took place in 2022, where rent caps were stopped and the government trying to make these damaging measures permanent. But Seeing, presiding officer, stage 3, the bill has long time coming, and as I say, it has not contributed to anything. Megan Gallagher spoke about in the debate today that the supply should be driving the house supply, and that's not happening. The bill will see and ensure permanent rent controls, misguided opportunities. It will ensure that investment does not take place and rent controls do not make homes. We'll see fewer houses built, homelessness will continue to grow, and it is a missed opportunity. Councils will struggle to cope, housing benefit will struggle to cope, and it doesn't do anything to help the emergency. Willie Rennie spoke about the stamina, and we've had a huge amount of stamina in stage 2 and stage 3, but it's disappointing what we've achieved. Long way from building confidence within the sector, not what the sector needs. The balance is not there, and planning is still a barrier. What we needed was confidence, stability and security, and we have none of that. Edward Mountain spoke about the way that landlords have been demonised in this whole process and the language that's been used. And the long-term residents and tenants and landlords need to be looked at to ensure that this bill will be better. And in reality, this bill will not make things better. It will ensure that there is still inequalities. And Edward spoke about 33% of landlords wanting to no longer continue into the business. That's not the balance we want to see. That's not the balance that we wanted for this. Presiding officer, in the debate, we've heard about the narrative that pitches tenants against landlords. As I've said, that's not the influence that we want, and that's not the narrative that we need to hear and has been proposed in the bill. Despite the Butte House Agreement ending over a year ago, the SNP appear to have fallen for the narrative, hook, line and sinker, to ensure that rent controls are there. It's the time for the narrative to be talked about. We need much more to be involved in the situation so that we can see increases and we can attempt to move the housing supply forward, which we've tried to do. This bill was an opportunity to realise that and to deal with the housing emergency. It has not been that, presiding officer. It has catastrophically failed to achieve what was set out. It's a missed opportunity, and this bill will risk making the housing crisis even worse. And for those reasons, we will certainly not support the bill this evening at decision time. Thank you, presiding officer.
I would discourage the front bench from repeatedly heckling in that way. I'm now calling Manny McCallan to wind up the debate. Cabinet Secretary, up to 6 minutes.
Thank you, presiding officer. Well, after that lively contribution from the other side of the chamber, I would like to begin on a point of consensus, acknowledging the considerable cross-party support that we have managed to foster on this bill. And we ought to be proud of it because it hasn't always been the case. And we have been on a journey with certain aspects of the bill, but I have been speaking very regularly with housing stakeholders recently, and among the many things that they have remarked to me is how pleased they are to see politicians across the chamber working together, not least on some of the very important exemptions from rent control that we have agreed today. And on that point of consensus, I want to particularly acknowledge Willie Rennie's contribution, agree with him about much of what he observed, and ultimately thank him for his considered approach and his support. And I also want to acknowledge something that Alistair Allen said, because in a landscape of statistics and much strain in the system, we can get caught up in requiring a significant shift in the numbers. But what Alistair Allen pointed out to us, that even comparatively small developments of affordable homes can be transformational in communities, and that, among many other things, is what the government's affordable home supply programme is supporting. Now, I'm very pleased that Labour, the Liberal Democrats and the Greens have confirmed they will vote for the bill tonight. I am frankly astonished that the Conservatives have taken the position that they have, that they won't support the bill. I think it's utterly appalling, if I am honest. I want to be clear to them that what they are voting against is what somebody with lived experience of the indignity and the trauma of homelessness described as the chance to change the course of a life. I absolutely will.
Megan Gallagher.
I'm actually astonished that the Cabinet Secretary's made that statement, if I'm being perfectly frank, because if you look at what I've said, if you look at what the Scottish Conservatives have said this evening, is that we are principally opposed to rent controls. That is what we are against. I have said within my contribution that this bill isn't a housing bill. This bill is a renters' rights and homelessness prevention bill. Now, if the government had embarked on this track, they might have had much more success, but we cannot and we will not vote for a bill that doesn't tackle the housing emergency. We cannot and we will not vote for a bill that will stifle investment, but it looks as though that's what the government's priorities are.
Cabinet Secretary.
Officer, however much Megan Gallagher tries to explain it away, the Conservatives have completely undermined any remote credibility they had on impacting on homelessness.
Let's hear one another.
And on dealing with the housing emergency. We won't let them forget it, Presiding Officer, and nor will the people of Scotland. And Megan Gallagher in her commentary there mentioned the bill won't build houses. Mark Griffin echoed this to an extent. Let me tell them what will build houses, and that is the Housing Emergency Action Plan that just 4 weeks ago the government published, with up to nearly £5 billion of investment in the coming years, enough to build 8,000 affordable homes this financial year alone, and up to 36,000 affordable homes over the next 4 years. Now, just 4 weeks ago we published that. Today, I hope we will vote for a bill which will prevent homelessness in the first place, that will protect tenants from damp and mould, that will support the housing needs of women suffering domestic abuse, that will create rights for tenants to end their tenancies, to personalise their homes, and create a system of evidence-based rent controls. And just on this, I'm afraid the characterisation of rent controls by both ends of the chamber is a little skewed and inaccurate. On the one hand, the Conservatives have to acknowledge the severe strain that tenants face when their rents become uncontrollable and begin to rise and escalate in an uncontrollable way. That feeds homelessness from the private rented sector. On the other hand, I'm afraid I do have to appeal to Green colleagues to see that care and balance that I have been talking about, that Willie Rennie has been talking about, that is absolutely critical to our housing system. And these exemptions that I began by talking about, Presiding Officer, are therefore very important, and what the government has presented here responds to the needs of tenants struggling with escalating rents, but equally provides confidence and ensures investment in our housing system that will ultimately increase availability and therefore availability. And just in closing, Presiding Officer, I was asked recently what a home meant to me.
Cabinet Secretary, I think it's fair that this debate has been carried on over days in a very courteous environment. I'd be grateful if we could carry that through to the end. Cabinet Secretary.
I am just coming to an end, and I realise it's been a long session for everybody, but I was asked recently what a home meant to me, and I answered fairly off the cuff that it was about safety, relaxation, a place to spend time with family. But it reminded me, actually, because I've been thinking about it since, about something that I used to do when I was when I was training as a lawyer, and I was travelling early in the morning trying to get to work before the partners, although that never worked. And it was always dark, and I would just sit and rest my head against the bus or the train window and look at all the houses that I was passing. And some of them would be in darkness and the family were still asleep. And some of them would have a little sign of life, a smoking chimney, and others would have a little glowing light. And to me, that's what a home is. It's that little burning light against a dark, cold morning. And that's exactly what the government want to be an opportunity and to be available to everybody in Scotland. And through a combination of this bill and our Housing Emergency Action Plan, we are absolutely providing that to the people of Scotland.
Thank you. That concludes the debate on Housing Scotland Bill at stage 3. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is an announcement by the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee on instruments considered during the first quarter of the parliamentary year 2025 to 26. I call on Stuart McMillan, convener of the committee, to make the announcement.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm grateful for the opportunity to make this announcement on behalf of the Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee regarding a recent report on the Scottish statutory instruments laid between mid-May and the start of this month. This is an unprecedented step for our committee to seek to highlight one of our reports which look at the quality of the instruments, but we felt that the issues that we have recently identified merited being raised in the Chamber, which we hope will spur an improvement from the Scottish Government. Our role is unique. We consider all subordinate legislation laid before this Parliament, and as the report lays out, there has been a marked decline in the quality of instruments that were laid before the Parliament in the first quarter of this parliamentary year. This change is identifiable in three main ways. Firstly, and perhaps most prominently, the number of instruments that have been reported on under the reporting grounds laid out in Rule 10.3.1 of the Standing Orders has increased to 28%. To contextualise this figure, the next highest percentage of instruments drawn to the attention of the Parliament in a quarter of this session was 14%, or half the figure from the most recent report, and more typically, the percentage figure is between 5 and 10%. Secondly, the number of reporting grounds engaged by individual instruments has also increased. While a typical instrument may be reported on one or occasionally two grounds, we have had multiple instances of several reports being made for one instrument. Across just 6 instruments this quarter, there were 30 reports, including one SSI laid with 8 reportable issues. Now, these errors have been identified across several policy areas and so are of note to all in this chamber. Finally, the number of the instruments drawn to the attention of the Parliament this quarter have engaged serious reporting grounds, with 4 issues reported for the drafting appearing to be defective. So the Scottish Government has committed to correcting many of these errors, which is to be welcomed. However, that they are happening so often now is a cause for concern to the committee. The Delegated Powers and Law Reform Committee encouraged the Scottish Government to work to improve the overall quality of instruments laid before the Parliament, and hope to see the number of issues reported fall back for the rest of the session and into the next. Thank you.
Thank you, Convener. It's now time to move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of Parliamentary Bureau Motion 19135 on committee membership, and I ask Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau to move the motion.
Move, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, Minister. The question on this motion will be put at decision time, and there are 2 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 18992 in the name of Mary McCallan on the Housing Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed. And as this is a motion to pass the bill, the question must be divided by division. I'd be grateful if members who have been voting throughout the afternoon were to refresh their screens. Thank you. The question is that motion 18992 in the name of Mary McCallan on the Housing Scotland Bill at stage 3 be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on motion 18992 in the name of Mary McCallan is yes 89, no 28. There were no abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed and the Housing Scotland Bill is passed. Thank you. And the final question is that motion 19135 in the name of Graham Day on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on committee membership be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. That concludes decision time and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.